Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, oh. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet.
Young girl, you can't help but look to get. When you're around, you can bet all the guys can't help but stop and see. You got that joy quality.
Joy Soap has a special quality because Joy Soap is a special beauty treatment. You can feel Joy Soap gently and softly cleansing your skin, leaving it lovely to look at and lovely to touch.
In that look so soft to touch, the guys like them, it's much too much. Everyone you meet has to agree. You got that joy quality. Yeah, guys, you don't even know. Just wanna stop and say hello, cause you got that joy quality.
Joy Soap, your own special beauty treatment.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Karatuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimmawu egumma wego. Karatuba jodiri chukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimmawu egumma wego. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa nefo ya banye si akuna nyego bamukambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu, akuna kogabu.
Shayi kudin biya kuma sun haɗi sai yayi wannan larabci kama mawi ashara wahid kullu wahidin ashara shayi mai shayi am shayi.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingarti. Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Ko domin moni domin darti yo goto fone bonni bokke e so parti an winam bedda o min garti min gari zuude kadi parti Ko domin money, domin darty. Yo, go to phone bunny bucket as your party. Ay, chuga gamne weli focus souvenir de film. Hanky wana hande hanky jamon bale sim. Minyala fije nange jamon lengi mbade tin. On sa kurang ala wura men ko jaro find. Sifty namo ala chifty ala ind. Idi now will the iwi.
Nziogwu, can you please give me an account of the night of the coup in Kaduna?
Well, it's rather something like the longest day. We started this off on the night of the 13th of January when a night exercise was planned by the military college, which I command. We took our troops to the ground and taught them how to do night attacks. We didn't tell them what we were planning for, but at the end of the exercise we took them out and showed them various places where they were to stand and just remain in their vehicle. Next day we went out again for the same type of exercise, and at the end we issued them with ammunition, this time live ammunition, and told them that they were going back to the same place as they went yesterday, but this time they were to get certain people.
And they were with you, were they?
Oh, of course they did. Oh, they all supported us.
Did the sergeant himself attempt to fight?
Well, no. We didn't see him until the time we actually shot him. He ran away from his house when we fired the first few shots of anti-tank gun into the building. The whole roof was blown up and the place was set alight. Then we went to the rear of the house and started searching from room to room until we found him amongst the women and children, hiding himself. So we sort of took away the women and children and took him.
Now, what are your relations with General Iramsi in Lagos?
Well, very good. He's my boss. I have always been under him, and I still am under him. There isn't really any problem. A few misunderstandings arose, but this was due to the publication in the press and by announcements over the radio. At one time they started calling us in Kaduna rebels, whereas in fact the revolution was all a planned affair all over the country, and
ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún lè jẹ ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jó ẹlòkó bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n ń pa Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n ń pa Jíṣà padà dé ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀.
And there it is right there. Excuse me. And there it is right there. Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, may God never depart from you. I've already told you what it means, and I'll continue to tell you what it means because, of course, look at this guy. This guy is not a Nigerian. This Derek Hodge. The name already gives it away, and if the name doesn't give it away, his opinion gives it away. So this is a guy called Derek Hodge asking me, one man went to Mo, what is the meaning of Owambe? So if you don't know the meaning of Owambe, then you are definitely not a Nigerian. But welcome to our stream anyway, wherever you are coming from, whatever your country is. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you all? So hope you've had a wonderfully glorious day. Hope you've had a wonderfully glorious day. Hope you've had the sort of day that you anticipated when you woke up in the morning. So that has to be the prayer. So yes, hope you've had a wonderfully glorious day. And what will make my day wonderful and glorious is if you clicked on the like button. So do that immediately and right now. What does the like button even look like? Let me check again. Yes, it's the one that has the thumb up sign. So click on that. You know that sign just at the bottom of the screen on YouTube that has the thumb up. So click on that. So that's a like button. So click on the thumbs up. So do that. And then if you're not already subscribed, then please correct that as well. We're trying to push numbers up. So click on like and then click on subscribe. And then if you want to come and be an active combatant on the experience, the one man went to Mo Juggernaut train. If you want to have that knuckle biting or whatever it is right, that's the one man went to Mo experience. Click on this. There's no one in the studio at the moment, so you can be the first in. And if you're a new voice, we especially want to hear from you. So if you want to be part of the one man went to More experience, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will put you into a back room, and then as soon as I finished fleshing out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and then engage you in conversation. So that's how it works. Do you understand? Nothing complex, nothing complicated. It's as simple as ABC. So yes, click on like, click on subscribe, and if you want to be on the screen and engage in conversation, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will, and then of course, then you're in the studio. So do all that, and then of course, like we've been saying, we have the anticipation of a minimum of 5 super chats towards every single stream. Often instances are your kicks it off. He's kicked it off in again in this instance. So there it is right there. That's your super chat right there. One man went to Mo. The eagle has landed. So he's kicked it off. So he needs company of at least 4 more people. So do it in either equal measure to the sum that are your super chatted or higher. So that's the anticipation. 5 super chats, either to equal measure of the first super chat or higher. So that's the anticipation. So take us on that journey. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to be an active combatant. And then, of course, click on the $sign to super chat towards the stream. So do all those nice and cozy things, and you will be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. And by the way, let me show you something first. Do you like this plain backdrop here, or do you want me to put a virtual backdrop? So do you like that, or should I put this? You tell me in the comment section, and then we go with what you decide. So do you like that, or do you want us to go with this? So let's see what that looks like. So do you like the plain one or this one right here? The problem with this one is it always fades you in and out, and it doesn't really catch fully. So tell me which one you'd like us to go with, and then we'll go with it. So this virtual one or the plain one. So I'll set it to the plain one until I get that feedback from you. So all those these are housekeeping stuff, but we'll get into the stream in a moment. So yes, like, share, subscribe, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, super chat to the stream. So all those nice things. So do all those nice things. What do you mean you like this one? This one has no meaning now. Is it the virtual one or the plain one? That's the option. So when you say you like this one, I don't know what this one means. That's to you, Charles. So yes, let's just get into it. We're going to meander through a series of I like to use the word potpourri, which is just a mix of all sorts. So it's going to be a potpourri of all sorts of headlines, but we'll navigate through it to land. We'll navigate through it to land on a conversation. But let's kick it off with this one. So let's kick it off with this one, which is the headline news. Tinubu creates new ministry, inaugurates livestock committee. So at last, we have now landed at that space. So essentially, a Fulani Herdsmen ministry. This is what Tinubu has created. So there's an element of surrender to this, by the way, but we'll get to that hopefully in the course of conversation. I'm not quite sure if I am 100% on board with this particular initiative, but there it is right there. There it is right there. Tinubu creates new ministry, inaugurates livestock committee. 1 month after correspondents exclusively reported the likely creation of a new ministry, President Bola Tinubu announced the establishment of the Ministry of Livestock Development on Tuesday. So there it is right there. Let's take it from the top again. I'll speak through it and then we'll run commentaries. So the room still needs populating. I'm not hearing the beepings of people coming in. 1 month after correspondents exclusively reported the likely creation of a new ministry, President Bola Tinubu announced the establishment of the Ministry of Livestock Development on Tuesday. It was announced during the inauguration of the Renewed Hope Livestock Reform Implementation Committee, established to address the issue of farmer-herder crisis. Present at the inauguration were the Vice President Kashim Shettima, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation George Akume, the Chief of Staff to the President Femi Gbajabiamila, amongst other cabinet members. Recall that President Tinubu in September 2023 approved the establishment of the Presidential Committee dedicated to the reform of the livestock industry and the provision of long-term solutions to the recurring clashes between herders and farmers in the country. This followed the submission of a report from the National Conference on Livestock Reforms and Mitigation of Associated Conflicts in Nigeria. The Miete Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria had tasked the president to create a livestock ministry. So, you know, I'm not liking this, but because let's see where it lands anyway. The Miete Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria had tasked the president to create livestock ministry. Al-Haji Baba Usman, I won't attempt his last name, Macban president, made the demand last month, saying pastoralists were looking for the creation of a full-blown ministry for livestock. The entire livestock value chain issue can be addressed holistically rather than what is going on now at the National Assembly, working to create a bill for animal husbandry and ranching. Ranching is just an aspect of livestock. Ranching is just an aspect of livestock. Instead of going for ranching, why can't the president create a pool-blown, and that would be a full, but the road pool. This is a P-O-O-L, so it's just a misspelled whatever it is, right? Anyway, the entire livestock value chain issue can be addressed holistically rather than what is going on now at the National Assembly, working to create a bill for animal husbandry and ranching. Ranching is just an aspect of livestock. Instead of going for ranching, why can't the president create a full-blown ministry for livestock so that all the value chain related to livestock issues can be addressed holistically by that ministry? Issues of production, processing, marketing, transportation, even security-related issues can be addressed if there is a ministry dedicated for that purpose. So that's the argument, and now we have the creation. The Ministry of Miete Allah created by Bola Tinubu. So the Ministry of Miete Allah created by Bola Tinubu Tinubu tasks Livestock Reforms Committee to on agricultural productivity. So this is I think this is the inauguration then of the said committee, I suspect, or this is just a stock picture. Tinubu tasks Livestock Reforms Committee on agricultural productivity. The president inaugurated the committee on Tuesday. The president inaugurated the committee on Tuesday in Abuja and appointed former chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Atahiru Jega, as co-chairman of the committee. So quite, it's turning into job for the boys again. And there's an underbelly of politics in there as well. A venomous critic of the Tinubu administration, Atahiru Jega. The president inaugurated the committee on Tuesday in Abuja and appointed former chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Atahiru Jega, as co-chairman of the committee. Tinubu said the livestock reforms would open up new opportunities to benefit farmers, herders, processors, and distributors in the livestock farming value chain. He emphasized that the implementation of the reforms would require the collective effort of members of the committee, drawn from the public and private sectors, state governors, and others. From here, I will appeal to everyone to remove every iota of partisan politics from this. I will assume the chairman of the committee as president and appoint Professor Atahiru Jega as my deputy and co-chair. So, for Tinubu to bring this particular ministry, essentially for Tinubu to bring this particular ministry into the presidency, which that should tell you then the importance of it. It's a security measure, isn't it? So for him to be the chairman of the oversight, it is then to tell you then that it is more of a security move than a livestock or a farming move. From here, I will appeal to everyone to remove every iota of partisan politics from this. I will assume the chairmanship of the committee as president and appoint Professor Atahiru Jega as my deputy and co-chair. This is not about politics. It is about opportunity. This is about our nation. While I may be absent, Jega will preside and continue to promote our objectives, the president said. He thanks the national chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Dr. Abdullahi Ganduje, for his efforts in assembling experts to ensure the activation of opportunities in the livestock sector. Tinubu stated that a Ministry of Livestock Development will be created further to explore the potential in the area. Well, when we have great opportunities in our state, why should Nigerians continue to experience conflict? With the caliber of people that are here, this presents a unique opportunity. Also, with the caliber of people that are here, this presents a unique opportunity. Also, delineate and establish a centric ministry called the Ministry of Livestock Development. I wonder how many ministry. I thought we had about 52, 53. This will be the 54th ministry now under the Tinubu administration. Talk about small government. It will give us the opportunity so that our veterinary doctors can have the necessary access to research and crossbreed. We can stop the wanton killing, Tinubu said. So I did say it's a security measure. He said that the traditional method of livestock farming would need to be reviewed and repositioned with the support of stakeholders. So that is to tell you. So, this is a coded language right here. So this is a precursor to the ending of open grazing. So that's essentially what it's saying. It says the traditional method of livestock farming will be reviewed and repositioned with the stakeholders. So that is to tell you then that, look, open grazing is not going to fly, which includes state government, in order to open up new opportunities for growth and prosperity. So I'm not sure that I'm not quite sure that growth and prosperity is the objective of open grazing. open grazing, a total of 55 ministries now, all of them not actually fit for purpose. Yes, the open grazing was never about growth and prosperity. It's essentially an act of intimidation. They roll those cattle around the country to intimidate indigenous and try to colonize new places. The president said the attorney general of the federation and minister of justice, Mr. Lateef Fagbemi, would ensure the removal of all legal obstacles to the implementation of the reforms, whilst the Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, will provide support for automation. Modern technology is available to us. We are ready to work. I said at the beginning with you, all of you, the solution is here and we must run with it. Any law that might inhibit the promotion and actualization of our objectives, the Attorney General is here. Please give it priority. And the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning is here. Create a budget for it to grow. And the Minister of Finance is here as well to work out the money, the president said. He also said the reforms would be comprehensive and collective, urging the support of all stakeholders. We need to provide the incentive to enable Nigerians to we need to provide the incentive to enable Nigerians to finally take advantage of livestock farming, dairy products, and cold chain logistics, which collectively offer substantial commercial and economic advantages. We have seen solutions and opportunities. With these adversities that have plagued us over the years, I believe that prosperity is here in your hands. The dairy industry contributes significantly to nutrition and food security, essentially, etc., etc. So it goes on and on, but I think we get the thrust of that. So we get the thrust of that. So let's get the thrust of this. This is a total deviation. So this next one now is a total deviation from what from that now previous. So this goes back to a narrative that the Ooni of Ife has been speaking to for quite a few months now. We are the same. Ooni of Ife speaks on Igbo ancestral links with the Yorubas. So in his previous commentary on that space, the Ooni of Ife told us that and the room is populating, by the way. If you want the conversation, you have to come on, but it's up to you guys, you know. In a previous commentary on this particular narrative, the Ooni of Ife told us that there's an ancient Igbo room within the Ooni's compound, within the Ooni's palace. So I think this is a progression from that. We are the same. Ooni of Ife speaks on Igbo's ancestral links with Yorubas. Oba Adeyeye Ogunwese, the Ooni of Ife, has said that there is a strong link between the Yorubas and the Igbos. Oba Ogunwese reaffirmed his position on the ties between the Yorubas and Igbo nations, saying the two ethnic groups are inseparable members of the same family. So yes, that's a political talk, but is there history to back it up? In a recent interview with correspondents, the Ooni of Ife urged Yorubas and Igbos to reconcile their differences and look at things that connect them rather than that divides them. His words: I tell people, and many people don't understand, that there is a strong link between the Yorubas and the Igbos. Let me use those two races. They are very ancient races. It's been proven that these two races are the oldest in the world. But when I try to establish the link between the Yorubas and the Igbos, a lot of people take it as a controversial thing. But let's break it down. It is true. We are the same. in my palace to date, I still have a house of Igbos, pronounced Igbo in pronounced as Igbo as in Igbo people. Where the Oni lives is called Ile Igbo. Igbo to the Yorubas and Ife is a new dawn. It is Igbo, and when you sleep, they say Odigbore, Odigbore. I think the Oni is stretching it a little bit. Yeah, I thought there was something a bit more tangible than no. I'm not sure that is. I'm not sure that's tangible enough for him to make that. But this now next one, I think we've already come across it. President Bola Tinubu appoints ex-INEC chairman Atahiru Jega to the committee to solve the herdsman farmer crisis. So I think we've already captured that in a previous readout. Let me take you to this one. Federal government plans to borrow another $2 billion crude oil-backed loan to boost the economy. So I suspect that every single drop of oil that is under the surface of Nigeria has already been mortgaged. I don't even know what is left there. Federal government plans to borrow another $2 billion crude oil-backed loan to boost the economy. So I don't know, man. The federal government is planning to borrow an additional $2 billion in crude oil-backed loans from international creditors to boost its financial inflow. Reuters reported that two sources familiar with the matter confirmed the details on Tuesday. In addition, Mele Kyari, the Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, informed Reuters that the National Oil Company is in discussion with international creditors to raise an oil-backed credit facility. This follows the recent revelation that NNPC is struggling to pay international oil traders a backlog of $6 billion amid subsidy removal. Kerry said the credit facility will help to boost its finances and allow investment in the oil and gas sector. However, the GCEO did not disclose the international financial body with which NNPC is in talks, nor the amount it is planning to raise from the transaction. So these are informations that should be in the public space. You know, we need to know how much you are raising, and we need to know who from. There is no national reason for it to be shrouded in secrecy, and it's not your personal money. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there. He did mention that the cash raised will be used for all the NNPC's business activities, including supporting production growth. It's the opaqueness and the abstractness of some of the wordings. I've never really once heard of a Nigerian borrowing that you're quite clear on what the money is being borrowed for. It's just these vague and opaque wordings. We want to use it for the digmatization and the higmatation to realign the digmatization measurement, and then you're just lost in the fog of it all. So what does this even mean? He did not mention, he did mention that the cash raised will be used for all of NNPC's business activities, including supporting production growth. What that has zero meaning. Zero meaning. We have no problem covering our gasoline payments. This is just money for normal business and not a desperate act. So if it is money for normal business, then why is it being borrowed? What's this? So if we don't understand what you're borrowing $2 billion, what is normal business? Man, what is normal business? We don't understand what you're borrowing $2 billion for. So what does normal business mean? It will be a syndication with critical but regular partners who have been in business with our company to forward the cash. They just African Bank's $3.3 billion loan is not sufficient. So if we start to tot up the amount of money that's been borrowed by these people just within 1 year, I think we're in the better part of $20 billion now. A $3 billion there, a $2 billion there. Oh, grab me a $5 billion there. If you tot up the monies borrowed by these people, all right, let's go back to the Ministry of the Ministry of Mietiala. What you need to know about the new Federal Ministry of Livestock Development. So, all right, it's a short read. So, Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu has announced the creation of a new ministry, the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development. Let's do that again. Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu has announced the creation of a new ministry, the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development. The announcement was made today, Tuesday, July the 9th, during the inauguration of the Renewed Hope Livestock Reforms Implementation Committee at the State House, etc., etc. The new ministry says, does this give us anything new? This doesn't give us anything new. It says, what's it telling us? It says, what you need to know about the new ministry. It's not telling us anything new. Okay, the new ministry is expected to drive the livestock sector with other agriculture projects under the Food Sustainability Project program. So, where's my, oh yeah, so it's there. Now I was looking for my Simon Ekpa headline. Yes, this has no meaning really. Let's just take it from the top, and I'll just speed through it. It's just about 3-4 paragraphs. Nigeria's President Bola Tinubu has announced the creation of a new ministry, the Ministry of the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development. The announcement was made today, Tuesday, July the 9th, during the inauguration of the Renewed Hope Livestock Reforms Implementation Committee at the State House in Abuja. The new ministry is expected to drive the livestock sector with other agriculture projects under the Food Sustainability Program. So I'm not quite sure why a standalone ministry should be created for livestock when we already have a Ministry of Agriculture. Is that duplicitousness that we continue to speak on? And then another retinue of budgetary and accoutrement of a ministry to be created then for another chancellor that just wants to throw agbada all over Nigeria. Last September, the president established a committee to address clashes between the herders and farmers and to bolster the livestock and dairy industry. This followed recommendations from the National Conference on Livestock Reforms and Mitigation of Associated Conflicts in Nigeria. The primary responsibility of the committee was to provide sector-specific solutions to the long-standing farmer-herder crisis. The committee presented the president with 21 recommendations, including the creation of a Ministry of Livestock Resources, along with other measures to help resolve the decade-long conflict between farmers and within farmers and nomadic cattle herders in the country. According to the president, the minister for the new ministry will be announced soon. If there's I'm not taking any bets that the minister for this ministry will be a northerner, a bit of hardened, hardboiled Boko Haram sort of a person. According to the president, the minister for the new ministry will be announced soon. It is expected that he will forward the name to the Senate for screening and confirmation if it is a new nominee. So there it is. So that's that space. Let's see. All right, two more. One readout, and then one light-hearted something from Instagram. So this is the last readout, and then we take one light-hearted something from Instagram. Right, Ekpa warns Obi Southeast leaders against negotiations for Nnamdi Kanu's release. So, of course, the last person that wants Nnamdi Kanu out of prison is Simon Ekpa, because, of course, then they'll have to duke it out. Ekpa wants to be Southeast leaders against negotiations for Kanu's release. Finland-based Biafran agitator Simon Ekpa has warned Southeast governors, lawmakers, and leaders. Let's do it again. Finland-based Biafran agitator Simon Ekpa has warned Southeast governors, lawmakers, and leaders to steer clear of negotiation with the federal government for the release of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu. Ekpa, the self-acclaimed prime minister of Biafra Republic government in exile, in a statement yesterday, said that the ongoing negotiation and appeal made by the region leaders to achieve the release of Kanu lacks legitimacy. This came as Southeast governors, groups from the region, and the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, recently drummed support for the release of Kanu as a panacea to peace in the region. Recently, senators from the region met with the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, to demand the release of the IPOB leader. The federal lawmakers, numbering about 15, were led to the parley by the senator representing Abia South, Yenaya Abaribe. I'm going to do that from the top again. I don't quite like the flow of Right, Finland-based Biafran agitator Simon Ekpa has warned Southeast governors, lawmakers, and leaders to steer clear of negotiations with the federal government for the release of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu. Ekpa, the self-acclaimed prime minister of Biafra Republic government in exile, in a statement yesterday, said that the ongoing negotiations and appeal made by the region leaders to achieve the release of Kanu lacks legitimacy. This came as Southeast governors, groups from the region, and the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, recently drummed support for the release of Kanu as a panacea to peace in the region. Recently, senators from the region met with the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, to demand the release of the IPOB leader. The federal lawmakers, numbering about 15, were led to the parley by the senator representing Abia South, Yenaya Abaribe. The meeting between the lawmakers and the AGF came after the Southeast governors resolved to approach President Bola Tinubu for Kanu's freedom. However, BRGIE, so Biafra Republic government in exile, that is it. However, BRGIE, headed by Ekpa, warned the governors and leaders against negotiations for a political solution, saying that it is only BRGIE that has the legitimate right to call for the release of Kanu and Biafra's declaration. He noted that those parading themselves in the name of negotiating for Kanu's release are sabotaging Biafra's liberation. So is he saying he's against again, very vague. So is he opposed to Nnamdi Kanu being released? Is that the position? Meanwhile, Kanu's special counsel Aloy Ejemako has said that the Nigerian government knows it can't convict the Biafra agitator with the level of evidence available. Ejemako, therefore, noted that it is time to end the trial of the IPOB leader. He stressed that Kanu was not subjected to judicial trial, but trial by ordeal. So that's Simon Ekpa then insisting that Kanu must not be released. So that's Simon Ekpa then insisting, of course, don't pause and stand in my gari. I think it's the phraseology there, isn't it? Don't pause and stand in my gari. So let me take you to this one now. This one is more of a light-hearted one. So this goes back to the Davido, marriage, the Davido whatever it is. So there is this there's this thing they say in Yoruba land. They call it Mugbomo branch. You know, so if you are not invited to something, but you turn up all dressed up anyway, looking to blag your way in. So they call that Mugbomo branch. You know, you are not invited, but you try to chance your way in. So these now ladies now, so they attempted Mugbomo branch on the Davido's wedding, and this is how it played out for them.
If they don't invite you, I'm on no go. I'm on no go.
So there it is right there. The hunt for that sugar daddy is real. The hunt for the sugar daddy very much real. So the hunt for the sugar daddy very much real. Let's play the Kegite music. Hopefully people turn up for the conversation. So we'll play the Kegite music and then we see how it plays out. But first, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Niriwa Gbeshe may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. I've got a couple more clips to play you as we wait for the room to populate. I'll play you two more clips. Let me play you. Oh, I've got 3 clips actually, but I've not yet uploaded the last one. So I'll play you the last one in the course of. But let me play you this one first.
Petrol is cheap in Nigeria compared to the United States. The United States is a bigger producer of crude oil compared to Nigeria. Where are the smart Nigerians? After people go to shout, school na scam, school na scam. A lady in the comment section came out and said, 100,000 naira NEPA bill is not even enough for her in a month on a 30k minimum wage. You where they collect 30k, let's assume say na 30k you they collect in a month. What you they find for area where then they pay 100k a month for NEPA? Anybody that is paying 100k per month for NEPA bill, which means you are anywhere above 100k before you can go and rent apartment in a location that they are paying 100k a month. Who are you trying to deceive? Who you not they lie to? I am not here coming out to say maybe Nigeria is sweet or Nigeria is better, but the way you come out and be complaining, minimum wage in the USA per month is $1,200. How can you make a logical explanation telling me that Americans are receiving $1,200 in a month? And then you don't want me to talk about the fact that they are paying $1,500 as rent in a month. You want me to talk about the earning that they are earning. You don't want me to talk about where they are spending the money. One person even went ahead and say, I am confusing minimum wage with standard of living. Why not they do like this now? I'm trying not to insult, but you are pushing me to the wall. It is impossible for you to talk about minimum wage without talking about standard of living, without talking about the cost of living. Because the minimum wage they collect, what they use and buy, they use and go toilet. If to say most of you go school, you for know that every government of every country pays you the amount that is enough for you to survive in that country. And majority of the time, it is not even enough. 1 month house rent in the USA is $1,500. 1 month minimum wage in the USA is $1,200. Even if you work for 1 month without eating. Do not forget that they will still tax you. It's not like Nigeria where they know that they will still tax you on top of that money that you collect. You know how some Nigerians still believe that rubbish that once you turn 18 in the United States, the government will start paying you salary automatically. Why would I do like this now? Why? When you just turn 18, the government of the country will just come and say, President General among that nation, or go and get a job. Another person say, average Americans fill their tank. Average Americans are on debt. Average Americans, we finish school, collect house on credit, collect car on credit, and be doing everything on credit. Some group of people, not one, not two, so many of them are in that comment section saying, Shebi fuel is 650 naira in Nigeria. Why is it not $650 in America? Shebi we are using naira and they are using dollar. You can see the level. You can see the level of what we are talking about. So when you go to Amazon and you see $1,000 there, do you pay 1,000 naira and say, me, I'm buying it from Nigeria now. I am supposed to pay you in naira. Or when you want to go to America and you see ticket of $1,000, you go there and say, I live in Nigeria. We use naira, so I'm going to pay you 1,000 naira. You will go and mumu, pack so many millions of naira, convert it to dollar, and then go and pay. But right now, your brain want to be working upside down.
And there it is right there, upside down brain by that guy. So I'll bring the panel up in a moment, but let me play this to counterweight some of the things that we played yesterday.
That small party. But how did the obedient movement end? The obedient movement end in a reckless attempt to infiltrate into Lagos and Yorubaland politics. Lagos is just a launching pad for them. And this is why we call a lot on Zeke's mindsets, because when Zeke started, Zeke wanted to use Lagos as his launching pad, but his obsession was for all of Yorubaland. This is what these guys are doing. They tried so much in Lagos, and then they had a pushback. Now they want to move to Ogun. Tomorrow they will move to Oyo. And the guy that spoke before me, I would really feel like you people should tone down on conspiracy theorist mindsets. If you know the status and the means that God has blessed people that are in Yoruba Rono, you will understand that those are not the kind of people that can be bought. I'm not the kind of guy that can be bought. Are Obìnrin Àkànṣe, Rock, those are not people
Bunker,
that can
you were
be
not
bought.
but they appeal to the ones that could be bought, appeal to your own higher self of your fight, and you joined them. You joined them.
This was
you possibly were not bought, but some people were paid to have a campaign against personality, not message.
All right, so that was sent in to counterweight a clip we played yesterday. There's more. Let me play you the second one.
And you bought it. So if those people can get somebody like you to buy it,
that's not
then
the
there's
Yoruba
a problem.
Rono.
There's a problem. And also, before you go forward, I don't like this attack of obedience, because I followed you guys to do that nonsense.
No, wait. No, I will let him finish.
No, I want to say, I don't want
let
to
him finish.
nonsense.
I will answer him. Oh my God. You just spoil the whole thing now. I won't answer him.
I'm not following them for that nonsense anymore. I follow them to do that nonsense during election. Oh, Igbos want to take over Lagos. Oh, Igbos are after Lagos. And they follow them and they shout, oh, protect Lagos on top waiting. Am I a mad person? I apologize to you people, obedience. Nigeria is for everybody. If you want to, anywhere you want to, that your money is, you have the right. Anywhere you are living, you have the right. You are Nigerian. This is my own position now. My position has shifted. I will not follow anybody to come and be fighting for Yoruba, for then a group of people to come and be insulting me. No, that cannot happen. Never.
Don't, because of handful number of people, to shame what you have always stood for. You have some of us that we have been behind you and we are still behind you because we know the intention of what you are doing. You understand? And that's why I said we should not relate. Sorry, that's
and you bought it. So if those people can get somebody like you to buy it,
that's
then
not
there's a problem. There's a problem. And also,
all right. So that is interactions with something or the other. The girl at the heart of the storm in the goings on in that space at the moment. So somebody sent that in to counterweight some of the narratives that we were having yesterday. So one final clip, and then I bring on the panelists that the session comments is so. This is Rotimi Amechi lending his voice to the burn the country down narrative that seems to have gained fervor at the moment.
Because you know the problem. Instead of Nigerians finding solutions to their problem, they are committing suicide. I'm praying for you every day that you should continue to commit suicide, so that by the time I wake up one day, all of you have died. I can now reap the benefit of your death by taking doses. What other people resist, like in Ghana, as is going on now, like in Kenya, is what Nigeria, no worry, not be 4 years. After 4 years, he will go. The man wins the second time, whether by magic or by crook or by reason. You know, not only 8 years. Not be good luck, not be good luck, don't go so. Not be well, don't go so. He will soon go. Another person will come and repeat the same thing. You'll be saying that until the day God will come. For those of us who are Christians. So I have chosen to be like you. Say nothing, hear and do.
So that's not Rotimi Amechi's first outing in that space. It's been somewhat dog whistling for people to rage against the country for quite a while now. Should he be picked up? Tell me your answer after the K guys. We play the K guys, the conversation commented.
Only water, where is Sima? Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Faila ti keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Iku Koniriwa Gbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us Joel of Nashville. Good to see you, Joel. Ekene in the house. Good to see you, Ekene. That's Thomas right there. Good to have you, Thomas. Kulata makes the list. Good to see you, Kulata. So good to see you, gentlemen. Let's kick it off with Joel. We never rarely ever start with Joel. So Joel, you're up first.
Yeah, thank you, One Man. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Joel of Nashville on the One Man Show. Thank you for the opportunity to be the first person to speak today. Interesting topic, One Man. Interesting topic. But let me go straight to that of the agriculture, the new livestock ministry.
Right.
So, One Man. You see, we are back at it again. We've been yearning for smaller government, but Tinubu has shown to be an expansionist. And it is not that it is kind of strategic. It is just found on...
Joel, before you go to the size of the government, go to the purpose of this ministry. So starting from there, if you could.
Okay. So for the purpose, I do not see the purpose of this ministry.
Right.
And that was the point I was trying to make, right? Even though they're creating, we have a Ministry of Agriculture. We have Ministry of Lands. And they have collaborative efforts. They can. I mean, they are good in forming ministries, as a ministry and committees. Can they have committees to take care of that? Do you need a ministry to address only livestock? I mean, so why are we not having ministry of coastal roads? It is baffling. There is no way you can explain it. We be yearning for a smaller government. Here we are. I don't know how many ministers. I've lost count. Probably it should be 50, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's 55 now.
55 ministries. Oh my God. So One Man, you see the ridiculousness. There is no way, there is no excuse for this. Now, what does this do? It creates a sense of redundancy. It's not a sense, it creates a redundancy. We have about 55, like you said, and we can only see 3 that are visible. Or topmost, say 4 that are visible. But let me play the devil's advocate. Could it be that they have plans but don't have the resources to push their plans out there? It could also be. Because I see no reason. I mean, you have Ministry of Livestock, you have Ministry of Agriculture. One Man, Nigeria, the more things change, the more things remain the same. It's not.
Do you not? Firstly, livestock is of strategic national importance, and the way it's being handled at the moment is somewhat archaic and not fit for purpose. There's one, but then there's also a security aspect to it. There's a lot of security concerns around that particular space, and so do not see purpose wrapped around those sort of spaces.
One Man, the ministry of the minister. I don't know who the minister is going to be, but I know where it's going. I know where it's going to come from.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So so let's look at it this way. The minister is not going to go. I know it could create like a tunnel and tension into the livestock sector. However, with the way we have seen the redundancy in the Tinubu government amongst its ministries, among all ministries, except for a few, can we say that this guy is going to do anything different? One man, look, let me tell you, he who pays the piper that takes the tune. Who are we trying to impress with this ministry? Some of you say Ministry of Fulani, some of you say Ministry of Herdsmen, but I would say it's Ministry of 2027. That's the way I see it. The Mighty Allah, they feel like, oh, their leader, one of their leaders or their leader was arrested and probably they're having friction. So he wants to, because that was a recommendation by the Mighty Allah. I remember when they were making that comment under Buhari. Buhari didn't do it. So why? So one man, I don't know. Look, one man, the minister is not going to go to the field to fight or to dialogue or do any of those.
But there was a committee set up, Joel. There was a committee set up that came up with this recommendation that there is purpose for this ministry, and if that ministry, if it kills two birds with one stone, because there's a need for an improvement in the livestock management of the country. The way livestock is being is so backward, it's almost unbelievable. Even for the African experience, it's a backward system. So there's to reposition and realign it and modernize. So there's that purpose first, and then there's also that security aspect too. And then there's wealth generation. So all of those things, there's special purpose and it's of such strategic in importance as well, and the nutrition of the country and all of that.
One man, stop defending these people in government. Stop defending them. Look, one man, what are they going to do or say that has not been in any recommendation in the past? That was why I was talking about the power of the presidency. Did you listen to the senators trying to defend open grazing? So what is the ministry going to do? Is it going to say, let's go to ranching? Will these people agree to ranching? They still believe that their cattle should still roam because they believe they can take their properties and business anywhere.
Yeah, but they have to be educated out of that culture, not beaten out of it. That's the thing. They have to be educated out of that culture.
You do not need a ministry to do that.
No, you need a ministry for the strategic importance of that particular industry space. Anyway.
No, one man, it's just total nonsense. It's just total. Look, the Ministry of Agriculture can adequately take care of this. You just have to have your committee. Even if you have the minister of this livestock ministry, he will still have committees. So if you can delegate it under the Ministry of Livestock, why don't you do it under the Ministry of Agriculture? Why can't you have the Ministry of Defense?
Yes, I had that argument as well. But like I said, they set up a committee. So the committee must have obviously felt that that space was too expansive to be nested within an existing ministry.
No. The one man, the buck stops at the table of Tinubu. Sometimes you use common sense.
No, what buck? What buck is stopping?
The buck stops, because if they make the recommendation to him,
yes,
that he should open up and he should create a new ministry, he should be able to tell them there's Ministry of Agriculture.
No, if there's a compelling argument, they will not just say do it now. If they present a compelling argument,
one man. No, create what they call it, a sub department under the Agricultural Ministry to take care of that, and get in everybody you have to get into the stuff and make this happen. You mustn't create ministry one man. So tomorrow, maybe, so at this rate, how many ministries are we going to? Oh my God. One man, it's not strategic at all.
It's not strategic.
It's not strategic at all.
Livestock is not strategic.
No, livestock, no, one man. The importance of livestock is we all know. The value chain in livestock, we all know. Don't forget, I also did some work on livestock before I left Nigeria. In fact, my dad was even a livestock farmer. So I know. But you can do those things under a ministry. The Ministry of Agriculture. You do not need a new ministry. So tomorrow, something comes up tomorrow, we create a new ministry. Because who recommended it? I mean, the composition of that committee, I had you read it out. Who were they? What was the composition? What part of the country were they coming from?
No, there will be industry experts now, not of course.
No. You read it out. The vice president was part of that committee, if I'm not mistaken. I think you read out some names.
Yeah, I read out the vice president is to oversight, but the ministry is actually the committee. That ministry is going to be nested within the presidency. That's one, and then it's going to be oversighted by the president and then co-chaired by Atahiru Jiga.
One man. Look, let me tell you something. Look, you just named the people. That's to tell you it's just another way of giving these guys another ministry. Just like we did with water resources, we've done with agriculture. What have they done with it? Right from time immemorial, they are ministers, perennial ministers of agriculture and all that. We keep giving these people ministries and they won't do anything with it. Just blowing up money anyhow.
You know, there are certain ministries that I agree with that that argument, like that blue economy. We've still not. It may well be a master stroke, but we've not seen anything. But this Ministry of Livestock, although we may mock that is a Fulani Herdsman ministry, but there's an argument for it. It's enough.
One man, look, let me tell you something before I go to the next. I don't want to waste my time on this nonsense. I think it's just a waste of time. There's nothing strategic about this. In fact, let me tell you, Yes Daddy TV said Ministry of Hookup. Ministry of Hookup would have made more sense to Nigerians than this Ministry of Livestock. What are we talking about? I mean, if you have Ministry of Hookup, it should be enjoyment, make people happy, and all that.
Najama, you like that one? The Ministry of Hookup. Only that one make you spark up.
Yeah. Do it. Can I ask a question?
I'm just joking. I mean, but I mean, it's ridiculous.
Good evening. Please, can I ask? I want to ask Joy one question, please.
Go ahead, brother.
You are complaining about the ministry, yes, which everybody is against it because the government is getting more enlarged, which are the country, they are complaining there is no money. But let's look at the nitty-gritty of this ministry. If it will stop the headers that we are complaining, killing people all over the country, is it not better for them to create it and stop that header clashes all over Nigeria?
My brother, you do not need a ministry.
No, wait, no, you don't understand me. Wait,
see.
When they raise, excuse me, it's just 1 minute. Let me complicate. When they raise this motion in the Senate, the problem is that they set up an ad hoc committee that will look into it. So when they look into it, I think the finding they got, that is why they have to create a ministry. Many of the
this one has nothing to do with this.
No, like you don't understand how it started. Let me just tell you. So many of the headers came out on TV, said they have to create a ministry for this Fulani to take care of them because these people, they don't benefit anything from Nigeria. Many state governors that are supposed to give land belongs to state governor. They are not going to give. They say they are not going to give land. That is the problem. So maybe this ministry now we help them to negotiate with the states and stop all this roaming cow around everywhere. So we have to give them some benefit of that. For me, if it will bring peace to Nigeria, that is only my own concern. Not thinking about the money they are going to spend, but it should bring peace to the nation. That is my own brother. Thank you.
Okay, and this is the issue, right? It will not bring no peace because you see, you have to look at it this way. It is an ideology for these people. So the movement of cattle, right, has to stop. That's it. It has to stop. And the reason why I'm saying this is this, right? It's like two people working against each other. If the Senate is saying, if the Senate, which are their representative, are saying, or some members of the Senate rather, are saying, look, that you cannot stop them from moving around. What do you think the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Livestock will do? Tell them
Yeah,
to
but that's
stop?
why they made this ministry now. Like, you don't even get when the thing started.
Hold on
You-
now,
No,
listen
no,
now.
no, no. You said it's not going to stop. No, I will never succumb to that one, what you are saying. Because if
No,
they
but
created this
if the
ministry,
Senate is
wait, my
saying
brother,
so, if people
wait,
at the
wait.
Senate
This
is
ministry
saying
is
so,
created. It's created. Let me tell you, it's created for the
well,
purpose of that nomadic people moving all around because it's their culture. Now, if they can negotiate with state to give them a place to stay and do
but
their
you don't need
ranching
a
there,
you don't need a new
it's not
ministry
better.
for that. You don't need a new ministry for that. The Ministry of Agriculture can negotiate that. If we see it as a security problem, the Ministry of Defense, the NSA, everyone should be on it. The Ministry of Livestock, the Minister of Livestock would not be the one to go talk to the state. If the Minister of Livestock could talk to the state, Ribadu could do it. The other what's his name? And the other
What concern the NSA
could
with
do it.
cow again?
So
What
why do we need? Why do we need a ministry for that? We do not need
Yeah,
a
I
ministry for that.
understand. No, I support what you are saying. Not that I'm against what you are saying, but I'm looking at the benefit and the good of the Nigeria, the larger picture. If this is the problem we have been having all over, look at what happened in Ondo. There's a video circulating. Look at farm. You understand? Even my own farm, I'm a farmer in Nigeria. I can tell you what happened in my farm last 2 months. You understand? But if this thing is this ministry, we bring peace. My brother, we have to embrace when we bring peace to Nigeria. If we really want Nigeria to work, we don't have to look at their bringing ministry. Are they going to create ministry and put a doma? It's not going to work. They have to
Look,
put
let me tell
Fulani
you. Let
to
me
head
tell
it.
you.
All right, Joe,
The Kanu
wrap up that
governor.
space. Wrap up that space, and then we'll go on.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Former Kanu governor and Ganduje at one point told them that he has enough land to ranch them all. They refused. So the issue there is this: whether you want to look at them, look. I don't want to be like the spanner in the wheel, but I think it's a dumb move. But if it's going to solve the problem, let it solve the problem. But I know for sure it's just another waste pipe. Thank you, Mama. Let me move to the next topic.
All right. So take us to the headline on the screen then. Simon Ekpa railing against the negotiations to release Nnamdi Kanu. It says the people negotiating have no legitimacy.
So when you were reading that article, I was away from my phone, but I wanted to know, like, okay, he does not want Obi and these guys to negotiate. Okay, fine. So is he going to do the negotiation?
Yeah, it says only he has the legitimacy to negotiate it, and any negotiations would compromise Biafra. So essentially, say no to the negotiations.
He's a fool. One man, that's the point, I keep making on this show. Sometimes we come on this show, we want to paint everyone with, the brush of people like Ekpa. So you want that man to stay there. Look, one man, let me just tell you what is going on. He's enjoying that attention now. If Kanu comes out, that attention will shift to Kanu. So he wants Kanu to die there, if it is possible. I'm not going to waste time on this. One man, I'm not a fan of both of them. However, the truth must be said. Nnamdi Kanu has no reason being in prison up to now. In the spirit of fairness, equity, and justice, that guy ought to be out. And I believe that if he's out, then we can now really address the insecurity issues in the Southeast, because most people that, okay, they sit at home, for instance, is tied to him. So if he's out and there's still a sit at home, then who is ordering it? Then we now know, we would like to know who the other people are, or who are those, giving those mandates. So there's a reason why that guy should be. There are many reasons why that guy should be out. It will also help, our security agency, because there's peace in Southeast. We can now, look other places where there are insecurity and help solve the insecurity issues in Nigeria. But for now, let's leave Ekpa. Ekpa is nobody. The Obi and the Southeast Eastern leaders should continue to pursue for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Is the just thing to do. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So let's go on from you then, Joel. Let's go to
one man. Just briefly on this FG try to borrow.
Oh yes, right. Go to that. Yes, yes. Go to that, and then
briefly. So one man, this when I had this, right, because there was a time Kulata came. I think that was like 6 months ago or so. I was talking about this crude oil back loan and all that. They're going to pay with crude oil and all that. Now, my problem is this. That's a question. If Nigeria were to divide today, are we going to still help Niger Delta pay this for this money? Because the oil we are talking about is the oil in their own ground. Are we going to help them pay this money? Because we are mortgaging our future. We are mortgaging the future of our unborn generation with all these loans. And my thing is this, just like, I talked about the livestock ministry. You see, there is no information, no details on what this money is meant for. Are you just borrowing for borrowing's sake? What is going on? And the worst thing is that Nigerians are not talking. And I know tonight I have some people here that will support this loan because they've sold their soul. But this is another way not to lead a country. This is one too many. Our borrowing is over, I think by now it should be going to over $22 to $25 billion in 1 year. And we cannot even say this is where the money went into. Not good. Thank you, one man. God bless you all.
All right, brilliant, excellent. I was going to go to Kulata, but let me go to Nigerman first to document him somewhat. So Nigerman, the conversation, we were talking about this Ministry for Livestock, which we derisively call a Ministry for Herdsmen. So we're talking about that. These new borrowings by the government, etc., etc. So yeah. And then Simon Ekpa rallying against the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Let's hear from you.
Let me just talk on the Ministry of Fulani Herdsmen. So that is what I call it on my own. That is Ministry of Fulani. Maybe Tinubu is seeking for a second time now. That is why you have to give them whatever. But no, that's a joke apart. But for me, honestly, if that ministry will solve the Nigeria problem, because since 2015, this Fulani something. Look at what happened in the video yesterday in the Southwest. That Amotekun, they used a cutlass to even cut that guy yesterday, to machete him, the Amotekun guy, when he was trying to defend the villagers. So if that will solve all these problems for all this either, because the killing is too much in the country, the farmer is not going to the farm again, hunger crisis all over the country. So I think Nigeria, we should look at the bigger picture of it, because all we need in that country, we need security. So if that will solve it, so let us support the government. We can't just be antagonizing to the government every time. But if they do something that is favor, fine, all the ministry is too much. But the one that we favor is us, we have to take it and hold to it. That is my own. So that is what we need to do. We can't just say because it's going to bring Fulani there. It's Fulani, let the Fulani head the place, no problem. Because somebody from from the Southwest is not going to head there. It's not going to make any information. Don't know the people. Let the people who know the Fulani, who know the nomadic, let them be there and take care of them and speak the language they understand to them, so that we will have peace in the country. Is when he talk about what is the Ganduje said we have a land that will contain all the old Fulani. What is the problem? Why did it go through? Because the government didn't respond. It didn't bring money. If there is no ministry, government cannot, federal government cannot just allocate money and give to the state because it's safe for saying say. We have to understand all these things. But if this one, for me, honestly, by 100%, I support the government for this one. If we solve the insecurity in Nigeria, I support it. That is all I can say about that one. Thank you. And let me go for the federal government borrowing, my brother. We don't know what Nigeria is up to anymore. So I don't know what to say because this borrowing.
I'm surprised there's still any oil left for them to borrow against. They've borrowed against.
Now, they are borrowing anticipated. It's not today. They borrow before they would treat the oil. They will borrow before they would treat the oil. Crude oil is not what you just have. Then you go and look for what you treat, and then you go and look for buyer. You don't understand. So they borrow in anticipation. So okay, we'll give you also oil. So they borrow. So Nigeria still have oil. Have enough there. I think so. Because if they don't have, I don't know why. Even though if there's no more oil, we still have a lot of mineral resources. Maybe they will sell the country one day, so all of us will start paying gbese. So we don't know where we are going because they are just borrowing left and right, and we are not seeing it. And even the worst of it, the state governor that we share this money with them, they are not doing anything. And with the citizens, we are not holding them accountable. Everybody we just focus on federal. I don't know how Tinubu is coming to my village and give me pipe-borne water or give me healthcare or give me primary school. I don't know how is that possible. It's my government. That is why I'm praying for this local government autonomy they are fighting the court. It should go through. That is, the Supreme Court should pronounce on it to give them that autonomy. I think that's section 7 and that 162. They should take it. We need a constitutional amendment there. They should amend it and separate it. That joint account should be separate. And because section 7 will stipulate it. It gives this local government power to do their own job, but no. This is all this problem is about for your problem. Because he's the one that gives this local government to the state in 2003 that we are facing today. Everybody is just there doing what we favor him, that when they left, they leave the burden to the citizen. 24 years, no development in the rural area. That's why people are migrating to the city. That is why we have more criminal, all these clashes everywhere. People are living in the rural area. No light, no road, nothing, no education. So I don't know if they should use this money. I don't know what they are using it for, honestly. They're just borrowing, debt servicing 98% of the total revenue to service debt, not even paying it. You don't know where we are going. I don't understand all this borrowing for what. Okay, they are borrowing to do what again? Maybe to subsidy the dollar or fuel or what? Because the fuel subsidy is there, $6 billion is there. Maybe that they still need that more. I think they have about 3.3. They still need more. You see? This is all the problem we are having. I don't know if you understand. Even the whole year, that direct swap, direct sales, what are they doing with it? Because they give you direct sales, then you refine it and bring it back to Nigeria. I think there's a law there. I don't know why. Where is those one? That's oil. Nobody just understand what Nigeria is going through, honestly. So we just see headline, read. At the end of the day, we run to drag ourselves. But the main people we're supposed to hold accountable. Nobody is fighting for the local government. Citizens are not fighting for local government autonomy. Nobody is supporting the federal government. What is in the court? So citizens, I think, if it's a same country, all of us should have been in the Supreme Court there every day by day, shouting. They should give a good judgment that all this governor now we have, that they should liberate the local government. People like we can go home and contest in local government election. If you have a good plan for your local government, you go home, contest. But how will you do it? So we don't know where we are going, my brother. I don't just understand the system of Nigeria. Sometimes I just tired just to.
All right. Do you want to give us a brief commentary on Simon Ekpa? Ekpa wants to obey Southeast leaders against negotiations for Nanda release.
My brother, I know all this Ekpa something. I don't almost like talking because it's so sentimental and emotional. So if you give a
It will turn to Bosbas, Abi.
No, because of I'm afraid, but something when you come to start claiming victims, something you generate, and a problem you generate, you start claiming victims. So I'll look at gaslighting. So I don't think I have so more people that live there will talk about it more better than me. Thank you.
All right, let me play you a Rotimi Amechi clip and then give us a brief commentary on that. And then I was going to go to Kulata, but Kulata, with your permission, let me go to Pansat first, then we'll make our way to you. Watch this and then give us a brief commentary on it.
Because you know the problem. Instead of Nigerians finding solutions to their problem, they are committing suicide. I'm praying for you every day that you should continue to commit suicide so that by the time I wake up one day, all of you have died. I can now reap the benefit of your death by taking doses. What other people resist, like in Ghana, as it's going on now, like in Kenya, is what Nigerians, no worry, not be 4 years. After 4 years, he will go. The man wins the second time, whether by magic or by crook or by reason. You don't be only 8 years. No be good luck, no be good luck don't go so, no be well don't go so. He go soon go. Another person will come and repeat the same thing. You'll be saying that until the day God will come. For those of us who are Christians. So I have chosen to be like you, say nothing, hear and do.
So what are you making of that? There seems to be this clamoring for people to go on the street.
I've seen sorry if I'm laughing. These people, Nigeria, we are so funny. Power is transient when they said it. Sometimes when these people are in power, they didn't see what they are doing. Well, they didn't listen to nobody. They are so arrogant. They are like emperor. You see, Odedena is in pain because all these people now look at the other man, Erufai. He talked to a musician. Talk to a reggae star. The other time, star. My best friend.
Did you see that clip as well? Not many people saw it. You saw him singing Bob Marley, Abi.
Bob Marley, I saw it every day.
Not many people saw it. I saw it.
One man, do you have the clip?
I can go and look for it. It's the most ridiculous of things.
You see these people, when they're in power, they believe that 8 years or 4 years is just forever to them. Look at Amechi, people don't react. Okay, because you lose election, you are still in pain. You're just talking out of pain because all these people are now in the streets. They Rufai, all of them in the streets now. So we should have react because you lose the primary. Abi, we should have burned the country down for you. Now these people I call them gaslighters. So I don't see anything. It was there during Buhari. If you go and watch all the interview during Buhari, this is the man that tell us they are paying 20. They were complaining about 5,000 naira. Train is 5,000 naira to interstate. This man went to Arise, was telling them in UK they are paying 20 pounds. That is doing favor for Nigeria with Nigeria resources, borrowed money that will be paid by unborn generation. But today he's telling us so rude. Every time, go and watch all his interviews during the Minister of Transportation. Very rude. But today he's trying to tell him that Nigeria don't react. We should come and react for you to be president. I bet they should go and see that, let them be suffering. If Nigeria, if Nigeria, everybody can be suffering like all these people now, because today Nigeria is not secure. Both you are rich, you are poor. They kidnap anybody. So they are not feeling it. We should,
he was arrogant though. He was very arrogant though.
Very arrogant, rude, my brother. That's why I don't go back to use that word. That's why I'm using rude. It's very rude. You can't. If you come to TV station, you must fight with the anchor. Go and watch all the interview. So now you're telling me, say, come and react. React for what? Nigeria don't react. React for what? You lose election in during the governorship election. You see Amechi come out. The ANEC is a wicked man. This one start talking nonsense. UAPC. So this is their own gaslighting. The people that we fall for it, Not people like us.
Are you surprised that he's not being probed? Because it was at the epicenter of the corruption in that Buhari administration.
There is one thing you have to understand, one man. Just look at the governors. Look at the president. It's like for me, just my opinion. I thought there's a document they signed there, maybe during this 1999 before they come that never probe your predecessor. You understand? Because none of them will prove any of them. This one will come. Do you expect APC to come and be probing APC? No. Look at Yaya Bello. We are hearing the what's the name? EFCC. They have put his name on the Interpol watch list. All those are jamboree. That is why when they put the loot, I don't want to hear those loot. Go and do your job. Don't tell me what do you want me to do to start yelling all over social media. That is your job. Arrest them, persecute them, jail them. So recover our money. That is why you are created as EFCC or ICPC. So they will not write 20 million, 40 million, 100 billion. Why are you telling us? Why are you telling us to start crying or to start shouting or having more headache? Do your job and recover our money for us. That is your job. So they are not going to probe them. I don't know who's going to probe them. Nobody's going to probe them. The one they said for Air is they didn't even attend the committee they said for 400 or something. What is the other one? Fubara that said they wanted to probe Wiki. Did we hear anything of it again? So none of them will do anything. So that I don't think of all these people. All I'm thinking how Nigeria should come and rally together and find a common goal. How we are going to salvage our life, our children, not we. We should live our own interest. How are going to salvage the other future, that country for our unborn children. That is only what we can do. Because if any of us is still thinking Nigeria should better, I want to save Nigeria for my own interest. That is the problem we are having. That is why no patriotism in Nigeria. Nobody wants to jettison in his own ambition for the common goal of the nation. That is the problem we are having. All these people, they are there. All of them were in power. In the river, it was like a godfather in the river before Wike take over. It was a DG campaign, DG for Buhari. You know, money, they have money. So today now, no more in power. It look like a rat. Nobody here up there. You want to be telling us, gaslighting us all over everywhere. Nobody will go and do that.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us at Niger Man. So that's Niger Man. So we make our way from Niger Man, and then we go to Pansat, from Pansat to Kulata, Ogbeni, Ekene. But on our way to Pansat, let's take a little musical interlude with Rastaman El Rufai. Rastaman El Rufai.
It's a new sign. It's a new day. Pick it up. Are you picking up yet? Jala, Jala, protect us. Jala.
So that's El Rufai. That came out just after he was dumped and used and abused and dumped by
That tape was 4 years ago.
Was it for no, it came out after it was rejected by
some people dug it out. It was 4 years ago.
Oh, was it? Oh, all right.
It was a very
okay. Because when I saw it was after they abandoned him at the Senate, saying that he didn't pass security. But
I'll look for it and send you 4 years ago link to that.
All right. Do that. So that's it. Rastaman El Rufai still. So Rastaman El Rufai to MC Pansat. Pansat, you're up next. Pansat, you've unmuted, so now speak. Are you there, Pansat? Pansat?
Can you hear me?
We can now. Good to have you.
Okay, my microphone. Let me say hello to you, the host of this show. And by the way, I'm just flabbergasted by El Rufai. That kind of humanizes me a little bit. I've never seen him like that. And it's good to see that. I don't care if it's 4 years ago. But I want to address, if you don't mind, before I go to your main thing here, could you show me the names of everybody who's here again? Because your graphic is covering the name. The last speaker, actually. What's his name, the last speaker? He and I will cross paths once in a while. What's the name of the last speaker?
It's called Niger Man.
Niger Man, exactly. Sorry about that, Niger Man. I want to address you because you and I, we've crossed paths a lot. And I find you to be very confusing when you speak. You want to throw everything together like that's there are no rights and wrongs. And it's hard to pin you down. There's a disconcert in your commentary. You mystify me. It's perplexing. So it's discombobulative when you're speaking. I don't know where you stand. We have problem in our country. There should be right and wrong, clarity. You just can't throw everything in there. Do you want absence or do you want presence of justice in the country? Do you accept or do you refuse progressiveness? Do you want accurate or do you want inaccurate information? Are you there to push for advantage over disadvantage for our country? Do you want us alive or do you want us dead? Do you want us to be ancient or do you want us to modernize? Are you here to provide answers or are you here to pile on questions? Do you want abundance or do you want scarcity in our country? Do you want us to advance or do you want us to retreat? You want us to be artificial, just come here and talk artificially, or do you want us to be natural? Because when you talk about justice, Martin Luther King, he made it very clear. He says, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. You see, a lot of our people, some are sacrificing their lives, like Showore and others. They're fighting for everybody. Some of them, they get it wrong sometimes. Some used to be bad, like the former governor of Rivers State, you playing his thing there. Maybe they were wrong at some point, and then they tried to make amends and then try and jump on to do the right thing. So dividers win in the short term, of which it looks like you're proud of some people because they're winning. Dividers win in the short term. Uniters win in the long term. Destroyers win in the short term. Builders win in the long term. Haters and harmers win in the short term. Lovers and healers win in the long term. So you have to choose to be a healer, choose to be a uniter, choose to be a builder. Every time
it's clearly not rising to the base. So shall we not just move on?
This is what you do, one man. Like when I'm here talking.
No. You've been trying to read him in. It's not responding.
No, it's not. Look, I don't care what he does. I'm not insulting him. I have to land. Every time I talk, you come in with a little talk like that to make me look bad. People know you. People know me out there in the social media. There is no way you don't know by now that I'm a very serious panelist when I come here. I'm not here to play. So when you try to make me look bad or have me talk the way I'm talking now, what do you gain from that? You don't make me, so you cannot destroy me.
Nobody's out to destroy you.
Let me land.
You ran commentaries on the guy. He's not responding. So let's move.
He's not supposed to respond. He's not. What is he gonna respond? What have I said that's not true? No, you tell me. Criticize. Tell me. What am I doing wrong? He just went here and he talked. You can't take away. I don't know which side he's on. It's personality based. He said he doesn't really want to get on the ground and speak his mind because it's going to lead to people make tribalizing it basically. So he's staying away, but he makes his point quite vividly. So all I'm asking you, every time I'm speaking, why do you jump in to make me stay away from? I was trying to land something. He understands. He and I we talk. Sometimes we get along, sometimes we don't. But I listen to him very carefully. He doesn't come here a lot, and I'm trying to speak in broad terms. So instead of you allowing that conversation to go on, you intervene and try to create a conflict. There's nothing I'm saying that's abusive. There's nothing I'm saying that is out of order. So can I continue?
The floor is yours. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So all I'm asking the last speaker to do is to make his position clear when he's up addressing us. Blame or praise, bitter or sweet, broad or narrow. We have to choose which way the country goes. That's why I was making it in stock terms. There are things, there are no middle ground. There are no middle grounds. It's not about baiting. I'm not baiting him to come in here. He and I, we're from the same country, and we come out here seriously to tackle issues. If we want calmness in the country, if we want tranquility, we must embrace the truth. If we have to progress, we have to embrace the truth. That's all. That is, you cannot judge things just by tactical defeats for certain people or certain area or certain religion or whatever it is. They're just winning tactfully. But what about looking at long-term strategic win for our country, our continent, our people? So that's all I'm going to say. Obviously, I don't want to overharp it. I would address the it looks like every time I come here, I'm trying to condescend and talk to people, but almost all our people, even the ones who know better. You know, I'm not here to be accommodating, affable, amiable, friendly. At the same time, it's in my nature to be courteous and be considerate. So, having said that, let's go to the topics you want to talk about. One man, I'm sorry about that.
Wama, please, 1 minute before you go to the topic. Can I just speak for 30 seconds, please?
Oh, absolutely.
What is it? Pastor, I don't expect you that my submission must go well with you. You understand? So there is a topic there. If you come, you challenge the topic, not the personality. Whatever I say, I don't expect it to go well with you, and it can never go well with you. It's my opinion. I just give my opinion. I'm not the one ruling the country. My opinion, you are just like me, common citizen. Whatever you say yet in 1 million years cannot change anything, any policy in Nigeria, even me. So
right.
you have
could I ask you a question then?
No, I don't want to answer it. I don't want to go.
Okay. Let me make it to where you don't have to answer. But when somebody gives their opinion, could he be judged to be correct or incorrect? Those who are listening to your opinion, could they come in and say, this is correct, this is incorrect, or this is clever and this is stupid?
No,
right?
that is what
Hold on. You said you don't want to answer, so just
I listen to you for all you finish your ranting before I answer. So I don't.
I know, but you did come in for 30 seconds, and then I am.
You didn't even let me finish my 30 seconds. You interject me.
All right, go ahead.
So I've told you, my submission must never go well with you, and it can never. That is why we are all diverse. Your problem is not my problem. What you want in your constituency is not what I want in my constituency. What you want in your local government is not what I want. We have to understand this and respect ourselves and have understanding. That is it.
Okay.
All of us must not agree on one thing. Yeah.
Are you done? Okay.
So that's what I was saying. Man. Sorry, Panzer. Najaman, Fisile.
What does that mean? What's Fisile? Are you done, Kulata?
Yeah. So are you ready for us now?
Yeah. Let me just say one thing before he does that. A lot of people, they say here, hey, you're entitled to your opinion. Don't let somebody speak. Yes, absolutely. Speak your opinion. But your opinion is still subject to...
Apologies, Pansat, but let me acknowledge this. I think this is this must be the first ever Nigerian super chat we've ever had, and it's coming from Emmy. So well done. Actually, I'll screen grab that. So well done, Emmy. So carry on, Pansat.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, somebody's entitled to their opinion, absolutely, but that's not the end of it. You could say your opinion, and then somebody could come back in and criticize your opinion, just like I'm doing here. The fact that you live you from a different constituency, that's none of my business. That is, I don't come here to speak for any particular constituency. I don't come here to speak for my village. I don't care what kind of village you come from. But when you come here and we just don't look at the text of what you're saying, we look at the spirit. All I've asked is, what you have your synonyms, you have your antonyms. Which one do you want?
Well, man, you are not trying to control it. I try to be patient, but you are letting it go. If I can't go rowdy, I tried my solution. Stop it. Leave me. I came in, I speak to all the topic, and I drop.
Ṣùgbọ́n Yorùbá, ṣebí Yorùbá ni Kùlátà bẹ̀rẹ̀ sọ́nsìn. Ṣùgbọ́n Yorùbá. Ó mọ̀ pé ó sinmi díẹ̀ náà, ó mọ̀ pé kò pé lórí, so.
All right. Anyway, so one man, it's time now. Let me reclaim my time, and let me just actually finish up that thing, because it's not just to him; it's to every one of these people that come on this platform. Are you dainty or are you clumsy? Are you dark or are you light? Are you deep or are you shallow? Are you here to preach despair or hope? Dismal or cheerful? So it's the ebb and flow. We have to stop you, find out which camp are you in.
Are you in the church that you are looking for?
Will you please mute the guy now?
Are you in church? Are you in church that you are looking for who?
I'm trying to beat you over the head for throwing confusion all over the place. When you have
you beat me over the head. Please go on.
Just it's not. Anyway, one man. Let's move on. I believe that.
All right. Yes. I think we all did. So launch us then into the Fulani Herdsmen ministry that Tinubu has just created.
Okay. Now, you see, we as Africans, when we wear our African hat, we have compassion. We want long-term solutions for people who are affected by active deserts, and that should be planned, worked out together with people such as United Nations. That's a separate thing altogether. But if anybody is planning on sneaking in, Roga, for example, right? Taking indigenous people's lands or putting indigenous people in camps like they're doing in Benue Plateau. Well, they got something else coming. It's never going to work. It's never going to happen. Like you described, one man, sometimes you mix up your jokes with your serious stuff. You know this is not right. We have a lot of problems in that country. We have to have some kind of plan for the country. Put our priorities in order. People have to go to school. We have to follow our constitution. Are you creating a ministry of livestock? Don't we have other things that could accommodate something like that right now? Department of Agriculture or whatever. There's so many things that we have.
A committee was set up that identified that need. It wasn't just randomly done.
All right, fine. Believe me, we're not there on the ground to know why they're doing something, but it could be done. That's okay. But we'll know who we've got here. I just want to, like I said earlier, that arc of justice that Martin Luther King talks about, it bends towards justice. There's no other way. You could win in the short term, but we're never going to allow them to do what they're trying to do. It's never going to happen. Tinubu is a politician maybe in order for him to stay there and he be forced to do things like this, but eventually we're not going to let it happen. If those people need to be helped, have them integrated into the society, then it has to be done that way. They have to go to school. There's no shortcut to it. No matter what it is you're doing, farming, livestock, go to school. You have to go to school. You saw me at Dr. Damage's the other day, and there was a guy who came up with his own constitution. And I was telling him, look, you want to write a constitution, go to school. That's where it works. I hope many people don't understand that. Sometimes it's unfair. You may have the best talent in the world. If you don't go to school, that alone stops you. It doesn't matter. It's not fair, but that's the way it is. You cannot pull a constitution out of your ass because there's a lot involved in putting down a constitution. It comes from the people. You don't write a constitution. First, if you went to school, you know that that's not how it works. People send delegates to go and put together a constitution. You don't go because you're an army colonel. You come out and you write a constitution. And then when I pressed him, he says, hey, I used to manage a lot of people, 1,000 people. What does it take to manage 1,000 soldiers? You tell them get on the ground and they'll get on the ground. You cannot tell Nigerians to get on the ground. The soldiers obey the last order from their superiors. You know, you have a commander-in-chief like Tinubu right now. He's not a commander-in-chief of Nigerian people. He's commander-in-chief of the armed forces. So I'm using that analogy to say that livestock is nothing you go setting up a ministry for. It's political. And we're not going to let them do it, no matter how they come about it. So there's no reason to waste too much time on the topic. If they're doing a long-term thing to affect the desertification of that area in their own area, wherever the hell they're coming from, I'm for it. There should be something put together to accommodate those people that are affected and displaced. But it's not going to be done by force because they think they could defeat us in a war, or they're going to be able to handle Tinubu and all that. That's pure nonsense. It's never going to work. There are indigenous people in Nigeria. That's just the way Nigeria came. You have Hausas and their people there, other minorities over there. You have Yorubas and their own people over there. Then you have the Igbos and our own people over there. People like the last speaker come under one of those, whether he likes it or not. He has to choose sides. It's a minority. And in this case, he was speaking Yoruba to him here, and he was understanding. I don't know what he was talking about because I'm an Igbo man. So that's where that works. Let's go to the next one.
All right. The next one really is pretty much in the same direction. So, no, actually, don't let me take you to Simon Ekpa yet. Let me take you to this one. Federal government plans to borrow another $2 billion crude oil-backed loan to boost the economy. So as a stimulus, your commentaries on that?
Well, you know, they borrowing money, nobody should be against it. It's what they're doing with the money they borrowed. And people like Kulata, they've talked about this stuff over and over and over. You know,
just to not to interrupt you, but I actually agree with that as well. I read through it, and the reason that they gave, it was opaque and vague. You couldn't. They say for operational, there was nothing you could say in there to justify the borrowings of $2 billion. They did not disclose who they were borrowing it from, or the terms. Then they just said they are borrowing. And if you start to tot up the amount of borrowings, that's because there was reference to the 3.3 billion that they got from Afrexim Bank. If you start to tot up the borrowings that is just coming out of the 1 year of this administration, it's quite a lot.
Exactly. And you know,
one man, please, sorry, 1 minute, 1 minute, please. Pansat, you see, sir. I don't want to go to gutter with you, but you are trying to force me. You are trying to force me. Because all you want me to go to gutter with you this night. And if you want it, I'm ready back for you now. Because I jumped out before. You never keep quiet. You just start measuring my name. If that's what you want, let me give it to you once and for all.
I'm not done. I'm postponing things towards the end so they don't kick me out of the platform. But if you want to go into the gutter with me, why not? All I have to do is listen to you talk, because you're going to be making a fool out of yourself. Go ahead.
No, you are the one making a fool out of yourself, man.
Go
if you're
ahead.
making a fool out of yourself, They give you a topic. Joel was there, the first speaker. He speak to the topic and drop, and I was called. I speak to the topic, and you have been there for more than 10, 15 minutes, making nothing to the topic, just against one person. What is my opinion need to do with what you have to say? What is my opinion need to do with your suggestion? That is just my opinion. It cannot change anything. Whatever you say here, this person can never change anything. The ministry have been constructed and it have been established. What me and you are going to do? Nothing. So why not do you make it personal about me? For you to challenge the issue, you are challenging me. Am I the president, or am I the minister that we had the commission? No. So what was my whole point?
Okay, let me tell you what.
Then you have to go down. You are a minority. What is the meaning when you say minority?
Let me answer. Hold on. Let me tell you why I'm going at you. Right? As a matter of fact, I said it before I started speaking. I said you're baffling. You're bewildering, right? Perplexing, actually upsetting, difficult and confounding when you're speaking with a complex and a complicated manner. So it was disconcerting. And it's
why don't you contact me with a superior argument?
That's exactly
submission.
That's exactly
you cannot tell me the way I speak. I'm not your son. I'm not your son.
I heard you out, so let me.
No, you don't. Let me correct you. You don't have the rights.
I want you to be safe.
You don't have the power to tell me how to speak.
Okay,
that is not your right. If you are saying that I'm minority, you that is majority. Have a president come from your own majority?
Define minority to me. Define
minority.
minority.
The president come from your own majority?
What is a minority to you?
I don't know. I don't want to know. You are 21% of the population. You are not up to 50%. You are a minority.
Okay, thank you. So
what is your problem with that? You don't have anything to say. You don't speak to the issue. All you want to say.
I was talking to
you. You'll be talking all day. You'll be talking all day. I keep it quiet. Do you think I'm a fool?
Yeah, making noise.
Do you think I'm talking because you are hype up? Do you think I'm afraid of talking hype up?
You're making noise. Right?
You are making noise. You are making noise because whenever you are drunk or you are insane, you want to come here and attack people all over the platform. That's why you have banned most of the platform who are not respected, and you are stupid. You are crazy.
But let me tell you,
you are an idiot.
Right? Let me tell you,
if you are phobia and take your hype up to your start and kill your people and cannibalize your people. Don't you ever in your life, in your generation, or any of your family, or any of your generation, speak whenever I'm speaking. You are a fucking terrorist. You are a idiot. Never in your life. You this drunkard. Right? You this, I don't know, maybe you take something more than alcohol. You take something, maybe something like Mexico powder that disturb you, that you want to talk, you want to bully people. You are so stupid. You are so ignorant. You are so myopic thinking. You are so nothing in the head. You this
iPod out of here.
You don't want to. You not the kind of stop.
Show me your wits now.
People, right? You are telling all over the world. You are stupid. You are stupid, and I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Believe me. Take it to the bank. The 54 billion pounds you people loot in my bank in the Midwest. You people are going to pay it with your blood. I tell you. Take it to the bank. For all this you are doing, your home is too much. You disciple, your home people is too much. It's getting too much.
You're making noise. I don't believe
your generation is making noise.
You're a saphead.
Your generation is making noise, man.
Right?
You're a stupid. You are idiot.
You're an ignoramus. You're a
no, I'm not ignoramus here.
You're a
because you come here, you can never challenge the issue. You are challenging personality. From my own opinion, you are stupid.
All right. A saphead. Right?
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you. So hopefully you got what we were after, Pansat. So now let's not get.
No, I did, because I want to make a fool of himself. He's a saphead. Everything on that boy's mind is Igbos. That's all. He says we're 21% of the population. This is somebody that my village is bigger than his state. His whole thing is to insult the Igbos without facts. So he thinks he can fool anybody. He comes here hiding under Yorubas, and then you are.
You must be stupid. You think I'm like you? You think I'm like you that you're looking for a good friend to insult people? I don't under Yoruba. You see your myopic brain. You're thinking you're living under Yoruba. Your own mind. You are talking. I wonder the kind of family that called you their uncle or sister. I wonder.
All right, Najaman and Pansad. Let's get back to the. So
Just
we've had
remove the
that
guy,
little
please.
No.
If you have any
Certainly no.
respect, you won't let that boy respond to me. Period.
No, you prodded
I
at
didn't do
him.
anything to him. No, I did not. Look,
I told you not to do it. You said you
one man.
insisted that you
One
would.
man. No, listen to me.
But,
I don't mind that. This you set up a platform. Nigerians, serious Nigerians, come on the platform. We're supposed to really be allowed to espouse our views, correct some, do this. We're supposed to be open. That is, I mean, I didn't insult this guy when I came here. I came here to touch on what he's talking about.
Shall we just get back to the topic?
Let's go back to what we're talking about.
You were talking about Tinubu's borrowing.
Borrowing, and I'm saying there's nothing wrong with somebody borrowing money, for example, because, for example, Tinubu inherited a horrible economy. I mean, we had somebody who came in, spent all our money, borrowed a bunch of money, sold our petroleum in advance as a petroleum minister and president. So no matter how Tinubu got into office, so he's working with meager resources. A lot of people don't understand. For example, our budget is $26 billion, right? A company such as Walmart, the revenue of Walmart is $648 billion. One company, $648 billion. Amazon, $574 billion. Saudi Arabian Oil Company, $494, almost $500 billion. China Petroleum, $414. Apple, $383 billion. Just for like one company. Now we have 210 million Nigerians, and the budget is under $30 billion. That's not gonna work. So you borrow money. If it was a sound government, never mind that this is an illegitimate government, obviously. So Nigerians aren't gonna get Jeffersonian presidency. So, but that's not what you're asking us to talk about. You're talking about the borrowing. And what I would just say to you now, I've made a resolution over the last week or so. I'm not really going to be concerned about Nigeria in the short term. It's not my business. Let them starve. Let them. You want this guy in office. This is what you're going to get. If there were money there to be taken, they would take it. If there's none, they're going to borrow money and take that money. They're not there to do anything. You know that already. There's nobody here who doesn't know that. So the point is, what do you want? Like I was posing for the minority guy there that spoke last before me. What do you want? You can't have it both ways. If you have a government like Tinubu coming, I mean, one man imagine Tinubu and his gang, or Buhari and his gang. What do you think you're going to get when you have people like this coming to office? There's nobody who doesn't know. So now, what I've resolved to do is to look for the long term. All these are going to pass away. It's a finite amount of money. Now, for those who like to jab at maybe the Southeasterners and say, okay, look, you're complaining because this money is not going to your region. Let our guy take the money. It's a finite amount of money. They're not going to give it to you more than they're going to give it to me. So we're just going to have to resolve and to wait until we can do the right thing, take our country back, because there's no, I mean, what else can you do? I've already said to you, and I was surprised you agreed with me. You said the only thing you agree with me of all these nuggets I drop here daily is that we need a country whereby the three branches of government are equal and they check one another. There are checks and balances. So when you go to borrow money, we know that it has been resolved. All three branches agree that you need to borrow money.
Pansat, I think there's universal. I think there's universal agreement on that. The way the Nigerian structure is, the way the Nigerian system is structured is never going to serve any meaningful purpose, because all the checkmates are beholden to the central space. The judiciary is beholden to the presidency. The parliament are beholden to the presidency, and they just have that dependency to that space. So we are never going to. There's no balance. There's no check. There's nothing.
Right.
It's just like a field but yeah, no, it will never get anything meaningful out of that country the way it's structured.
Right, unless that's done. It's so fundamental to democracy that if you're not doing that, you might as well have a military regime, right? Unless you have an adversarial, co-equal branches of government, they come in that three: executive, judiciary, and legislative, and they have to each check one another, often adversarially. Unless you have that, you don't have anything. In the case of Nigeria, because it's such a simple country, once you have that, we're home free. We got it made. In essence, those who are pursuing whatever goal they are doing, the activists, all they have to do is find a way to make sure that we have three equal branches of government like we have here in the United States. A president is not a king. If you do something wrong, you could be removed by Congress, or a governor. You can be impeached. It's difficult to do it, but it's doable. Depends on what you're doing. For example, if you go and you, like what Buhari did, these people are printing money. These people are appointing themselves to be president and the oil minister. And I went through that constitution looking for that particular thing. It's against the constitution of our country. It states it very clearly that anybody who is president cannot hold another post, period. You can't. It's very, very clear. It's not even hidden. It's right there at the top. And I will quote you that particular verse before I get off this session, okay? Because now what I'm saying is that unless we have this particular doctrine where they are equal and they are adversarial and they check one another, we're wasting our time. And I would not be worried about the short-term.
I have to say I agree with you. I'm loath to say I agree with you because by natural instinct, I don't care to. But yes, yeah. It's a rubbish system we have been. That country can never work the way the place is structured. Everybody going to do Rankadede and Asorok. They look at the Senate president always gushing and effusive. He gets to appoint the chief justice. So the chief justice then becomes beholden to him. He appoints the INEC chairman. The INEC chairman becomes beholden to him. He influences the appointment of the Senate president. The parliament becomes beholden to him. He controls the purse strings. The guy, it's just, oh God, it can never work.
Today, Wike's wife was confirmed to be in the appellate court justice.
And children of the chief justice as well were given. Right.
So we're not serious. So all we have to do, we just leave that area. I'll go. Ekpa is the next one, right?
Yes, yes. So he's riding against negotiations to release Nnamdi Kanu for reasons of dollars.
Yeah, I really don't read it that way. As you know, I'm a supporter of Ekpa, Simon Ekpa. He's doing
more so than Nnamdi Kanu. You support?
No, I support them equally. I disagree with both of them because of what they want is small to what I want. I'm to the right of both of them, but he's doing his work with his ability. I don't read that kind of meaning into what you're saying. Remember, I don't know if you watched when Ekpa came on Dr. Damages, and I was able to question him, and I said, "Ride on. You haven't broken the law. I support you. Even though I'm to your right, you have to do what you can to your ability." And I believe he's doing a fantastic job. He's being taken out of contest. I'm not here to defend him. He could defend himself. He's got a bigger bullhorn. No, he's a Nigerian activist doing his own thing, just like Showere. It's the same thing. They were
what about how his position? I'm not sure you were part of the readout, but his position is that the people negotiating for the release of Nnamdi Kanu, they don't have the legitimacy to do that. The negotiation for Nnamdi Kanu has to come under his purview. Biafra Republic in diaspora, whatever it is that he claims to straddle. So he says only that space can negotiate Nnamdi Kanu, and that there will be no compromise on the Biafra narrative. So he essentially is essentially weighing his space against the negotiations.
Yes, I agree with him on that. Those people do not have anything. There's nothing to negotiate. Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped by a Nigerian state. He came to their court. He went through the court process, and he won. Now, a political solution, yes. People should get together and do the needful, right? There shouldn't be any negotiation as such. The Nigerian state are known to be very violent. They bide Abiola in prison. They put Awolowo, convicted him of treasonous offenses. They've done a lot of things in the past. They killed the leader of the Boko Haram in custody. So who knows what they're gonna do? But what we're not going to do is to say that a lie is the truth. So they have the upper hand somehow. Now, I know you don't like me going into the reason why Nnamdi Kanu is in custody. I won't do that. It's your platform. I get the hint. Nnamdi Kanu, if you see him, he's not sweating.
No. You can speak freely. Also, I don't like the idea of anybody feeling or saying that they are constrained. It's just keep it within the realms of facts, not within the realms of
No, I do say it's my opinion, right? So that's as much as I can go to say that I don't have any what do you call it, inside information or something like that. But I'm a very, very observant person, as you've noticed. Very smart, sharp. I've said that the way I see what's going on, we have internal enemies and we have outside enemies who don't want us to do well. They don't want us to be peaceful, right? They don't want us to have quietude, tranquility in our country, equanimity, placidness, joy. They don't want that. They don't want harmony. They don't want us to get along. So they're playing us. Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned by the dumbest government in the world. Somehow they're able to go to Kenya without Kenya approval and apprehended Nnamdi Kanu and brought him back. And everyone's clapping for them. Meanwhile, by happenstance, a month or so, Nnamdi Kanu was in United Kingdom abusing, quote unquote, the Brits in a foreign land over there. And somehow, that same ambassador at the time, remember she came from Zimbabwe. Before she left that Zimbabwe, she's shot up there, what you may call it, inflation to millions. Without a heart, they destroy that country. Because over there, Zimbabwe wanted to retrieve some land from the white folks. Now, when Mugabe was a bad actor, he was okay. And having all these white folks take their land. So these white folks have vast amounts of land. But the center over there, not that the person she replaced was any good, but anyway, by the time she was done over there, that country was destroyed and the inflation went to millions. And then she was transferred to our country. I'm speaking about Miss Lang now. I know you are in UK, so I'm not going to be too controversial, so they don't start looking for you. But the Brits are no spring chicken. They know exactly what they're doing. Nnamdi Kanu holds some kind of diplomatic stuff against a citizen. I'm using that word very loosely because not even the Brits themselves, white folks, are citizens in their country. They're subjects, something they call subjects. They've always been. Never elected a head of state in their lives. But so when I'm using the word citizen, I don't mean it in the sense like, say, a U.S. citizen, for example. But then Nnamdi Kanu holds some kind of passport over there, and he was beginning to arc them. So that woman, that Miss Lang, destroyed our country. He helped a former military thug, Buhari, overcome an incumbent president who is a civilian, Jonathan. He did all kinds of things. And we inherited...
All right. Start to bring it on, Pansa, then we'll go on to Kulata.
Okay, so like I was saying, Nnamdi Kanu came to Kenya to me under mysterious circumstances. Now, unless you say, oh, the Brits, they're good, they can never do anything bad. Of course, you're going to be wrong. I believe that he's drugged and kept and landed over there in Kenya because they couldn't just kidnap him from Britain and take him out. What is he doing in Kenya? So that guy is a day or two I was listening to a broadcast he was doing. He wasn't planning on going to Kenya. So somehow
that wasn't alleged by his space though. Because it speaks via it puts out a lot, but that's never been theorized.
You gotta be as smart as me to think that far, right? I'm the one who I'm trying to tell you what I think. Probably the first time I'm saying it, but I actually know that. And I believe that Nnamdi Kanu is not the regular prisoner, right? If you see him, you could tell. He looks better than you in there. And they probably come with stern warning and say, hey, look, this is our prisoner. You're just going to be holding him here. I don't want any hair falling out of his head, right? Because they know eventually we're going to unravel what's going on here. The truth's going to come out. So the Britons changed government now, and they ought to release him from there. Ekpa is right. These Southeastern leaders have nothing to do with anything Nnamdi Kanu. It's anathema to their positions. And the Brits, like I said, the smartest thing they're going to do is to tell their goons in Nigeria to release that man. Because it's not like Britain is untouchable now like they used to be. They have the same fissures we have. Scotland doesn't want to be there, right? You know that. Northern Ireland doesn't want to be there.
I don't know that. They had a referendum and they opted
that
to
was
stay.
rigged. You're talking about Britain now, right? Do you see them doing anything without rigging? Anything? Where are they getting the oil? They don't have any oil. A little bit here and there in Scotland.
They do in Scotland, yes.
That's what I just say. Yeah, a little bit though. I mean, these guys have the second, third, and last. Look, one man, this is a big discussion, but like I'm saying to you, start thinking that way. Once you're dealing with Britain, just know you're dealing with wicked people, perhaps only rivaled by France, right?
No, that is known. Actually, I'm not even sure if the French can rival they're nasty bunch.
Okay, that really makes me very happy that you're still a son of the soil, no matter where you are. Okay? And that's where you're supposed to be talking. No matter what's going to happen.
But that is universally known, though. They say the English person will be the one that will kill you and cry the most at your funeral. It's a well-worn phrase. They're a nasty bunch.
Yeah, look at the coincidence, right? Nnamdi Kanu is beginning to abuse them over there, and then hey, Buhari is such a magical guy. He's so powerful. He could just project power to Kenya all of a sudden. You can't even take care of Chadians over there. Ragtag terrorists coming across our borders. So he goes to Kenya, kidnaps Nnamdi Kanu, everything's hunky-dory. Meanwhile, Kenya is denying it. It's Britain. That's who they've done things like that many times. Our Lumumbas, a lot of our leaders, they wouldn't let us rest. So and they do it so carelessly because they know we're fighting one another. We're never gonna think and say, hey, wait a minute, what's going on here? Right? So they better release Nnamdi Kanu as soon as they can because all they have to do is make a phone call and have him released. So I'm with Ekpa. I don't agree with him on everything because I'm to his right. Just like I told him the last time, right on. The rivalry you're trying to create between Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu is not there. They're different individuals fighting for the right thing to do in our country. Now, that's before I come in, which I will be coming in. I just want you to know that.
When was the last time you were in Nigeria?
If I tell you that, I have to kill you, right?
All right. Wrap it up in a couple more sentences and then we move on. Yeah.
So, is this the last topic here?
No, it's not the last one, but I mean,
for me, if it's not...
No.
Okay.
No, we still look around, but like we always say, we don't want people held for too long. Like you don't like being held for too long.
Yeah,
So that's the mighty Pansat, of course, the inimitable Pansat, a one of one. One of one, another one of one, Kulata, the man with the data. Kulata.
Hey, one man.
Oh God, it's like Twilight Zone, isn't it? Sometimes it's like you have to suspend reality and just go with it, you know.
I was trying to prevent it though by saying let's just leave Passat alone, let him rant. But
No, it was always going to happen now, you know, because I know Niger man is not one to be taken to. I was trying to stop him, but I think, you know, well, anyway.
Anyway, it's all for the entertainment.
Yes.
So,
you go at it. Yeah. No,
I was going to say
the headlines.
So I think the what's it called, the ranching stuff. I mean, the Ministry of Malu that was set up. I would like you to read that stuff I sent to you on WhatsApp. First of all, I think everybody has kind of like said it. I don't want to belabor it. I think it's a stupid idea. This could have been an agency under Ministry of Agriculture. So obviously Tinubu is pandering to Miyetti Allah. And I don't know whether it has to do with the fact that they locked. Whether they locked the Bodejo guy up or not. But I think this is all politics of 2027. It's all pandering. And for someone that says he wants to implement a Rosary report, and then you're creating a new bureaucracy, a new ministry, it's ridiculous. At this point in time, I've kind of like stopped thinking Tinubu really wants to any sort of performance at this point in time. I'm thinking he just wants to win the next election. Maybe it's in his head that okay, I'm president, and then I want to win second term.
You don't see an argument for this livestock ministry.
It's stupid. I mean, what is the next ministry we're going to create? Are we going to create the ministry of gonorrhea? If gonorrhea becomes a problem.
Are you surprised? Are you surprised?
But what do today? I might do today.
Farabale. I mean, you people are very good at what you do. All of you that bad people. Was it not you when the Arasanye report come here? 1 man too. All of you all jump on that. yeah. You see, this guy is here. He wants to transform Nigeria. He wants to cut down on. Come on. I mean, I mean, you said he was going to cut down on the agencies and ministry and parastatals. He's going to downsize.
No, that's what they said. One man was reporting what was said.
In fact, he gave us rational mind. He gave us the assurance that Orasoye. Do you remember, Kulata, that it we implemented in weeks. That was 6 months ago. It said within 4 weeks.
It said within 4 weeks. So what are you supposed to do?
I mean, but what is wrong with what he has done now? What has contradicted what?
I didn't hear you very well.
I mean, what is wrong with what he has done? What has contradicted what?
Patrick,
let me give my own argument.
Patrick, you asked what is wrong, so let us answer, except it's a rhetorical question.
Okay.
Is this a rhetorical question? Then I'll keep my mouth shut.
It's rhetorical.
Okay,
because
continue.
I'm ready to give you reasons why I think it's still on course. With respect to Onosaye report, we are trying to cut the cost of governance. We are trying to retain the necessary, essential agencies and ministries. It does not mean that if we see the need for an agency or a charter that is essential, that we cannot create it. I'll give you a reason. I think we used to have Ministry of Mineral Resources in the past. So why can't we just merge Ministry of Petroleum and Ministry of Solid Minerals into Ministry of Mineral Resources? Why? Because petroleum is very critical to our economy. You understand? Petroleum needs special attention. Petroleum, if we have even managing it alone, look at the way it's currently being managed. We need a special bill, special act for it. Now, livestock is becoming very critical to our security, to our social balance, and even to our economy too, if well managed. I'm not saying that you cannot do it under Ministry of Agriculture, but it's like merging solid mineral and petroleum together and say call it Ministry of Mineral Resources. But if you see that livestock ministry or whatever I chose to call it is critical to your economy, is becoming critical to our nationhood, to other areas that concerns us. Look at impact on farmers, look at the effect on farmers, look at the effect on cost of food, look at the effect of not other food, not even meat, effect of the crisis it has created on other meats, other area. Just to divert for 1 second, my brother was calling me yesterday, I don't know how true. He said one rodo is 100 naira, not ilekon. One ball, one, how do you categorize that thing? Eyokon, one piece of abadero, or what do you call it in this part of the world, is 100 naira. That is mad. So if these things
are the prices falling? That sounds quite cheap. Is it pricing falling?
No, one man.
I know now.
One berry of scotch. One berry of scotch bonnet. One scotch bonnet.
Yes, that's quite cheap now.
No, it used to be you see,
that's about 5 pence.
The lekon that contains like almost 8 was less than 10 naira now, 20 naira those times now that we were in Nigeria now. What am I saying? When some of us were young, but we make a pot of soup with 5-10 naira now.
You know the point is not so much that it's 100 naira, because if you look at a portion which will be about 500-600 naira, and you have about 6-7 there, so one is still that price. The more concern is that they're selling it one each. So that's
because people could not afford that, because there's not even enough money to buy a portion. You understand? So, but what am I trying to say is that these things have resulted in crisis that got people displaced. Let's be objective. The farmers clash, the farmers elder clash became a tribal issue, because the headers have a dominant, a tribe as that heading as a dominant trade. Almost every Fulani family has a header. I can say almost 100% that every Fulani family, no matter how rich and educated they are, they have a header in the family. So it's a dominant trade, and which they store their own wealth. So if that is has created this kind of crisis, kidnapping, killing, farmers are displaced. Look at how long farmers have been displaced. So why not let us give it an attention? Look at what they did to Ministry of Niger Delta. Whatever the Ministry of Niger Delta was supposed to be doing, every other ministry could have done it. But let's give them a sense of attention. And just like everybody is calling for it, and my brethren from Southeast even deserve more attention. So let's do these things. Let him do it, and let him go and balance it up by paying attention to Southeast, and let him govern the country. To me, it does not backtrack on Onoshaye report. If he continues to run down, it does not mean that we cannot create a ministry that will do it.
All right.
Patrick.
Back to you. Yeah.
So Patrick, I mean, on Onoshaye report, what are the goals? You want to reduce the size of the government. You want to streamline and rationalize agencies. You created another one. You want to improve efficiency by removing duplication, merging and scrapping non-performing agencies. Rather than create an agency, you created a ministry. You want to reduce cost. Is this going to reduce cost of governance, or you're increasing cost of governance? You're increasing cost of governance. And this doesn't even guarantee service delivery. Basically, this is political pandering. There's nothing that says that if this is just some agency, which you obviously should be, if it needs the special attention that you're talking about, this should just be an agency within Ministry of Agriculture. We have no business having Ministry of this, Ministry of that, blue economy, that blue. It's all a bunch of baloney. Like it's creating redundancy. I mean, I've never seen the kind of bloated government in my life. I don't even think one exists. In fact, I want to bet $100 to anybody's charity that I'm at this point in time. I want to bet blindly that Nigeria has the highest number of ministries in the world. And if someone can beat,
I think they have 55. That's what somebody was saying.
And if someone can find a country that has more ministries than us, I'll pay $100 to that person's charity. This is getting asinine. This is insane. Let's say the truth. What is this man doing?
But that's a separate agreement, though. You didn't take on board what Patrick just said.
I took on board what he said because
it's saying if there's a need for a ministry, that does
there's no need for a ministry. One man, there's no need for a ministry. Otherwise, if gonorrhea becomes a crisis, like I said, are you going to create ministry of gonorrhea? Let's cut the crap. There's no need for a ministry. The entire United States, how many departments do we have? Not a lot. Are you trying to tell me there are no needs? Go to other African countries. Go to everyone. It's insane. I mean, you have agencies, you have directors, you have permanent secretaries, you have all that stuff. You can execute the work. Why do you need this? This is just pandering. Like it's political pandering. Let's call it what it is. But I mean, that's my view on it. But I want people to get more educated on the option. So if you just spend maybe 5 minutes to read that stuff that I sent to you on WhatsApp, so we can know exactly what we're dealing with, the options. If you don't mind, can you read it? Share it and read it. One man.
No, sorry, Momo, sorry, I was muted. Let me bring it up. It up. Is it this one? Hold on. This one? Is it this one?
Benny.
All right. It says implementation arrangement. This section details the implementation arrangement by providing a guiding framework to states for implementing the NLTP. It starts with the cattle production and ranching options, and then provides further guidelines for each of the supporting pillars. So 4.1 cattle production options. Ranching has been proposed as an overarching approach to preventing conflicts, but the option also includes other benefits of improving the genetic metrics of indigenous cattle for milk and meat production, and the reproductive performance of indigenous cattle.
Reproductive.
Oh, well, reproductive, sorry. Yes, the reproductive performance of indigenous cattle. The objectives of the breeding genetics improvement component are to A, produce animals with traits which are better than those animals now available to farmers for the production of animal products. B, provide animals with better efficiency of converting input, that is animal feeds, into output, which is milk, meat, etc., such as increased milk production per animal per unit of food or unit of time. So it's just given that the proposed ranching option would be pilots in the beginning, it is important to consider options that will create an environment that prevents conflict between herders and farmers. That will be achieved by putting in place alternatives for those herdsmen who cannot be settled immediately, and in the medium term provide, please see figure 4, yes, and in the meantime, in the medium time, sorry, I've lost the trend of it. Given that the proposed ranching option will be pilot in the beginning, it is important to consider options that will create an environment that prevents conflicts between herders and farmers. That will be achieved by putting in place alternatives for those herdsmen who cannot be settled immediately, and in the medium term period, but put differently, for the resolution to be sustainable, the needs of the traditional Fulani pastoralist must be built into the solution. That can be achieved via increased knowledge on the reasons for migrating cattle. These are movements southwards to find water and feed and to bring the cattle to market. So that's what that tells us. I'm not quite
Yeah,
sure what I read.
but the most important part is read the options that are available. Option 1, 2, 3.
All right. So cattle production options for preventing conflict are a ranching option, cattle production along the value chain, a non-ranching option, establishing corridors for migrant cattle with feeding and water points along the route. Non-ranching option 2, feed and feedlot production to allow cattle stay close to home base together with watering options. Non-ranching option 3, establish marketing places close to the home base. So yeah.
Well, okay. So here's the thing. And there's also a footnote below. So
Yes,
option 1. So that footnote, they said, I mean, the footnote, okay, let me just say option 1 is to have corridors of migrant cattle and feeding watering points. Based on that footnote below, that will happen they have 7 frontline states. I don't know what those frontline states are, but those 7 frontline states will provide areas where these people will be grazing and all whatnot. So that's the corridors, whatever, that's what they call corridors for migrant cattle, whatever. So it's not like they'll be walking around aimlessly. Within those 7 states, they'll be able to have an area or corridor, as they're writing it, where they'll be able to herd their animals. Then for states that are not part of the 7 frontline states, the so-called 7 frontline states, that's option 2, you will be able to run feedlot production to allow the cattle to stay close to the home base. So almost like modern farming, I mean, feedlot. So if my state, which I pray to is not part of the 7 frontline state, hopefully, you will have areas with feedlot where they bring their cows, and then you know how feedlot where they just rotate them and eat. So that will be the option for that. Now, the non-ranching option, established marketing places, I don't even understand what that means. So the bottom line is, from a policy perspective, is well thought of, right? The milk production in our cattle is one of the lowest in the world. I mean, you walk those things for goddamn how many miles? How are they supposed to get enough milk? So if they're going to be creating new breeds that will be able to stay in one place and produce more meat and more milk, fine. I just hope the hope is not to the detrimental of the taste, so it doesn't end up tasting like American cow that tastes like sawdust. So now, while the policy is good, there's no need to implement the policy with a new ministry. It makes no sense.
Non-ranching option 1 sounds like Ruga.
Yeah, for states, yeah, you're right. It sounds like Ruga for states that allowed the Ruga. And I think they said 7 frontline states. Yes.
So this document, is it by the Nigerian government or some kind of consult?
No, Nigerian government. I sent one man the cover page. Is National Livestock Transformation Plan 2019 to 2028, National Economic Council. Implementation plan guidelines for FGN and states. That's what the cover page says. So it's not from consultant, is the NLTP plan. So option 1 is Ruga, but for states that opt for Ruga, then you'll do option 1. States that don't opt for Ruga, then you must have them in feedlots. The third one, like I said, I don't really know established marketing places. I really don't know the context of what marketing places is. So if it's going to be like this, if you want Ruga, you Rugarize your state. If you don't want Ruga, then you do feedlots, which is kind of like modern. And I think Article 2 was pushing for feedlot. So I think ultimately, if they implement this, we may have peace in theory. It doesn't mean all these people that come from outside the country with ulterior motives, I don't think it's going to stop them, especially those that carry AKs all around. But
what about transportation though? Because the farming is in the north, the market is in the south.
So southern states, you guys will establish feedlots. So you can transport them in trucks, bring them to the feedlots. and near that feedlot, you can raise them. Feedlot, I mean, if you can Google feedlot, I mean, I've seen a picture of a feedlot. I'm not a farmer, no, I'm not interested in farming. But from what I understand, or if memory serves me right, it's almost like walking those cattle round, and then you just constantly pump food or grass or grain or whatever you want to pump there, and they're just going to be eating from that thing that rotates. So it's going to be a confined space. It's not just like very open. That's my understanding of feedlot, but I stand to be corrected because I'm not a farmer and I don't have a clue. So that shouldn't really create an issue because you can transport them in trucks to the feedlot, and once they are ready to be slaughtered, you take them to the marketplace, you kill them, and people eat. But you won't be having cattle roaming around. And the areas where you'll have cattle roaming around are for the states, the so-called 7 frontline states. I wish I know what those states are, but I know Kano will be there. Those so-called frontline states where they will have areas.
I suspect the frontline states will be states closer to where the market, where the industry is. So they'll be northern states.
I suspect that too. But I mean, if someone can do the research, I'll appreciate it. So the policy in itself is not bad, but creating a ministry is all politics. But I don't want to belabor that, but that's how I see it. That's why I wanted you to read this, so at least people understand what they're trying to do. So any other topic?
Just in the political side, no, just on the politics of it. Do you think? Yeah, do you think it's somewhat trying to cut into the disquiet in the north with that, just to bring those militaries on board for 2027?
That plus also maybe, I mean, I don't know for a fact, maybe this Samoa gay fake news that's been going around is kind of like to douse that tension.
Like a diversion.
Yeah, that's like a diversion. So at least I've given you a major concession. While they try and kill that fake news, they will have something else to talk about in the mosque. So I don't know. I may be talking totally ignorantly, but that's what I think.
All right,
it's politics. Yeah.
Take us to the borrowings. $2 billion crude oil-backed loan to boost the economy. So I read it, but did not understand it because they did not really give justification for it or where the money is being borrowed from. And the borrowings of this Tinubu administration, $2 billion here, $3 billion there, is totting up.
Well, I've talked about this kind of borrowing before. We had, I mean, initially, the whole thing is just ridiculous. But it's consistent with what Tinubu said. If you guys remember that NESB conference, Tinubu said he didn't mind to front load the borrowing and use the resource as collateral. So in this case, I think they're using 90,000 barrels per day or something. 90,000 or 60,000 barrels. Let me check. Well, I think it's probably 90,000 barrels per day. 90,000 barrels per day at $65 benchmark. That is what is guaranteeing this loan. So we have a lot of our production.
When did Tinubu talk about front loading? When was that?
NSB before the election. That NSB when he was talking about.
Do you remember that forum they had in Lagos where they were inviting them individually? Do you remember, Rashnaman?
Yeah, I remember that, but so when was that? What I can't remember.
Yeah, at that forum, he said he was going to in fact, he used the phrase "pork belly fat," that he was going to mortgage the pork belly fat of the Nigerian resources to gather money for development. Roughly, was that what they said, Kulata?
It was saying something about gas. He used gas as an example. That if he gets the money ahead of time, blah blah blah, something along those lines. But in this case, we're already producing the crude, so they're gonna like set aside 90,000 barrels per day for create this. But they also have the goal of increasing production to 2 million barrels a day. So if they can actually get that production up, then this is a moot point. This is like getting money now than getting it later. Time value of money, like cash in hand now.
You may not know, but does this actually come off our OPEC quota, or is this off OPEC as they say? Is it?
I will, if I'm going to guess, I'm going to say it's off our OPEC quota. Off OPEC, we're using it for swaps, and we're supposed to use it for local refining. I mean, no, not off OPEC, local content. Off OPEC, well, Ekpa Alexander Gomez has said something about off OPEC. I don't really know that space. Off OPEC is supposed to be off the books because you're supposed to be transparent. You're supposed to have what you have for your local and what you have to sell. This should be coming out of what you have to sell. Anything off the books, it's like it's unrecorded. It should be legal, or it shouldn't. I mean, you know what I'm saying. So whatever the case is, we're borrowing more, but there's no transparency, especially in this NNPC. They're owing $6 billion in trading. I've been saying this thing that NNPC is taking the hit in this subsidy payment because NNPC is not the one refining this stuff. NNPC is buying off. I mean, they're buying off refineries. They're buying off all this stuff. The amount they're selling it in Nigeria is not adding up to how much they're buying it. That's why they have cash flow problems. I mean, they claim $4 billion, $5 billion they owe. Now they're saying it's $6 billion they owe. And then they're saying they're borrowing the money. Initially, they said they want to use the money to ramp up our FX. Now, in the same article, they're saying no, they also want to use it for the operation. And now, I mean, and then we all know there's a backlog of $6 billion. They're the sole importer. So you know, when I keep hammering on this stuff, that this subsidy thing is on NNPC's books, it's getting more obvious and obvious by the day. And I don't even know why we have like crude oil reserves in 30-something billion. We're not making money. We're not really making money out of it. This NNPC leadership needs to be fired. But you now even look at Tinubu's intention. When he was firing Emefiele, when he was doing that stuff, why did he keep this guy? Why did he keep
guy? An Arewa forum has actually given him 48 hours to sack Melekari. So I saw that in the
honestly, I'm going to say it. I'm going to act on a limb. The guy is corrupt.
Of course, now what are you talking about?
It's freaking corrupt. It's the opaqueness in that company, that entire I don't know what to call it now. Because is it a company or just some government
parastatal? Parastatal, you call it.
It's a corruption. It's so you can't tell. Okay, what do you need the money for? He gave 15 million different reasons that are not even connected. And which one are we supposed to take? And then Reuters came out with news. They owed, this amount. Business, whatever, went to do additional research. It came up with a higher number. And then we're not subsidizing, but yet nobody else, of course, other oil importers can import because the landing cost is going to be too high. So NNPC is the only one that can afford the fixed rates that they gave. And now you can see another thing going on. Like, I think the price is going up. Dangote is going to be producing. What price will Dangote be selling his own petrol in Nigeria? That's still an area that I'm really curious.
Right now, there's Q. Q is back in Lagos.
The Q is back now. If I'm going to suspect,
that's what they say.
If I'm going to suspect, and I have no basis for this, but if I'm going to suspect, I want to suspect that for Dangote to start selling in Nigeria, the price has to go up. Otherwise, NNPC will be owning Dangote. NNPC will be the only one that will be buying from them. So for maybe they need the price to go up to the point where it's profitable. It makes sense for Dangote to supply. But I don't know. They may come out today and start selling it for $600. 600 naira. I don't know. But I'm suspecting that they need the price to go up for this guy to be able to sell to us. Otherwise, it's going to be owing him because he's going to claim it. He's going to tell you, especially if they're not giving him crude. He's going to tell you, look, this is an international product. I bought my crude for the United States. I shipped it this. I did this. I still have to make a profit because I need to pay my debtors. So, look, this at this point in time, the easiest thing for one to do is just to give up on Nigeria and just, don't even try and understand. Just don't care anymore. Like a few years ago when it was all interest about American politics. and just kind of like tell Nigeria to get the fuck out. But you can't. I don't know if one is capable of doing it. But this Tinubu's government, especially the fiscal side of his government, the Wale Edo side of his government, they don't know what they're doing. Is it that they don't know what they're doing, or they know what they're doing, and what they're doing is intentionally bad? Because I don't understand the lack of simple coordination between the ministries. The policies just come out, just like that, not well thought out, and then they now start struggling. You would think Edun and Cardoso are planning together. It doesn't look like they're planning
Hey,
together.
Kulata, quick question
Eh?
for you. Right. Question for you.
Yeah, I'm quiet.
Oh, so you said Mele Kyari is corrupt, and that you're surprised they haven't removed him the entire time. So the first one is, if he is, well, one, I want you to talk more about specifics about why you feel that he is corrupt, and then two, if he is, what does that say about the administration, that the executive has not been able to see the incompetence in this man to remove him? And then for the policy regarding this new ministry, what do you think about all those victims, in Plateau, the IDPs in Benue, who have been pretty much decimated by these people, and then for them to sit down as Nigerian citizens and watch their government create a ministry for the same people that are responsible for their situation?
Well, the victims, I'll start with the victims, the collateral damage. But the government's spin is going to be, well, we're preventing additional collateral damage by trying to put some structure into this, so to prevent future future chaos or future conflicts. So the lives are lost. There's not going to be any sort of placation for the victims. The best they can do is to relocate the people that are displaced back into their homes. And I think they're using Southern Kaduna now to start a pilot to try and resettle people that have been displaced. But the lives that have been lost, they're not going to get any consolation. And the alleged perpetrators are getting a political reward because if you're going to win an election in Nigeria, you have to suck up to Miyetti Allah. Let's just say the truth. So that's that for them. I mean, God rest their souls. But in terms of Mele Kyari, like, I don't understand how we have a ministry, a company, oil company, that has not been able to has not been able to, for the past couple of years with Buhari, not been able to even bring money to the government, to fund the government the way they used to fund it in the past. And that was acceptable for one reason or the other for years, where NNPC wasn't remunerating any amount to CBN to even fund the government. At some point in time, we were relying on tax receipts and loans for a long time. So all of a sudden, when we needed more Forex, somehow now they're able to bring some money into CBN. So what was all that was happening in the past? And then you have the issue where the subsidy thing. Can someone come out and be transparent that this is the mechanism, this is how it's getting funded? You see all the signs that something is getting subsidized. First of all, everybody was allowed to import. Then you're still allowed to import, but then you know that if you use if Aizon, you take your own dollars and go and import, you get a contract from a refining country, you know how much is going to land. And then NAPC is fixing the price at 600 or whatever. You know yours is going to be higher than 600. Of course, you can't bring it at that price. You can't bring it at that point in time. And then NNPC, we know NNPC doesn't own any refinery, at least none working now. They go outside, bring it in, and then sell it for cheap. And then you see that they're owing all this money. Nobody's fessing up. How much exactly are you owing? You hear 6 billion here, 4 billion there. Something is going on. Who is going to say it? Nobody's going to say it. So it's up to you and I to be speculating that, oh, it's because of this, or oh, it's because of that. Then you hear that, oh, last year, June, we're supposed to stop crude swaps. We all thought, okay, they're stopping crude swap. Then you hear in December and January that they're still doing crude swap. And not only that, they're still owing their money. How can you be owing people money when you give them your crude? You only get refined petrol, the additional product there that you have no clue what they do with it, and then you're okay with it. That means someone is getting kickbacks. The NNPC rot is so deep, so deep. When I go to Nigeria, I'll spend some time with my friend that's a bit close to that business. And the other shenanigans that, I mean, their books, how long did it take them to eventually start bringing their books out? It took a while. So, and you have this Kyari guy in charge of it, responsible for it. If there's no dealings amongst the government, even with this Tinubu government, why will he keep him? It doesn't make any sense. There's a tiny island off the coast of South America or whatever, Guyana. Guyana is already pumping. How much we're pumping? Like 1.3 million barrels. They don't have as much oil as we do. How long did it take them to start pumping 1.3 million barrels a day? Not a long time. So, and we've been doing this shit since when? Since 60s? We got to 2.4 and we cannot go back. And then you have existing infrastructure still on ground, professionally done pipe that is piped to the ships. And we all know people will be involved, including the same NNPC. There's different directions that no way you have to conclude, okay, if these guys are not corrupt, then they're not transparent. But if I'm going to lay a layman's judgment, because I'm not in that industry, I'm going to flat out say they're corrupt. And I don't know why you insist on having this guy there. Okay, the guy comes out last year, refinery is going to happen. February, they did mechanical, what did they call that funky name? Mechanical, April, we're going to start, Port Harcourt refinery is going to work. Oh no, it's not April. Today, what's happening to Port Harcourt refinery? After technical, I can't even remember the terminology, I'm so pissed. After technical, whatever, is Port Harcourt refinery, is it on? Even if it comes on right now, will Port Harcourt refinery even get crude? So,
Kulata, don't you think it might also be political? The same reason why you think he's creating his ministry, it might be the same reason he doesn't want to fire Mele Kyari.
Okay, if it's political.
Because if you know this, because here's the thing, if you know this, and I agree with everything you just said, right? So, and I'm sure a lot of other people on this platform also know this. If we know it, then the administration knows it. But for some reason, yeah, of course they do. But they're not taking the action, right? So it could also be a political calculation that if he fires this guy, it could cause him issues politically.
All right. Respond to that, Kulata, and then from there we go on to Ogbeni and then Rational Mind. Yeah.
Well, it could be political. They could have dealings together. They could be getting campaign funds together. I don't know, but whatever reason it is, I don't think it benefits the country. But they don't care about the country anyway. So at this point in time, I'm wanting to kind of like just postpone this Nigeria matter and tune back for the next elections. I'm getting fed up. So Ogbeni, fire on.
One man, just one quick thing. I'm actually in Nigeria right now, and
oh God, I was wondering that your connection seems a bit. Wow, well done.
Yeah, it's the beauty of MTN, but it was 2:05 right now. Actually, I was on Third Mainland today, and Umari did a good job. I don't know if the price tag is worth it, but at night the bridge looks really nice.
You're in Lagos.
I'm in Lagos, yeah.
What's your general feel of it in terms of improvement?
Today I saw petrol lines building up, so there's an anticipation that prices are going to increase. So there's a panic buy going on. Interestingly enough, I went to Magodo today, And prior to that, I was in Parkview, and the neighborhood I was in Magodo was actually much better than the one I saw in Parkview. So I was thinking, why are people paying premium for the one in Magodo for the one in Parkview, when this neighborhood in Magodo has better homes, the streets are cleaner, the spacing on the road is better, the security is better, but everyone is hyping up the island. A couple of days ago, it rained, there was flooding. On mainland, it doesn't flood. You know, it just didn't add up.
But a plot in Magodo is about $500 million now.
Eh?
Did you know that? A plot in Magodo now. I was surprised. I saw it last week. A plot in Magodo is now about $500 million.
It's going up.
$500 million, 500 million to buy a plot in
Yeah.
Magodo. I was shocked when they told me, and I went online to check. I saw listings of, if you see the place, the land. When I saw the listing, 450 million, 500 million, 600 million in Magodo.
How much is land in Banana Island then?
I don't know. Omole phase 1, 600, 450. Check online now. Omole phase 1, 600, 450, 500 million. I say, what am I going to be doing in Lagos? For
Yes,
what?
it's expensive. It's expensive. But, you know, because I've been going around, right? But I have friends that live on the mainland, and my guys on the mainland, I'm looking at where they live, and you get better value for money, and the difference in residence, features and everything they get is actually better when you think about it. So you start wondering, why are people hyping up the island, and why are they paying this premium for a place that floods? The water quality is not that good. You understand? In some neighborhoods, people live on top of each other. I mean, Lekki is pretty much like a can of sardines. So you look at these things and you start to wonder, man. And the way it was organized, especially now during rainy season, is just crazy if it rains, But yeah, one man on the political front, I was actually talking to some of my friends.
No. Before you go to the political front, did you see anything that looked like improvements when you got there?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. The airport, when we came in initially, the smoothness at which we went through, the walkway when you come out of the plane, those split AC units were working. It wasn't hot and just muggy like you typically expect. They had a special line for families to go through, which was expedited. No one asked me for money. The person that I did give money, I just happened to tip him because he helped us push our luggage outside. They don't let people come into the airport like before. They've redesigned the entry port when you go through customs. So they actually put in some murals on the wall that look really nice. And it's kind of like a welcome to Echo mural on the wall. It looks very nice. They've done things that you can see they're trying. They put some kind of Ankara design on the pillars when you walk in. You saw those, you look nice. And then when you get out, Third Mainland at night, all the lights work. It looked really nice. I don't know about the 49 billion that Umahi spent, but clearly you can see that they did some work on it. So, I mean, those things are nice. The traffic on the island, Ikoyi, that area is still a disaster during the day. To still take you a long time just to get from, Ikoyi near that bridge to Obalende. But overall, you see billboards of Sanwo-Olu highlighting the hospital that he built. Lagos, they're working. They're clearly working. So, and as you know, I'm not.
Are you planning to stay in Lagos, or are you traveling into the interlands?
No, I'm planning to stay in Lagos. I'm just in Lagos for now, and then I'll probably be back in a couple of months for a friend of mine's thing in Owerri. So that would be fun. I've never been to Owerri, so
do you feel a sense of safety, or do you feel that you always have to be on guard?
No. I mean, I feel safe. I went out the other night. It just seemed, nothing out of the ordinary. But then again, I'm in Lagos, right? But there was nothing out of it, and I went to the mainland at night. Just there was nothing crazy, no one acting wild. I've been, on the island, typically, you go out in the morning and you see people jogging. So, Nigeria is an interesting place. And on the flight here, which, by the way, I connected through Heathrow, the number of people, non-African people that were on that flight was alarming. There were quite a number of them. And I just kept looking at them like, man, what the hell are you guys going to do in my country? If we're that effed up.
Are you talking about the Chinese? Is it like a Chinese?
Arabs, Indians, Asians. I'm just looking like, you guys, man, what the hell? And they get there.
Just saying the dollars leave the country, Abi.
Yes, now
they are coming to pack. And they're going to fill their food.
We are running out, and they are running in. And here's the crazy thing, right? Even after we got through customs and came out, I saw a couple of them just standing in the midst of the crowd outside the airport, just waiting for their car, waiting for their taxi. These Arab guys were just standing there smoking their cigarettes. Not a worry in the world. Surrounded by all these Nigerians, they weren't even concerned about. I was just looking at like, these guys live here. I was looking at them like, there's no way these guys are just visiting. And all of them, they were just standing there with their luggage. They weren't worried about anyone running up on them. So it's, I think, obviously, I'm not saying that all the insecurity and those things don't exist, but I think we need to put everything in context, about the way things are. I would say that I think the Lagos state government is clearly working though.
Have you seen, or are you looking to see all this new intrasat, the blue lines, etc., have you seen a marquee monument, something?
I would like to see the red and blue lines. I actually want to see that because my friend I was with today, who happens to be an Agbado supporter, was he and I were going back and forth about all this stuff we talk about here, and he was like, you need to see those lines. You'll be impressed. And I said, really? He said, yes. So he said, but that's part. He was highlighting that's part of a master plan, and the whole nonsense you guys spill here, and how it was a plan that is finally coming to fruition, and Tinubu was at the center of it, and all these things. So it was it's interesting. Hopefully, I hope to see it before I leave. I'm actually going to make an effort to see it before I leave because he was talking it up big time. But hey, I think clearly. But at the same time, you talk to people, and they still complain about the amount of people
What about the everyday person? Have you had any interaction with the everyday person?
Yeah. So that's what I was about to say. The amount of people that are struggling to get stuff to eat, but it's interesting because so when I went to Magodo and just going to a couple of other places, I would count. Just out of curiosity, I would look around, counting the amount of fruit stands and vegetable stands, and and I was just seeing tons and tons and tons of them, right? So there's food being sold. I think the issue is people don't have the money to buy them, right? Because you see a lot of these different small businesses and people selling food. I had some amala and effort this afternoon. It was fire. But the place, the plate of it was just huge. I couldn't even finish it. But so there's food.
How much did it cost?
Goodness, I can't remember. My sister-in-law bought it for me. But and people just been feeding me nonstop. But there's food all over the place, right? But it's just not. I don't think people's salaries didn't go up commensurate to the reforms that were put in place. So those people are just finding it hard to buy things that they would ordinarily not have issues in buying. So I'll give you the one example is today I was like, I said, how much is snail when she was ordering food? And she just happened to tell me, she was like, 8 snails at this place is like 40,000 naira. I was like, what? 8 snails. He was like, yeah.
You could buy land with that a couple of years
It's like,
ago.
40K for 8 snails. So, obviously, if you eat snails in Nigeria, you're a rich man. But it's just those things, and I think there's progress being made by the reforms are killing people. There are several people I haven't that typically I'll let them know I'm in Nigeria, but I didn't do it.
So like one snail is like 5,000. One snail.
Yeah, that cooked though, not raw.
How much is that in dollars?
That's like $3, like $3-4.
That's too
US
expensive.
dollars.
That's too expensive.
That's
That's
5
too
Canadian.
expensive. That's too expensive.
Yeah. They say
Yeah,
one
it's
egg is
expensive.
200 naira. One egg, boiled egg, is 200 naira.
Yeah, well, I'll keep you updated. I'll be able to call in the evening. But the conversation I had today with the Agbado guy was interesting. He seems to believe that Tinubu is going to get the restructuring thing he's trying to do passed. He thinks he's going to get local government autonomy, and he believes that is going to give him his second term if he wants to run. That'd be the ace. But even he admits that yes, things are tough. But that those reforms, he expects them to be tough short term, but long term, they're going to pay off. We'll see. But, he thinks the local government autonomy is going to really be the mark for.
What about electricity? What's the situation there?
So here's the thing. A good friend of mine lives in Maryland, Idiroko, Maryland. So I went to see him. He's like, bro, they haven't taken. He said they haven't taken our light in 3 months. So the people that I know that live on the mainland have been saying that they haven't been taking their light because they put them into these different bands for electricity.
So that's contrary to what Kenneth tells us every day.
Where does Ekene live?
Ekene is on band. Ekene is on band Z. Band Z.
Ekene said there's been no light since 1802. That's what he tells us.
No. On the
they're
island.
likely to have challenges there. In Amu word of it. They are likely
Yeah.
So you can't compare.
On the woman on the island though, and I've been staying on the island, they've been taking light. Because the light goes off and then the backup comes on. But they've been taking light. On the mainland, what my friend was telling me is like dude, they don't take our light, man. We've had consistent electricity. So I'm not sure exactly how it's playing out or why that's the case, but that's the feedback I've gotten. So maybe Joy is a little different because Joy is out there now. That's on your way to Badagry. So but it feels good, man. Oh man, it feels great. You should come home more often.
Do you feel you could live there, or is it just is it okay for 2 weeks and then bounce?
I feel I could live here. I'm here with the family, so my madam on the other hand, that one, she likes her thing. So every now and then she's like, there's too much pollution in the air. But for me, I'm just like, man, it's like riding a bicycle. I swear. As soon as I entered town, I just picked it up like where I left off. So I feel I could live here. No issues. The thing about this place and what I've seen is you have to create your own sanctuary if you have the money, right? So you kind of create your own paradise. You have your places you go and shop. You have your places you go and sit down and maybe listen to live music or whatever you're into. If you want to move around, you have how you organize your movements. But then to do all those things, you have to be someone with money, with discretionary income, where you can control your movement like that. But you can't do that if you don't have money. You can't say, "Oh, I'm only going to go to the mainland," in at a certain time in the morning where everyone is coming to the island, and then come back in the evening when everyone is going back home. Yeah, not everybody has that luxury.
Just in terms of that money space, if you were to live there, how much do you anticipate? And I know you've not been spending money because people have been, you've been,
they've been taking care of me.
Yeah, but if you were to live there, not an ostentatious life, and obviously not a life. If you were to live an averagely decent life there, as of today, what do you think an average spend a month would be?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. I'll say this though. I think, I was asking how much it is to. Like, first of all, if I was to live, I wouldn't rent. I would want to buy. So, I've asked people, how much apartments are. The person I was talking to today was telling me, hey, listen, if you want to come back, he recommends I go and live in GRA Keja. That it's beautiful. That they have really good. That it's better than living on the island. That's what he was telling me. But rent, from what I've gathered, this for instance, you were saying to me that like Shonibara Estate in Maryland, if you want to rent there, it came out. I did the math. It came out to about 10,000 US for the year, to rent like a house. From what he was saying, like a 3-4 bedroom house, which is about maybe 900 US per month. If I'm making money in US dollars, that's nothing. For rent. Food, if you're cooking at home and all that stuff, not that expensive. If you're renting, typically those kind of places will have backup generator. You might need to buy the diesel. So the energy cost might be where your costs start to go up, because you might have to buy diesel depending on how often they take light. You have to get yourself a vehicle to move around. So you might have to either, one, go the patriotic route and buy Innocent, or two, have it sent in, but the clearance cost might be too much. So, which will cost you a couple of millions to get that done. So I think that those are some of the heavier costs that you'll incur. Everything else doesn't seem too bad. I was looking at summer programs for my kids while they're here, compared to what we pay in Ontario. It's nothing. You know what I mean? So if you're making money,
So the whole lot of you went, not just you and Madame.
yeah, the whole lot of us went, yeah. Because they haven't, like, my little ones haven't been.
Is this your first time that your kids are going? How did they take it?
No, my 7-year-old has been before, but he was only 1. But now both of them are here. They like it. They're running around. It's warm. For me, it's good because they get to play with Niger kids and interact and get friends here. So those are some of the big things that we were looking at. Like, okay, they should come and really get a flavor of town. We have to put like we got this organic insectant repellents to put on their skin when they go outside. So because obviously we don't want them to get malaria. but those are the things that we're kind of worried about. But I mean, they love it, man. They want to go out and play and meet other kids. So that's the beauty of it, because where we live is just, just your Igbo kids everywhere, man. And you get as it be. They're not you don't want your kid to be like this one black kid in the midst of Igbo kids that starts to pick up all their traits and starts to behave like them. When they grow up, they'll be lost. So that's why it's important, at least for us, to bring them back. And
it sounds like a real assault on your wallet, though. The whole lot of you just
yeah, it's brutal. Oh man, it's brutal. But it's planning. You go plan, you go organize. It's not something that you do every year unless you have that kind of money sitting around. But you plan, and if you can do it every other year, that'll be good. Or every 2 years, that'll be good. At least they need to really.
I couldn't imagine taking my kids to Nigeria. I can't.
What are you talking about? You're in London.
Even me personally, to go to Nigeria, it's like I have to call pastor to do 7 days prayer.
It's not that bad. Look, it's not that bad, I swear. Because when you go, you're going to want to create a semblance of the comfort that you're used to, right? And you pay for it, but you're not going to feel. It's not like you're going to live in a hut in the village. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to be that bad. So if you plan it, you can come down. I mean, there's so many places now that you can stay. It has everything now, Wi-Fi and 24-hour power. Nigeria it can be really good for you if you have the money, especially if you have Forex. So that's when it really becomes easier for you. If you're here, making your money here where the currency fluctuates, and then that's where you have problems, But well, no, overall, it's feels good to be home. Don't lie.
The Airbnb in Nigeria is a real industry, and it's up to spec, isn't it? I'm not quite sure if you're availing yourself for, but the Airbnb, the short-term let apartments that all these abroadians go to, is quite, because I know a lot of young English Nigerians that just go to they just go to Nigeria unsupervised, you know.
Yeah. No, there's Airbnb. We didn't want to stay in one because you know how it is. Like I just felt uncomfortable about it. But they're there. Like if you go to Booking.com and some of the other options, you see a number of different locations for places to stay. If you go to Airbnb, you see a lot of places in good so-called, I put them, I don't think they're good anymore. I call them so-called good neighborhoods like the Banana Islands and those places. But
Now, have you been to Banana Island?
Yeah, a bit Banana Island.
What's your take? Does it live up to the hype?
It's just expensive homes, but I mean, expensive. They have some like block of flats and those sort of things that they've built out there. People pay high prices for it. But if you look at it and you look at really good neighborhoods in the mainland, the difference isn't that much. That's what I'm saying. Like it kills me because I look at it, I'm like, okay, but the difference isn't that much. There's some homes I've been to on the mainland, woman. I'm just like, really nice. If you come to Nigeria again, do me a favor, go to Shonibara Estate and take a look at the whole estate. It'll blow your mind.
Lagos is unaffordable anymore now, price wise to buy. Patrick is saying $500 million.
You were talking about land. You were talking about land. Yeah.
That's about what, $400,000. How much is that in real money? That's close to $400,000
for land.
For
land.
land.
You can buy.
No,
you can
in
Nigeria. That's like $250,000 or something.
For land
in
Lagos. How much are they selling land in London that they are buying?
That's the same price. No.
Can you even buy land in London?
No, in Canada.
One man, I'm gonna be leaving.
Depending on where you are living.
Let me tie up the end. I had made you a promise that I would deal with the idea of the Nigerian president being the Minister of Petroleum. So since I'll be leaving in a few minutes, I want you to Google. I put some links for you for Section 138 of our Constitution that states that the president shall not, during his tenure of office, hold any other executive office or paid employment in any capacity whatsoever. So we all agree that the Minister of Oil, it's an executive position because it's being appointed by the president. So it's against the law. I mean, it's so clear. It's not, vague. It's Section 138. So I know Wendy is probably gonna follow me. I will hang around and see his take on that. So the president should not be the Minister of Oil. I also posted that section in the comment section, so people in the comment section could deal with it under Bitcoin. I posted it for the people in the comment section. So that's it. I believe that it's an egregious breach of our constitution for the president to be also the head of that petroleum industry, and that's just not fair. It's a direct assault on our constitution, as shambolic as it is. So that's just my take on that. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. If you hang around for as soon as when it's ready, we'll get his take on that. I think it's in the middle of things at the moment. So back to his own. I mean, how is money being made in Lagos? How is money being made, and who is making it?
Oh man, the same way it was being made before. Now, if you know the right people, you're not going to struggle ever in your life. The government is the biggest business, always has been, right? But there are people that make money, they own businesses. The one thing that you notice, like, is going around is outstanding the number of small businesses everywhere. It's just amazing. Like, if in fact some places it's small business on top, small business on top, small business. It's just people are hustling, man. People are hustling hard. There's small businesses everywhere. And the amount of ads you see, the digital billboards, the regular billboards, so many businesses. Nigeria is really, or Nigerians rather, are very, very entrepreneurial, driven. They don't mess around, man. I swear to you, if the government just fixes the infrastructure for these people, it's a wrap. Imagine all these.
So sorry, are the people that you're staying with, are they making any sort of cost of living complaints? Are they complaining?
No, these ones no get problem. No.
The top enders, Abi, the top enders,
They don't have problem. Yeah, they don't
dollarize
even.
people.
Yeah, they make money in dollars, so they don't have problem. But the one thing I thought was interesting was I was like, oh man. So if I want to go around, the guy was like, oh yeah, there's this guy he owns a charter company. He gave me the guy's card. So I called the guy. What they do is they have these luxury SUVs. So like Land Cruiser, Lexus, all that stuff. And you can rent it for 12 hours for 100K.
Is that with the driver?
With the driver, yeah. So just rent it 12 hours for the day, 100K, which is about $80 US. And
that's not a bad deal.
Yeah. You see, that's about what, 60 pounds, 50 pounds.
That's not a bad deal.
Yeah, and nice car. You sit back, and they just take you around, depending on where you want.
It's cheaper than carrying a car service in the West now.
Yeah, see, so you have those options, and it's a nice luxury vehicle. You get a nice driver, so that's one of the options for you guys if you want to run around and especially like if you come in, let's say you want to go out to watch live music and have a good fun night. That's the kind of stuff you would do because obviously you don't want to drive. Just go out, have a good time. If you have money, that's what I'm saying, one man. If you have money in this place, it's amazing. You have the time of your life. So you should definitely come, and there are a lot of things to do if you can. Especially you guys in Jand, I don't understand you. It's just 6 hours away, 5 hours and change. And you don't come to Nigeria more often.
You'll be jumping on another plane, if it was you. Do you feel a sense of all these ethnic tensions that we hear and talk about every single day? Do you feel a sense that there's ethnic tension in Lagos?
Nah, man, at all. And for me, like I grew up here, right? So by default, my friends were always from all sorts. All sorts, just different backgrounds. So coming back and meeting them is just the same thing. We just sit down and talk about everything, sports, politics, whatever. And that thing doesn't even factor in. Half of us have wives from other ethnicities. My wife is from another ethnicity. So are most of the guys I know. A couple of them did marry people from their ethnicity. But to be honest with you, from the guys I know, there are a handful that married like within their own ethnicity. And these are all guys I knew growing up in Lagos. So there's this, we marry each other. Woman, we marry each other. The differences you might see is maybe if someone is, you might not see people marry like Muslim women or those because of the difference, religious difference, but ethnicity, nah. You see so many people marrying people from not part of their ethnic group. So you start to wonder, where is this issue coming from? It shouldn't even exist, really, because we live in our own spaces all the time. We interact with each other. We do business with each other. There's someone I know very well. She's actually Ijaw. Her husband is from Lagos State. She works for Lagos State government. A good position.
The problem is somebody like you now, we will never really get a real, because you are too high up to really know what's going on.
High up, okay. No, woman, but if you look at it, it happens all across the board, regardless of your income level. Look around now in Nigeria. You'll be shocked the amount of people that marry outside of their ethnicity.
No. I'm actually talking about we are not going to get a proper feel of Lagos from somebody like you that is driving around
I see what you're saying.
in Lamborghini and whatnot.
No, I don't. Lamborghini care. I'm naturally a homebody anyway, so I can stay at home and just relax all day. Every now and then I'll go out, but from everything I've talked to, and I know people with different, at different income levels, so they'll give you a good feedback on the reality in the situation.
Aizon, do you have like a secondary school Facebook group? I mean, WhatsApp group, and because that's where you might get some real stuff. Like not real in terms of ethnicity, but real in terms of economy. There's some folks. Not everybody in your secondary school will do well. You know that. So there's some people. Yeah. Do you interact with all those kind of people?
All of them. Like it's not a function of what you're doing now. For me, it's like if you are my guy when we were in school, and I went to a federal school too. So if you're my guy when we were in school, you're my guy today, and I will interact with you. If I come to Lagos, I'll hit you up, we'll meet, and they'll tell me the truth. So that's what I'm saying. And keep in mind, I even I'm not going to Delta on this trip, but I have people there. You know what I mean? And those people, some of them are not doing too well. So they give me the real breakdown of what things are. And, we all have people that we send money to in Nigeria. So sometimes you talk to people and they're like, oh, my kids haven't gone to school in a couple of months. And you're like, why? You're like, oh, school fees. Hey, how much is school fees? 66K. You're like, what? Like, dude, you should have called me earlier. You don't keep your kids out of school, but that's a reality, right? For 66K, someone keeps their kid out of school. You know what I mean? So, that's just the way it is. But that goes to show you that what's going on is you have extreme wealth, right? And you have people that,
Yes, it's the destruction of the middle class that's because there is no real middle class in the Nigerian space anymore, is there?
Yeah. No, and you know what's crazy? Some of the people that have money really look down on people that don't, because there are people I know that have said to me, man, don't be broadcasting that you've come in town, and I'm like, why? Like when those guys they hit you up for money, it's crazy, and so I mean, I don't care. I'll tell anybody. If I have, I'll give you. If I don't have, I don't have. So, but that just goes to show like there's a real divide, in terms of income and class, that exists as well. We all have to be aware of, and that divide is getting larger with some of these issues, because you have to realize some people, when the economy is bad, they catch a cold. Some people have pneumonia. They're almost dead. Like it really affects them. So
are you? And you don't have to answer this. So, are you invested in Lagos?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I can't. For me personally, I'm going to always have to come back here. Let me put it like that to you. For social, economic ties, they're strong here.
No, I meant financially.
Yeah, social, economic ties now. Yeah.
Yes, because anyway, Lagos is one of the most exciting places anyway, but also one of the most scary places for me, but I don't know.
Why is it scary though? I mean, like, because you grew up in Lagos as well, right?
Yes, because I don't have any structures there anymore. That's just the thing.
Okay.
All of my friends are not there. My families live all over the world, so I just feel I'll be like a fish out of water if I was there. But I don't know anybody in Lagos.
Well, man, you went to Maryland Comprehensive, Abi, or is it convent?
And both.
Yeah, Lagos boy. I know exactly where that is. That roundabout in Maryland.
Yes,
it's like it's by the bridge. It's like riding a bicycle. You come back and you pick right back up. It might feel awkward at first, but you come back and pick back up. You know
what I've always tried to imagine was that we live in Oregon, so I've always tried to imagine that I decide to go out by myself, let's say to go to Victoria Land or Lekki or whatever, and I decide to make that journey just for the experience by no drivers, nothing, just by public transport. So can I navigate my way safely from Oregon to Victoria Land without any negative encounter?
Of course. It's not like you're taking Mulwe now. You just
No, I'm not going to grab a taxi because that would defeat the take it down.
How do you want to go?
Why will you do that?
for the culture now. You don't want to do that for the culture.
Culture wouldn't, yeah. I don't do all that shit.
So you just hide away in La Kulata, so you hide away in SUVs and then pretend like
I hide away in SUVs and I stay in Marriott. I don't even have. I don't bother myself.
So you don't want that connect with the
woman. Why would you want to take? First of all, do you know how hot it is right now during rainy season? It's humid as hell. Just extremely humid.
When you come out of the airport, it just hits you, doesn't it?
It hits you. So trust me, you're saying that now because you're sitting in Jan, it's cool and it's raining. But trust me, when you come out and you feel that heat or it's dry heat during Hamatan, you won't want to hop on a bus, get into a bus that doesn't have AC.
So you're not going to experience downfall or anything in your trip.
Woman, if I didn't have the money,
go back memory lane.
Let me tell you something, woman. People that don't have money wish they didn't have to go through that. So why am I going to put myself through that? Right? I work hard to earn the money I have. So why not make sure that I don't go through that kind of stuff?
You know why I want to do that is I want to sit at the back and hear what people talk about.
But you can do that. You can do that without having to. Okay, you can go to an open air market, right? Dress down, right? Walk around. Price stuff with different traders, ask them about the economy, interact with people like that. You don't have to put yourself on a bus or motorway and go through. No, you can get a chartered car, go out to those places and walk around, interact. If your stomach can handle it, you can eat buka food. I doubt your stomach can handle it though. But
no. That's the other thing that I was going to. Are you going to experience that buka food?
No, man.
Not Mama Amala, that is a franchise. So like where the bus drivers eat. You don't want to do that.
I was joking today because when I was in Lagos, right, I would go to Shita, some of my friends in Surulere to eat. And I was joking with my wife. I said, you know what, maybe I should try Shita. She's like, They will admit you into the hospital. And it's true, like your body changes, right? So
yes, I don't think my stomach could handle it either.
No, at all.
What are you guys talking about? When I went in January, I went to street, not still in Ibadan. I had Amala and Ogufi and all those stuff. Now nothing happened to me. Then on my way back, I stopped at I stopped at another one. I forgot the name, the latest one. I chopped the thing. Nothing to me. Nothing.
Fulani, be strong, man.
No, those things are hot. They are coming from the fire.
They are hot now. I mean, that cow. I could literally taste it. I could taste the life of that cow because they killed that cow a few hours ago. It was still warm, I saw my missile.
No, but someone told me about this place called Ileyon. So
that's a franchise now, is it not?
Yeah, the franchise, yeah.
That's it. Make you go Yaundo.
Yaundo.
Those are the joys. You see Yaundo, those Inyon, North Straight. Yaokpe, if you are in Ibadan, go to Yaokpe, go to North Straight. Go to, there's one Amala joint around Oluyole. I don't know if it's still there. Those are the real open space that you'll be seeing the soup as they are serving you. That's the real one, not all those. It's like going to KS. It's like going to some of those Mama.
All right, brother.
Nice one, woman.
Nice all right. Anyway, is your number still working there?
Yeah. My WhatsApp is still working, but I'll be calling in. I'll be listening and calling in.
Yes, I wonder if you could, if you find any experience that especially strikes you, record it and send it to me. Just a mini clips of life saying, or do if you can you can hire bodyguards and invoice it to me. Then go to a motor park and interview somebody. Because
I saw try the palm wine in Terra Culture. It's in VI, so don't worry, it's a fine boy place. But they give you the palm wine.
What are you doing with palm wine?
They give you the palm wine inside the what's it called? You know, the
calabash.
traditional calabash. It's VI, so don't worry about cholera. It's VI.
Ulata, what advice are you giving? What palm wine do you find in Lagos? When you are traveling to Owerri, just branch in Ekiti and take good palm wine. Why?
But we're not going to the boondocks now.
But he's going to Owerri now. You should just branch.
No. I'm going to Owerri maybe in a couple of months, like in September. Not now.
No problem. If you can't wait till then take Lagos palm wine. That one are water now.
What's the difference between palm wine and Oguro?
One man.
No, hold on. When the master of Kulata, you tell us. Who they say for more?
I'm echoing. Oguro is the Ogogoro, the fermented high alcohol content. I used to travel with my popsy when I was a kid, though. So we went to Benin, go all these or I know all those. I know those. High content. Yeah, high content. Made from palm wine.
It's a palm wine a watered down when it comes from the tree.
When it comes from the sap, that's palm wine.
It is okay. How does it turn to Oguro?
Fermentation, additional.
Oh, right. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's how they make kai too. Mm-hmm. They ferment it. Yeah.
Is the major one. That Oguro it's not pure like.
We're bouncing back from somebody. Instantly detonated to burn. I think it's Kandu. Unfortunately, Kandu. We're bouncing back.
Hello.
Hello, Kandu. Good to see you.
Yeah. Sorry. I thought it was someone else you were going to call first.
All right. Let me mute you for a moment. Oh yes, that's it. I think it was the palm wine. It was the palm wine that woke you up.
No. Trust me, I'm watching like 4 different things at the same time and listening to you guys. So I'm multitasking. I really enjoy the person that just spoke. If possible, I would like to leave my contact if he wants to link up. As you know, I was in Nigeria like 3 months ago. What was it? And a lot of the experiences he spoke about are very similar to what I found. There was food everywhere, pretty expensive. I have nothing to go and do in no banana island. I have no interest whatsoever. Even if they give me a house there for free, I wouldn't take it. Let me see. You see, I mean, obviously, like he said, things are tough, and I look at any society, wherever I'm at, not based on, can I pay 100,000 to rent a SUV to go around Lagos? I mean, people are entitled to do whatever they want and whatever works for them. But for whatever reason, I think this is just mere personal stuff. I cannot judge.
Sorry, Kandu. Let me. I'm going to mute you as I ask. Let me ask you this. Would you want to have that experience that I was describing that Izon and Kulata were alarmed that you abandon the driver and all of abandon your dollars and then get into a public transport and go on a journey with the people? Would you do that?
I actually did that. I sent you some videos. I went on the whichever train goes to Marina. I went on Napep. I sent you some videos from Lagos. Um, yeah, but again, you see, the way you judge a society is by some of the least of its people, not the people that can come from the UK and US and afford to buy or to pay. What was it? Was it 400 or $10,000 a year, which at the current rate will be about 15 million a year? I don't judge a society by that, even if I can afford it. You know, if even if the average person makes 100,000 a month, not the 60 or 60 whatever that has been debated, what can you do with that 100,000? And I understand fingers are not equal, but the vast, 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 vast majority of the people cannot afford to do that. I know Jesus said you always have the poor with you, but we're not talking that. We're talking the abject nature of where we're at. And unfortunately, like Kulata has stated extensively, and even Pansat, veered into some of those areas as well. The reality is that this is not going to change. You see, it's a different thing if you know that I'm suffering today. Like a lot of people, when they first come to a lot of Africans, when they first come to this country, they get a job as a security guard or driving a taxi. But you know that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. There is no light. And the rational minds of the world, the can do's of the world, sat here before these elections and told everyone that would listen that these people have nothing for you. It's a mirage. They're selling you Disneyland. I'm not saying that they are the one that got us to where we are, but I've heard Kulata, at least in the last month or so, a number of times, express the reality. That's one thing I like about him. It doesn't matter whether it's this person or that person, he puts down the numbers. The reality is these people, even the ones they can do, they fail to do. And there is no light at it's not I don't care whether they're Yoruba, Hausa, Edo, or whatever they are. So what I see, I weep for this country. I really weep for this country. And I'm not saying that anyone else should be like me. When I was in Lagos, even the places I was taking people to eat, I don't eat there. I did not one time did I actually eat where I took people to eat. Even at my parents' house, everybody has one piece of meat. I have one piece of meat. Because I have to lead by example. When we go into the garden to farm, I put on my sneakers, I take the cutlass. I was on live a couple of times doing that with you guys. So personally, I believe in leadership by example. Again, I'm not asking everybody else to live the type of life that I live, but I cannot even be happy in the midst of abject poverty to call myself in having this fabulous life. That's why I cannot live in Nigeria. I really can't. I can't do it. Maybe if I move to my home state in Ogun State and go to a farm or something, maybe I can do that. But I cannot be living this life and the people around me are suffering. I won't. If I look in the mirror, I will see nothing. So I don't know about, I don't talk about people like Samuel Ekpa or Sunday Bo. There's nothing that those people have to say that I have to listen to. They borrowing money, like Lato broke it down.
Hold on, Kandu. You said you can't, you don't see yourself living in Nigeria, and I didn't get the strokes, but
Lagos.
In Lagos. Are you saying the disparity between the lifestyle you can afford and what you see around you would not sit well with your conscience? Is that the reason that?
Yes, that's the reason. Yeah, that's just the reason. And I'm not saying that
Yeah,
I'm trying
but
to
you can live a watered down life now. You can live a watered down life.
no, I can live a good life in my village, on a village farm, and actually, I think that's what I'm actually going to end up doing. We have a humongous farm that I'm seriously, planning on going to do a number of farming things on. Uh, and I'm just saying again, you will always have people that are poorer than some people. That is life. I get it. But I cannot look at the fact that I can afford to pay 100,000 or 200,000 to take an SUV to be, driving me all around Lagos, and consider that because I know people that work in all sectors of life in Nigeria. Um, I know some of these people. Anyway, some of these people, I'm paying their salary from here because when I saw what they're being paid, I'm like, how in the world is this possible? How are these people supposed to exist? Not survive, exist. And you always have people who are able to do more. Like the last speaker said, he knows a lot of people that are doing very well, and good for them. I'm not saying they should take their wealth and divide it up and go and find a mattress and sleep on the side of the street. I'm not saying that. But when I look at the totality of the society, and there is no light at the end of the tunnel. At the point that we've gotten to, I think a military takeover is the only thing that can save that country, because these people would never stop. They cannot see, their blinders are so they cannot, they will never stop. Ministry of cow whatever, cow, a department in the Ministry of Agriculture can take care of that. Do you know what it's going to take to buy a building or fix building for the minister, for the staff? And you have to have that ministry start in at least each of the geographical section of the country. I mean, this is I think I need to take a month off from talking about anything Nigeria, because every single 2 weeks, 1 week, 1 month, you 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 think that you've heard it all, and then a new one comes on top of that, and then a new one. This is never going to stop. I hope somebody can come and put an end to this. Enough is enough.
And you think a military government will be the panacea?
I'm not saying that they will be the panacea. I'm not saying they're going to solve anything. But from what I've been able to see, from what these people have been doing, at least from 2014 till now, these people will never stop. Things are going to get ridiculously ridiculous. I told you all when I was in Nigeria first first week in April, the naira went down to, I think, 11.95 or 12.05. I told you all this thing is going to get to 2,500. I will never be happy about it. But it doesn't matter what I say. This is what the numbers are showing. You cannot be borrowing. You cannot be borrowing money. Australia cannot be borrowing money, and the Australian currency will have a better value than the euro. The European Union cannot be borrowing money that they cannot back up and expect euro to be better than Japanese yen. These are factual economic theories. You are not going to get better. We can. I'm tired. My brain is tired. I really can't do this anymore. Honestly, enough is enough. Thank you, one man. Go ahead.
Where do you see yourself retiring to?
We have a huge farm in Abeokuta. It's actually been a portion of it has been farmed. It's still being farmed by people that my dad just allowed to be farming it, and I'm seriously looking. There's a house. There's a house there. A small house there. Um, because I enjoy farming. I actually, I think I've said this before. Even in California where I lived, I grow tomatoes, tons of tomatoes every year, just because. So that's something I would like to go, eventually do. And thankfully I have the opportunity and the means to do so. So that will not be an issue.
So you are still investing your future in Nigeria then?
No, it's not investing my future. I just enjoy farming. I would do it as long as
No. You were saying you don't want to talk about Nigeria. You are splitting off from it. There's no hope for the future and all of that. But if you want to spend your final days there, then maybe you want to invest yourself in what's going on there.
No, I'm talking in terms of all this. This person said this. This person said that. Foolishness. But even being over there, if I'm on the farm where I'm talking about, there'll be more than enough food. I will have money come from the US, so I don't really care about money in Nigeria. I have all kind of investments over here that that pays good money. So I don't, and I don't really. There's more than enough money to take care of everything that I personally need to. But I'm not, like I said, I've been invited to go to the Banana Republic or whatever. I have no interest because I know some people from there, and they think that their own crap doesn't stink. So I don't. Just like the last speaker said. Some of these people will be telling you, "Oh, you shouldn't be talking to those guys because they don't have money." It's like, who the heck are you? Who the heck do you think you are? Well, I don't deal with such people. Personally, I just don't. You're not any better than anyone else.
Shall I tell you something?
Yes, sir.
And this may sound harsh and crude.
Sure.
But the less privileged, they have the expectation of being looked down on by the privileged. If they are almost disappointed if you don't look down on them.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to stop them from whatever they want. It's just not the way I live my life. So I'm not going to live my life because somebody else wants me to live it in a different way. I do what I do because that's what I do. Not because I don't care if anybody likes it, they don't like it, that's their own problem. I don't worry about other people's problem. But all in all, I'm not saying, again, it's about how do you judge a society? How do you, is it by the few that are doing well? We're not talking about everybody becoming gazillionaires. But can the average person, You don't even need to eat 3 square meals, but can they at least have 2? And does society provide for that? We've said this a gazillion times here. Giving people even 150 or $250,000 a year minimum wage is not going to fix the problem, because the number of people that are going to be paid that for the local and federal government workers is minute. It is the person that hires 2, 3, 4, 6, 10, and above people. If they start paying that, if you're paying $500,000 in rent in some place in a hall in Lagos, that rent is going to go to 1.5. The bus conductor is going to want more money. The Achinedu is going to want more money. So you're going to create hyperinflation. So I don't sit here to say that I have the solution. I don't. But what these people are doing, I promise you, a year from now it will be worse than this. Not because I want it to be so.
All right. I'm meeting you for a moment because I'm bouncing off your system. But let me ask you one more question, and then from there we go on to Ogben, who I think is ready for us now. You said a military takeover is what that country needs. So how do you, from your view, how is that a solution to anything? And how would that be to the betterment of the everyday Nigerian? Because, of course, we fought very hard to escape that space.
Yeah, it will have to be the right person. Whatever constitutes that right person, the person who is about the country, not a Babangida that will steal 16 billion.
Can we not get that under democracy anyway? If we had the right person under democracy,
you see, the system itself is rotten. I've said this a few times here. My conclusion is that Nigeria is going to be a great country. It's just not going to be in my lifetime, because the average Nigerian in Nigeria is looking to have money that he or she has not worked for. Some people go to church and pray that God should give them $100 million. You haven't created nothing. You haven't provided any services. And God should just come and drop $100 million on you. You will have a heart attack if you see the money. So Nigeria, because of the people, great people, but it too is not going to happen in this dispensation that I see. So it's yeah. Honestly, I'm going to have to, because it's every day is another story. You can't even get a break. If it's this week, then another week. I remember what was it, 16 years ago, we're spending $400 million a year to import toothpick, and they were talking about Vision 2020.
All right, let me ask you this. You went to Nigeria recently, as you said. I know you sent clips in, especially when you're pricing yam and stuff like that. Was there anything in Lagos and then subsequently in your hometown that especially impressed you, that you saw as a marked improvement or a development? There must have been some. Was there nothing at all that gave you sort of the green shoots of hope?
Well, the one thing that I realized right away in Lagos was the traffic was very light. There were a lot of places that were clean. You could see greenery everywhere. Just things just growing. Not even flowers, different plants and what have you. But in the everyday interactions, I mean, like the last gentleman said, I go, not until I came to these spaces about 3 years ago did I even know that the people talk about this person is Igbo, this one is Yoruba. Because I grew up in Lagos. I never heard that before in my life. And the last few times that I've gone back to Nigeria in the last 10 years or however long it's been, the same. I mean, some of the same guys, just like you. Virtually most of my closest associates that I grew up with in Nigeria, they're no longer in Nigeria. They're gone. They're all over the world. So, but the ones that are still there, I mean, is like I never left. Hey guys, hey, let's go to Chinedu's place. There's no big boy, but even when I'm being driven in the car, I don't sit in the back seat. I sit right by the driver. There's no, I'm not better than anybody else. I might have a few things that some people do, and I'm sure there are a whole lot of people that have way more than I do. So I've never believed in that better than you. I'm not better than anybody, and nobody is better than me. I don't care what you have.
All right, and stay with us. Let's come from you to Ogbeni, who I think is ready for us now. So Ogbeni, are you ready for us now?
Yeah, one man.
A senior lawyer like you, what is your business with things like Oguro and Emu? Is that are they aware at the bar? When they sent you to the bar, I think they meant the league, not the Ogogoro bar.
I don't take Ogogoro. I don't take beer. I don't take alcohol. But palm wine is indigenous to Africa settings. I'm a Pan-Africanist, so I take things like that. I don't take it lightly at all. And I always encourage my Igbo friends, if they find themselves in Africa, particularly in western part of Nigeria, they should try their best to take palm wine. And many of them have been giving good feedback on that. So it's good. It's good to promote our own. Mama, where do you want me to start?
No, before you start, have you ever tried palm wine with Guinness?
No, I don't take alcohol, so I don't take Guinness.
Oh, all right. That's how my grandfather used to drink it.
Oh, my dad taught me how to take palm wine with snail. That's snail meat, and that snail meat with pepper. And I'm not talking about all these chilies that you have in London and others. I'm talking of real African pepper. Those ata kekeke, those ata wewewe, those ones one's very hot. So there's a way they do it in my place. You don't put tomato or anything. It's the local pepper, the real pepper, and you don't grind it in the machine. We use stone to grind it. And then you put some little locust beans there. And there's a way they do it and season the snail. So take it with oguro or with palm wine. You'll be okay.
Does it go with a pounded yam? Is it a cardinal sin to drink
it
palm
does.
wine with
No, it
pounded
does.
yam? Yeah.
It does, but you need to allow the pounded yam to rest first before you start taking your palm wine. It's not good to be you're eating a heavy food and you're taking palm wine with it. I don't know, it may go for some people, but I think the best is you allow the pounded yam to rest first. Then you take your palm wine.
All right, that's the day gone, isn't it? Pounded yam and oguro. You can't do anything after that.
That's just gonna rest.
Just alone here. But this we were talking about the Ministry of Fulani Herdsmen, which is what we are calling it, the livestock something, and then we were also talking about the Nigeria continuing to borrow heavily, another 2 billion for reasons yet unknown. And then we were talking about Simon Ekpa, which not many people want to talk about, him winning against. But there was this headline that I came across. We've not really discussed it at length. Lagos to reintroduce monthly environmental sanitation. So I never knew they even stopped it, but just walk through it as you will.
Okay, one man. Before I go into that, I would like to just okay, let me start with that, or I don't know. Let me start with this historical part first. That I heard from yesterday program when I was doing a re-listening of that program, and then I've also seen part of it playing out today, or somebody talking about whether there is this feud, this Yoruba Igbo thing and co. I don't want to make it a serious issue, but I think people need to be reading history. I think we've lost our sense of history so much in Nigeria that I don't know. Sometimes when I heard probably somebody of age, probably 20 to maybe early 30s talking, and I could excuse them. But when I see somebody of probably in the mid 30s to 40s saying some things that, contrary to history, I feel baffled most cases. You see, this Yoruba Igbo field thing, the sentiment thing has been there for a very long time, dated back to 20s, dated back to 40s. So sometimes when people say, oh, I've never heard it again or wherever before, go back to your history and you read your history. That's always been there. The problem is, it has always been within the political, how do I call it now, activities in Nigeria. And that is the truth. If you go back to read this guy's book, was it a book or a paper? Dr. Remi Adekoya. There was something he wrote about Babawu and Nnamdi Azikiwe. The feud between the two in the 40s to early 50s. They were all hand-con on all these Igbo Lagos. It didn't start today. So people should just try and read their history. Because I wonder why you will know the history of America, you know the history of UK, you know history in Europe. You don't know your history. That is just as early as 1940s. We've been happy constitution in Nigeria. Let me just do probably maybe little recap of the feud between Awolowo and Nnamdi Azikiwe. Probably people don't know, and they just think Nnamdi Azikiwe was just in the eastern region. No, Nnamdi Azikiwe was in Lagos for some numbers of years and play most of his major politics in Lagos, right? In the, we'll be having Leighton Constitution, Clifford Constitution, run down to 1946 Constitution. That was the first time we're having more like a federal constitution. But majorly people call it tri-regional structuring in Nigeria. So in that 1947, we had what we call Richard Constitution, because the man Richard was the Governor General of Nigeria. Okay. And so we now have our eastern region, western region, and the northern region. For the first time, we're having a major region in Nigeria. And you had Awolowo, having his own newspaper, and Nnamdi Azikiwe having their own newspaper. If you go deep into archive and you see the kind of articles, papers, and what those guys were saying in their papers, you just see this Igbo Yoruba thing, attacking each other and others on that. In fact, if you go back to, there was a telegram, Dr. Remi Adekoya, telegram sent by, I think, Awolowo or something like that. In that, one of his, what do you call it, his papers in
Ogbeni, please
yes.
give me 30 seconds. One man, please come back. Please. Yeah, you continue.
Okay. On Egbeomo Odudua group. They formed Egbeomo Odudua group, and then there was Igbo Federal Union. That's the one Zik supported, but it was Igbo Federal Union in Lagos. Okay. The Egbeomo Odudua group now had its own newspaper. I've forgotten the name of the newspaper now. Not the one Awolowo established. It was established by another man. What's this man's name? By another man. Can't remember. I think the man was the Secretary General of Egbeomo Odudua, and they were using that, to stroll Nnamdi Azikiwe. Unfortunately, some, Nnamdi Azikiwe now supported another group that formed this group, Yoruba Federal Union, and that was what triggered the whole thing in 1947, 1948. Down to 49 to those 50s, they were on it, strolling each other. Lagos is no man land started all the way from that time. It wasn't just yesterday, all these things. So for me, people should just go back, go and read history of your people, read history of how politicians in First Republic play their politics based on tribe and all these things. If you ask me, were they right, or were they things that we should be doing in our space? I'll tell you, no, I don't think so. It's a reality of our time. It's a reality. It's part of our politicking. in Nigeria will get to be correcting it, but to claim that it just started after Tinubu, like Udain said, it's just a lie. It's just that the guy is ignorant of history. And I will excuse somebody like Udain. Why? Because Udain should just be, even the Abiola that Udain is talking about, Udain should just be 4-year-old when 1993 election took place. Udain is just 34 years old, I think, this year. So I can excuse somebody like Udain. Udain is a very young guy. So he needs to go and read history and understand his people and history of his people, before coming to a public space to express some opinion. Unfortunately, we are in a generation now where when experts talk, people don't even really value it. But when you have the oratory skill, whatever is your background, people think you're making sense. So that's just what I want to contribute in that space. I don't want to belabor that space. I know you've said a lot about that in that space the other time. So that's for that. And let me see where I will speak to. Let me speak to this Ministry of one man is no longer. General Thomas is there. Okay, let me speak to this issue of this livestock ministry. Honestly, I don't know what Tinubu is doing with this ministry. Personally, I think we do not really need this ministry, seriously. But let me correct an impression. We don't have.
Ogbeni, please give me 1 sec. There's the agreement between me and one man, and which I always like to follow very well. I've said henceforth on my second section, I don't want Passat on my section, and he has attended to that and say yes. So Passat, could you please leave or I kick you out, please? That's what I said. One man come back so that he can take him out gently with him. So Passat, please leave or I kick you out, please. Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on, Ogbeni.
Okay, so if you say Passat, okay. If I need you Passat raise, maybe I can quickly address that issue before he leaves. I don't know. If you permit me, I would like to just address because
No, not on my platform, please.
Okay, that's
an agreement, please. Ogbeni, you understand what?
Okay,
If I said you know me for something, if I said my yes is yes, one man is here. Address that, please. Let him go with you. If you want to speak for 5 minutes. Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't anywhere. So what's going on? I was away from the.
I said, can you please attend to Passat? Then you live together. You know I don't want him on my section.
All right, Passat. So Passat, let's bail out together. Then I don't think it's even fully there. Let me acknowledge the super tatas Ayo Bosun right there. Kulata before he came on the screen. That's a Fossa right there, who I was hoping would come on the screen because he was here yesterday and we couldn't quite get to him. That's Tokwe O doing as she usually does. And this one really, that's from Emmy right there. That's do you know what that sign is?
I don't know.
That's the Naira sign right there. We got
Naira. Naira. Yeah. 2,000. Wow.
We got to see that in Naira, which places me no end. So I didn't even know the functionality was there. And that Stopper still continuing conversation. Maybe one of these days Stopper will come on our screen. So Passat, if you're ready, do you want to have final words and we live together, Passat? Passat, I don't think it's there anyway. All right, I'll live with Passat. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow. When the floor is yours. So keep the conversation going. I was paying attention to what you were saying, by the way. So build that history of the relationship between the Southwesterners and the Southeasterners. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Yeah, Ogbeni. Yeah.
So yeah. He said that you'd be. No, I don't want to stay too much on that history. I just want people to just go and read, go back to read their history. But I remember one or two things now. I think in Abdulaziz newspaper was called West African Pilots. I can't remember the name of.
Yes. They removed history from our curriculum. Is that not ridiculous?
It is. We keep.
Some people don't even know their history. They follow the sensational on internet. If I came out today that Awolowo kill all the Igbos, some people will follow my narrative. They don't even read. They don't care. They don't. It's ridiculous.
It is.
Ridiculous. I remember when I was in secondary school, there's history. There is history in our curriculum as a subject. Yeah, go on, please.
That's the issue. So I remember little thing. I remember West Africa, but that Dr. Remy broke it down and went into Awolowo's archive and even some memos that Awolowo never published. That is presently in Awolowo's Ekene's house today. He brought them out and made some quotes from it. There was part of it where Awolowo was saying that, and what started it? What started this thing was when Nabda was actually contesting and was established his own Yoruba Federation Union in Lagos and blah blah blah, and the Awolowos were pushing back, okay, too. And while pushing back, some Igbo groups in Lagos now were supporting Nnamdi Azikiwe and made a bold statement of saying any attack on Nnamdi Azikiwe is an attack on them. And that was what led to Awolowo and the Egbeomo Dudua now, rose to the occasion and decided kicking back. Now, part of what Awolowo said in what Awolowo wrote clearly, if you go back to that book to go and read, was that Awolowo was saying Lagos is a Yoruba town. It didn't start today. When people say, oh, no, Yoruba, all these things didn't start today. He said Lagos is a Yoruba town, that 4 million Igbos cannot terrorize the Yoruba inhabitants to submissive, silent, Awolowo, very soft-spoken guy, wrote all those things and eventually Nnamdi Azikiwe was actually more like practically chased away from Lagos back to the eastern region, where he went to go and play normal politics and everybody accepted him there, and then they rested. But the issue continued. So it's just not today. That thing has been there. It's the reality of our time and our space. It's something we should all see to address, not just to brush it as if Tinubu brought it to our space. No. I can excuse you doing. Is just a 4-year-old boy. So whatever, I don't know. I don't know what he has read in history. And I don't know how many history books Udein has read. But I want to speak to this livestock ministry thing. I don't see any reason why they should bring that ministry up. I don't know yet. And but I want to correct an impression here. We don't have 50-something ministry in Nigeria. That's a wrong assertion. We have about, I think, 37 ministry in Nigeria, but we have about 50-something ministers. Because don't forget, in Nigeria, we have substantive minister and minister of state, okay, in some instances. And that's what increased that number to 50 plus. But in terms of ministries in Nigeria, we have about, I think, 36 or 37 ministries in Nigeria. So it's not 50-something. And if you have 37, are they too much? Yes. We've been saying it here. One thing about some supporters of Tinubu is they will always come to tell you when they will criticize Tinubu and when they will support Tinubu. I believe it's the opposition that will check themselves with always righteous position they always put, and then always seem bad thing about the government. There's nothing good about the government. It's not the way to do constructive criticism. The fact that you're supporting a candidate or you supported a candidate and you are still criticizing the candidate when they take a wrong step should tell you that someone is objective about the candidate. But if everything you've seen about the candidate is just evil, just pick it, so Nigeria is dead, Nigeria is died because of just one man, then you should check your brain again and again. And you should check yourself. Are you really on the right path? Is it really how to criticize? Is it really to build a nation? So, but for me, I don't see any reason why we should have this ministry. However, I do not have the kind of information or intelligence Mr. President have access to. I don't have, you don't have, nobody have on this platform, except you are working the presidency. So I don't know what you have access to is the CNC. He has access to many information. But I see this as a direct contradiction to Oronsonye. Oronsonye report, which he's been working on for a while now, said or targeted or advocate for reduction in ministry, reduction in parastatal, reduction in departments and others. And then, so why do you have to have another ministry? But at the same time, I look at it as, okay, you see all these ministries, they are the creation, ministries are not really creation of the constitution. I've said it here before. Just stroll and go to section 5 of our 1999 constitution. That Section 5 doesn't establish ministry. It only establishes office of ministers. Not even office of minister. It empowers the president to appoint ministers, to delegate authority to minister to help him in his executive duty. That's what that provision says. So when you appoint a minister, definitely you need an office for the minister, and that's why you now create office and put the minister there. And over time in the Nigerian history, we've been creating and collapsing different ministries. So if Tinubu thinks this is going to solve an issue, and by the way, I look at it again, when you say, okay, Ministry of Livestock, does he only talk about cattle? Because in Nigeria, we like to be very simplistic about things. Now we are narrowing it on Fulanis. We're narrowing it only on cattle. Is that the meaning of life?
Ogbeni, it look ridiculous and ambiguous. Livestock should be under the Ministry of Agriculture. Why it doesn't sound good.
It doesn't make any sense to me. But my own is, now when you say livestock, we shouldn't narrow it or pigeonhole it only on cattle or cow. We're educated. You know, livestock.
No, Benny, that's why people will talk now. That is trying to favor the North. You know, that is where we will go.
Of course.
Nobody will even read anything.
Benny and Thomas, the reason people are calling it Ministry of Malu is because the people that lobbied for it are Mieti Allah people. And we know Mieti Allah, they don't have piggeries or raise chickens.
There you go.
So this is the issue. So I remember we once in Nigeria, I think we still have it now, Ministry of Niger Delta. Now, what gave rise to Ministry of Niger Delta was Obasanjo that created them. Was it Obasanjo or Yaradua? No, Obasanjo created NDDC. I think Yaradua created Ministry of Niger Delta. I hope I'm saying I'm getting my facts right. I don't know. But I think Yaradua created Ministry of Niger Delta. Now, why did you have Ministry of Niger Delta? Because the agitation from Niger Delta was so high, it got to a state where they kept blowing on our oil and gas facilities everywhere. Our national revenue from oil and gas due almost zero. We're having serious issues with them. Masop here, this, there. And the government came. First, Obasanjo felt, okay, let's have a commission for them. Okay, Niger Delta Development Commission to develop that area. Maybe that should cool off things. Yaradua came and said, okay, let's have a full-fledged ministry for them, Ministry of Niger Delta for a particular part of Nigeria. Let's see, because that's where trouble and all these things, just to solve an issue. And well, here today we have it. Have they solved the issue? Well, maybe relatively, they've been able to solve the issue in the Niger Delta. Maybe they are not blowing oil and gas pipeline like before, where they are still stealing the oil and gas. So the product. So yeah, but to a very great extent,
are we now degenerated to this? If there's any agitation or trouble in any region, we'll just give them a ministry just to.
That's where I see this. That's where I see this.
If the Yoruba nation is agitated enough now, they will give them Ministry of Yoruba Nation. If something, it sounds ridiculous.
That's the foolishness. Yeah, that's the foolishness underpinning this move, which I don't see any saying. Let's say Yaradua made that kind of mistake. Let's Obasanjo make that mistake. I don't expect Tinubu also to be towing that path again. You know, I remember was he Goodluck Jonathan that established Northeast Commission. There was one commission that has very huge budget. They keep it them every year. Northeast something commission. That was okay. Boko Haram has done their own. They destroy all your area. Now let's come and reconstruct the area and settle that. Now created one commission like that, just pumping huge amount of money to that commission. And so this is more like it now. Even if they don't even call it ministry, you're creating a commission now to come and settle the issue of cattle. Yeah, we know poultry, piggery, aquaculture, bees, all these things are part of livestock. But sincerely, the time is even coming. Everybody will know that you are narrowing this thing on cattle areas. Say, okay, you want to find a way to probably settle them or find a way to solve their problem. Okay. But by and large, whatever we say here is not going to change Tinubu's decision. We can only castigate.
Do we know what the ministry is going to be taking care of? So we can. Do we know did anybody know?
So the point is this: the constitution doesn't. I've told you the constitution doesn't create ministry. Okay, the constitution only appoint ministers, and that's the constitution empowers your president to appoint minister, and then to give the minister portfolio, and then give the minister terms of reference and what to do in his office. So there is no way you can know that except by the time they appoint the minister and then give the minister terms of reference for his office on what to function on. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't see even this, even if you don't want to subsume this thing under Ministry of Agriculture. So what's the essence of Minister of Special Duties? Why not under special duty? If you believe that the assignment is so special, that you want this thing done, probably sometimes under some secrecy where you want to keep confidentiality, or you want to give it all, urgency and emergency approach, then who is the Minister of Special Duty? Why don't you do it under Ministry of Special Duty instead of creating another ministry? Because as it stands now, you need to get the minister. The minister will get all the paraphernalia of office, all the details, protocols. DSS will have to deploy. Their police will deploy or delay. These to deploy, they start deploying to the. It's just a waste of resources. So for me, that decision is a big disappointment. The caveat I will just put there is that I do not have the kind of information or intelligence that President has access to. So I won't 100% condemn it because I'm not in his shoes, and I can't not be in his shoes except that I go to contest and I find myself in that office. So that's for me on that. General Thomas, is there any other topic you want me to speak to?
Oh yeah, they were talking about Lagos State. Yeah, I want to reintroduce monthly environmental in Lagos sanitation. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's okay if they don't. At a point in time, there was one state, was it Ondo State? There was one of the states that reintroduced that thing. That was your Ondo State, and they reintroduced it, but they were only encouraging people. They did not make it compulsory because you remember.
Benny, sorry to interject. Before you go to that one, can I ask you some few questions about what the last topic? I have two questions for you. You know they created Blue Line Ministry or whatever ministry.
Blue Economy.
Blue Economy. So all those ministries, I learned that they are sharing staffs among themselves. I want to confirm from you, whether you confirm it or not. Do they employ more people into the federal civil service in all this ministry, whether they are 37 ministry or 30? They employ more people? That is one. The second question is that this new ministry they are creating now, livestock ministry, are they going to employ more people, or they are still going to use the staff that is there? Maybe they are going to share some stuff with other ministry. So that's my question.
Okay.
And then I quickly want to tell you something, because a lot of people don't know one thing. Kolata mentioned it before. I was sleeping, but I knew about it. Since 2019, there is a committee or a program during it's under Oshibadu at that time. It's with all the governors and the rest. They try to come out with a report, and it is based on this report that they create this ministry.
I'm aware.
What do you call it? From that committee, they created this ministry, and they have a lot of options in which they are going to follow, what they are going to do. So
I'm aware of that committee to start with. I remember back then when they were pushing Ruga on the they wanted to push it to under that particular committee headed by Vice President, and then he came out to say no, that Ruga is not part of what is under him. To knock off Ruga back then. I remember, and I think this is what is now crystallizing probably fully now into a ministry. And that's why I said I don't have access to the intelligence gathered by the president, so nobody among us here can.
And you guys mentioned the Northeast Commission. I also want to bring your notice that not only the Northeast Commission now, all the regions in Nigeria on the National Assembly, they have their own commission, including Southwest too. Southwest Commission for Rehabilitation, Northwest, North Central, and Southeast. Everybody wants that commission, just like similar to NDDC.
Okay, I know they want, but do they have it now?
Ogbeni, please give me 5 seconds.
Also,
Remy, please give me 5 seconds, please. I want to address something so that people won't think I'm a bit authoritative or something. Yeah. About the Passat, you remember I was talking about Passat before. I don't want it on my section. Yeah. There was a day he called me son of a bitch here. And I spoke with one man on the background. I said, one man, this is not the first time. This is not the second time. I don't want Passat on my section again. If you want me to be with you on this channel, if you want Passat, choose Passat or choose myself. And we have agreement. Anytime Passat is here, he can free flow with one man. Anytime one man is leaving, Passat should live with one man. So I'm a man of myself. If I say this is what I want it. You either take it or leave it. So I saw people in comment section say, Thomas, who are you? Who do you think you are? You want to kick Passat out? No, it's not about that. If you use all those language to me, if I say a gun, I can even shoot you because I wasn't brought up with all this your American swearing. I hate it. What did I say? If you want to be my enemy, swear where I am. I would never. I hate it. So I just want to address that for everybody to know.
Some of the people in the comment section, all what they do is to insult and abuse you and call you the F word. I can pinpoint some name for you, but I don't want to go that route, so I just ignore them. But it's high time that you also, Mike, and those ones that are moderator, including Rational Mind, maybe you have a way to censor them because you cannot be writing some stupid comment, insulting people, calling them dirty mouth, all sorts of word, derogative word. Some of them are just on call. This is not a platform for like you just call anybody any name like that. It's totally unprofessional and it's totally not good. You can write whatever you want to write, but insulting and abusing people on the comment section is just too numerous. And I think we are all human beings. The best thing you can do is that you can also join the platform and come and contribute. If you want to write your comment, please write it in a more decent manner. Everybody, we are all human beings. Because if we don't reply you'll be abusing me almost every day. I never do anything to you, and I don't know why you abuse people like that and insult us that way. It's totally uncalled for. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree, but like I always said on this platform, I think people like that have come to stay in our space. There's nothing we can do now than to just be managing them, and that's why I have you with this. Oh, before you say something, say he's bigotry, he's tribalist, he's this, and I tell people, I say, okay, so if you attack me and I attack you back, why are you playing victim? That's why I love what Mike said on this platform yesterday when I was listening to him. Why are you playing victim? If you go to Uptown Twitter, just don't start from now. Just scroll it back to 2022. You see the reason why some people are reacting. Even use this platform as a litmus test. There's some of us that used to come to this platform before the election were just, doing our own objective analysis. But if people like Panza will just enter and start attacking you on tribal, throwing tribal supremacist narratives on everything, it will get to a point that you react. So if you react,
it happened. It happened we are in it happened in the midnight here.
Yeah.
When he came in, he used about almost 20 minutes to attack the previous speaker on irrelevancy.
That is the issue.
I don't understand sometimes.
So if you are doing this and somebody is now reacting, and that's why I try to trace history back to that Outlaw and Brazilian history. Go and check that history. Outlaw was reacting. So it was a reactional action. So when the reactional action now start hitting you, don't play victim. That is you don't play victim. Because if you don't want war, then don't start one. Because by the time you start one, you don't expect your victim also, or somebody you think will be your potential victim, also not to react. And by the time they start reacting, then don't make we're all on this platform when Tinubu made mention of Agbado, they start trolling in on a particular tribe. Tinubu mentioned Emilokon, they start throwing in on that tribe. You just use that one big brush to brush everybody. When the Kanu was doing his nonsense everywhere 5 years, 6 years ago, was truly abusing the life out of anybody. were they not around? So when people now start reacting back, that's when you now start playing victim. Don't play victim. That's the problem I have. Don't play victim. Then resist it. You also stand your ground. So, but if you're going to cool off, then let everybody cool off. But don't think people will just cool off for you when you keep strolling. It's never done that way. And my people will say, Mark time is similar to Odo. If you don't want to get wet, don't stay too close to the well. But the moment you take yourself to the well, you take yourself to the river, then you'll be expecting to get wet. So that's the issue. And sometimes when they throw all these things, when you throw history back to them, they start talking anyhow to you. What's the problem? Go and read. Histories are facts, they are there. Yes, people will say history are written by probably people may not be many historian writers, many historians are not that objective. They could be subjective sometimes because they see things from their own perspective. And that is why you should write yours. I keep saying it. Everything that happened during this obedient time and everything now is something we should be writing quick before before some people start changing it from us. Because less than how many months now, people are already telling us something that never happened. People are already telling us what happened. They're already twisting it again. And that's the reality of history. Let's write it. Let's put it on record. And that's why I said this platform is going to be a very massive global platform in future where generations to come will be returning to come and inquire into what happened around that time. What were people saying? What did people say around that time? So let me leave it at that and go back to this environmental. Now, don't forget.
Ogbeni, before you go there, did YouTube have the archive to keep? How long do they have the archive to keep what we are doing? I don't know. I'm just asking. It's
Only
just
God
being
knows.
curious.
Only God
Nobody
knows.
knows that. Yeah.
Nobody knows. But for now, they are keeping it. Nobody knows. Because if you go to, for instance, newspaper archive now, if you go to it from Nigerian space, I'm not looking. There are some guys that are doing a very fantastic. Well, what's their name? Archive something. There are some guys I'll check it up and post it again to one man. I've sent it to him before. Those guys they're on the mission to compile, to compile first and digitize all newspaper published in Nigeria. I think from 1900 to date. That's what those guys are doing.
Already they can keep it even more than 100 years.
Yeah, those guys are compiling it.
Because they are now putting information in iCloud.
Yeah.
So you can see what technology is doing. Even more than 200 years, for God's sake. So whatever you do or what you put, whatever is documented one way or the other.
So I love what those guys are doing. They are compiling those things. So they are asking whoever, if your grandfather, your grandpa, your mom, or your grand uncle and co, if they have all those newspaper of them back, just let them know. They will travel down to wherever you are to come and just take picture of them, digitize them. And people have been reacting. People are responding positively to them. So they've been able to take, of some years for now. They're archiving them, and that's what government is not doing. We just have National Library in Abuja, just sitting there in one corner in the area. They are not doing. Those are the kind of project they should be doing. Nobody's working, and they will have DG now that has budget, and news will be getting budget, and so things like that. Yeah, I think it's going to help our space, at least if they don't read history, it will be on record somewhere. People can make reference to it and say, go and read this. Somebody wrote this, go and read this. Somebody said this one day, go and read this. And that will take me to look at that somebody who was talking about I think was it Pansat, okay, that was talking about section 138, but section 138 to buttress the point that Tinubu should not be the Minister of Petroleum Resources, that is against the constitution. Yeah, but that case has been taken to court before. During Obasanjo time, there was this case that was sometimes around 2017. There was a NGO, let me remember, Niger Delta Democratic Union. That was the name of the NGO. They took Obasanjo to court on the basis of this section 138, and they were seeking an order that court should compel Obasanjo to appoint a Minister of Petroleum Resources. That case was struck out in the federal court. It was this judge, they've elevated the judge, Justice Stephen Ada. That was the judge. He struck it out. But however, During Buhari time again, sometimes in 20 was it 2017? Sometimes in 2017, about 2023 or something like that. After I think it was after his second election, 2004. In 2017 again, during this man that just left, this failure, but during Buhari time, Olisa Bakoba sued Buhari again, but he used MB. They used MBA, but it was only Buhari that instigated that case. They used MBA. It was MBA against president or something like that to compel the president. But no, so this time around, they didn't say compel the president. They said the court should make a pronouncement whether the president should be the minister of petroleum resources. In that case, they said that case, the judge said yes, that the president shouldn't have, but the president still have the discretion. Something like that. It was a very one ambiguous decision like that. So if somebody like Pansat feels that's against the constitution, you just go and pick that judgment. Judgment is there, is in archive. Send somebody to Federal Court Abuja, pick the judgment and read what the court says. Did anybody appeal against it? If no, then that position stands. And finally, if you go to section 5 of our constitution, that section 5, like I said, that section 5 does not establish any ministry in Nigeria. Ministries are created to the convenience of the president, who is the chief executive officer in Nigeria. He will create it to his own convenience. If he believes I need only 5 ministries and I want to work with 5 ministries and I can deliver, then he will appoint just 5. But the constitution now says he must, the moment he wants to appoint minister, he must appoint 1 per state. So when some people say, cut down the ministry to 10, cut down, I just laugh. Your constitution says he must appoint minimum of 36. With FCT, right? 37. So sometimes, it's too many. Go to Ghana. And then someone came and said, Nigeria is the only. Okay, I think that's Kulata. Go to Ghana. Go to South Africa. They have 32. They have 23. But we don't. Ghana doesn't operate the Nigerian constitution now. Okay, look at Ghana. Whoever becomes president in Ghana will be the one to appoint somebody to head this region. Is that the system you use in Nigeria? No. In Nigeria, you conduct election for each region or each state. It's not like that in Ghana.
Yeah, that's funny, Ogbeni. That's a fallacy at times or ignorance they display here. Because those countries, their presidents are powerful.
Yes. In Ghana,
for instance, the Ghana you just mentioned, there are 16 regions, and he appoints the ministers. The ministers are like governors.
They are governors.
He appoints them from his own party. Whereas my own president cannot even go to Abia or go to Oyo without informing the governor.
He must let the governor know. We were all here during Tinubu's time now.
Yeah, and Ghana has 50 ministries. I think 51 or 50. So, and 103 ministers and ministers of states.
So sometimes when we come and that's why I said let's get informed. Let's be well informed before expressing an opinion. I don't know. Maybe it's by virtue of my training, because if you go to court and go and express one, you're gonna about one argument that is unfounded. Because the judge believe that as a lawyer you should be speaking the truth from the bar. If it is find out that you have just come to deceive the court, it's a very serious issue. Maybe I'm just taking things too serious, because for me, I think if you're coming to assert or make an assertion, just try as much as possible to do some findings on it if you are not too sure, so that we don't run the same system. Ghana president appoint governors of the state. Can you imagine? Is that the system we run? No. And our
very powerful man.
Yeah, and our own constitution says our president must appoint the moment you decide to appoint. You may decide not to have minister, no problem. But the moment you decide to appoint, you must appoint 1 per state. And how many states do we have? So it goes without reason that the president must appoint minimum of 36 to 37.
37 standing plus Abuja.
That you must.
37.
So when they now say court minutes, I said all these things. Let's go back to our constitution and go and amend this thing. That was this. I said, look, let's go back to our constitution and amend. Or maybe when president appoint them, he won't call them minister, call them some other name, and then their designation will just be AKA minister. Maybe that. But that's the reality of our system. And it's not Tinubu that make the constitution now. Here we've made it ourselves. They added it over to 999. So you won't blame me from using it now. That said, I'll talk again on. Let me conclude now on this environmental sanitation. Now, don't forget this environmental sanitation again. Somebody took Fashola to court. We shouldn't forget that too. What's this guy? Ebun Ade, that activity in Lagos.
Adegboruwa.
Adegoroye. Yes.
Adegboruwa, senior
Big
advocate of
Sam,
Nigerian.
Big Sam.
Big Sam. He was the one who took Fashola to court that made them to stop environmental sanitation in Lagos. If my fact is still very correct, he took them to court on major landmark issue and he won. He took them on Lekki, toll collection on Lekki.
You take and collect sand now. You don't forget.
And the guy don't collect sand now. He took them to court on Lekki, and he also took them to court on that environmental sanitation that is against the freedom of movement of people. That it was a military initiative. Sorry. So bringing it back. But I just think it should have thought of the implication, particularly Lagos being a place that could be potentially so dirty. If you allow residents of Lagos to just do anyhow, Lagos has a potential of Lagos people, because of the busy life and everything, don't really care. So many of them anyway. So setting aside a day in a whole month to do environmental sanitation, I don't think it should be so bad. And I think what Fashola now did after that judgment was to say, okay, we can have it, but it won't be mandatory. So they can have incentive. If they find you doing it, okay, maybe they have incentive for you, something to just encourage you. Then back then they now started to see some estates that are also now setting out dates, days in a month to do this estate per estate, things like that. But I think it's something they should bring back, but they should also be careful because of people's fundamental right. Back then, Ebun was just canvassing argument that, okay, if somebody wants to go to hospital, somebody wants to do this, you're restricting the person, restraining the person. And then they have all this mobile call. They will try you there if you don't. So the High Court of Lagos set all those things aside. And I wonder, I don't know. I know by now they will revisit that judgment and see the way to find way around it so that they won't breach what that decision says and they will still be able to please Lagosians. But I think it's a good thing. Let's bring it back. Neatness is good, for a city. We all live in places where in the Western world, they don't really need to set aside a day for all these things. What they just do is they put up institutions, to take care of all these things. But people are paying. Are we ready to pay that kind of money? The money I'm paying on council tax alone here, on environmental disposal of solid waste. Is there anybody in Nigeria ready to pay that? I doubt it.
Benny, please, on what ground the Ebun won that court case against Lagos State government? Thank you.
Oh, it's simple now. The one on environmental or the one on Lekito?
Environmental.
It's simple now. So if you go to our constitution, Chapter 4 of our constitution now stipulates what are fundamental rights in Nigeria. And let me first say this. I've listened to many people also on this platform, including Pansat, saying they will be trolling. It's our right. It's fundamental right. I think it was I can't remember that person yesterday that was also referring me again to the fact that somebody moving cow around is not their right. How can they be moving the cow around? It's not their right. Things like that. Well, to them, the news is this. Your chapter 4 talks about fundamental. As a matter of fact, human right or right is different from fundamental human rights. They're not the same thing. So the difference is this. Once they said something is fundamental, when you say fundamental human right, you're talking about the rights that are donated to you directly by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, by virtue of the fact that we believe they are natural. They are things that make a man a man. Okay, so they goes with what makes you a man. So if they remove it from you, then you are less what you are as a man. That's why it is fundamental human right. But not all rights. And not all rights you find are fundamental human rights in US. That is fundamental human rights in Nigeria. In Nigeria, our constitution has stated how many.
Very good point.
Narrow it to them. Let me give you an instance. Right to education is not a right in Nigeria. It's not a right. It's under chapter 2. We call it fundamental. We call it objectives, principle. They are just. We are wishing to achieve this, but you can't enforce it anyway because it's not fundamental. Socioeconomic, welfare, all those things. We've all listed it there because they are not fundamental. But when you say fundamental right in our constitution, they stipulated it there what your rights are. Okay, your freedom of expression is a fundamental right. Freedom of association is a fundamental right. Freedom of movement is a fundamental right. Human dignity is a fundamental right. That is the one that says you must not be tortured and nobody should torture you. So we have them. Can't remember how many. I think they're about 12 or maybe about 11 or 12. So whatever you call rights that you see people always throwing around, if you can't find it resting under any of those rights, they are not fundamental rights in Nigeria. They are not fundamental. Okay, you can find them placed in any statute, but they are not really fundamental. For instance, now, right to go to school, secondary school are not fundamental in Nigeria. The primary school one is not even in the constitution. They are just statutory right given to you. I think by UBEC Act, something like that. That's what gives us. The Child Rights Act. That's what gives you that right. But if your parent doesn't have the wit with that, if they don't have the capacity to send you, it's not still your right. They can't force that parent to do that. Okay? So, but your parent cannot decide to take your life. It's your fundamental right. You can enforce it. Nobody can take your life. Nobody can stop you from marrying who you want to marry. It's fundamental because it goes to right to family. Okay? Nobody should torture you. It's fundamental because it affects your right to dignity. Do you understand? So those are the rights. So what Ebandeguru took to court back then was that, look, if you are saying people should go and do environmental by all means, and you cage them to their, back then you can't leave your estate. You must walk by all means and you must live within your estate. So if they catch you that you are moving from estate 1 to estate 10, then they want to try you and probably imprison you or fine you. So he's saying that will breach your right to movement, because you have a right to move around anywhere and nobody will restrain you from moving around. So that is going to affect your right of movement. And don't forget, sometimes when in all times too, all these rights.
How are they going to overturn the judgment now?
So that's what I don't know. I know they must have gone private to study it and then find a way out. They have a way of you go and study, because there's no way that judgment will not now say except. Let me give an instance. See, for every right you see in the constitution, also there are exceptions, and that's why sometimes you see people just throwing this right, and you just laugh. There are exceptions to them.
Yeah, Ogbeni, let me give the panel an example of exception of right. In the state where I am, like the freedom of movement thing, is there, it's fundamental. But the police department in a certain county, gave notification to all parents that any child under 18 must not be seen out at 2300 hours, 11 p.m. in the night. That child will be arrested and the parents will be in trouble. So is that not an exception? Yeah, carry on, Ogbeni.
Yeah, that's an exception. So
exactly.
there are so many exceptions.
Ogbeni, sorry to take you back. You made me go and do research on ministries. India has the highest number of ministries in the world.
You see.
India useless gone. But continue.
How many?
They are not useless now.
Like 51. 51. And they have like 60 ministers.
That's 1.4 billion people. I'll be 1.2 billion.
1.something billion.
1.something billion. They have minister.
It's even small. I thought it would be like 200.
They have minister of Ayurveda and yoga and natural party and homeopathy.
That is a PE master now.
It's minister. It's
minister of yoga.
In fact, I expect India to even have minister on maybe parking gutter and something. You've been to India before now?
I've been to India. Wow.
In India, they have massive. In fact, poverty in that country.
Poverty.
They should have a minister on poverty.
A minister of poverty born in India. Poverty born in India.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ministry of Food Processing Industry.
Do you know
Anyway,
in some
you guys
places,
continue, Sha.
in
So
some
it's fine.
places when you go there, even in India, you can't eat for days
Yes.
for
India.
what you have seen.
There was a place. There was, but you know, okay, Kulata, you mentioned something, Minister of Food Processing or something, right? Now,
Minister of
let
Food
me tell you what.
Processing.
Let me tell you why I was having Hyderabad. Now in Hyderabad, I realized that they do something they call price ceiling. So if you are producing pure water, for instance, government will seal price. So you must not sell your pure water beyond XYZ. What do they call that amount? You mustn't sell it before. It's price ceiling. So when you now go, if you now see a price on that product, there's a code you press to find out what exactly is the price ceiling. I don't call it pricing. I don't know what they call it in economics. I don't know, but it's just government has highest that you can sell. Like in Nigeria now, let's say government peg rice to 20,000 naira. So every farmer must make sure that whatever you produce, you must not sell beyond that 20,000 naira. That's how the thing works in India. So you now press when you now you more like you are sending text message. That thing will now return message to you to tell you highest amount they must sell that product. So on that alone, to 1 point something billion people, and I can imagine how many companies they will have on pure water alone.
And you know what's the coincidence? They have a Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, and Dairying.
In fact, I expect them to even have one on religion. Yeah.
Okay.
Because
I apologize to Tinubu. we can all be mad together.
So my own is every society. I don't have access to what intelligence people have access to, but at my own level, if what I know is what I know just now, and I don't know more than that, I don't think it's a good decision. I don't think there's any reason for it at all. But I still leave that to him. And what else am I talking about? Okay, I'm talking about environmental this thing, General Thomas. So they can hide under the exception to say, look, we are restricting people movement maybe 3 hours in a month or 5 hours in a month for public utility, for public good. Then you go to House of Assembly to legislate, you find a way around that judgment, look for the exception the judge made, and then you're able to convince Lagosians too, and probably you get good public opinion on it, and then you kickstart it. And then if you don't even make it mandatory, but you encourage people and there are incentives to it. For instance, look at what they do in the UK, for instance. They don't compel you to go and vote. But you know when you vote, it adds to your credit record in UK. When you vote, there are some incentives attached to going to vote in UK. So it makes everybody to let me participate. It's not as if 100% now participate in election, no? But it makes people to be aware of that date. You see everyone of them talking about election is also day. You see all those old women, election is also they must just go and vote because that voter thing that you vote, that the fact that you are participating in it has some incentives attached to it. So things like that, okay, if you participate in environmental science, okay, there are some incentive attached to it to you, if things like that could encourage people. But I think they need it in Lagos. I know people that went to Lagos and said the place is now neat and everything. Although Ekene will still tell us it's not neat too. They still tell us that it's still as dirty as we used to know it. So we are used to that Ekene's obedience phase. I hope he's not sleeping, Sha. He's listening to me. So that's that. General Thomas, give me last topic and let me deal with it, and I will yield the space to others. Is General Thomas there? He's not there.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
So what's the last topic you want me to speak on?
We are saying on your field, speak on Igbo ancestry with Yoruba.
Let's just leave that on you. I don't want to speak on that or anything. I think it's just trying to unite us, which is good. Probably understand that space, that field has always been there. Despite that, we still intermarry. We still do things together. Even why we interact so suspiciously. Somebody told me recently that if you marry an Igbo girl and if you marry an Igbo girl, that your children, the Igbos, don't see them as full-bred Igbo. That there's a name they call them. I don't know if anybody know about that. Baba.
Female job. Carry.
Yeah, the elders say you should know that now.
You just talked it.
Carry on, Ogbeni. I beg you. Give me a pass on this. I beg. Give me a pass on this. I beg. I beg.
A friend told me, I just forgot now, that there's a name they call if you are not, you know the way one man will always troll body revival here, will be trolling the guy, saying the guy is not full Yoruba. That there is something he was called somebody like the video now who has mom as Igbo and then dad as Yoruba. Is not full Igbo as far as they are concerned.
Davido's mom is Edo. She's not Igbo. She's Edo.
She's not Igbo. Okay.
His dad is the one that has Igbo mom.
Oh, okay, that. So like Revival now, you know, Revival has Igbo mom, and then Yoruba dad. Okay, like Revival now, if Revival now goes to Igbo land, there's a name. There's something they call them. It's not cool. You're like, you're Igbo, but you're not full bred. You're not really, you're not really powerful. And when you go to Yoruba too, you see Yoruba calling them woman Igbo in fact,
I read something that Chioma, her mother is also Yoruba, named Folake, blah blah blah, and it's true. I read it on a newspaper with the picture of the mother. She's with a Yoruba mother.
But realistically, it's a very sad story. You understand? And Ogbeni historically has been spot on. I've said it many times here. It's not nice. This history, the present day happening, it's not really nice because.
But it's only in politics now. I mean, on a personal level, there's no problem. It's just all these political people. Like on a personal level.
I also discovered one thing. Maybe I might be wrong, because most people online are in the diaspora, and they are the one that even try to encourage this division. They are the one that is pushing people to do a lot of things. Why they stay in wherever they are in abroad, pushing the local people. But when you go to Nigerian people that are on ground and you ask them questions, they say, we don't hear something like that. We don't know something like that. We are just doing ourselves, doing our own life. Everybody readjusts. It is the situation of things in Nigeria now. We are not saying the country is not in a mess, but people are coping, and people have to readjust to the reality of life. But some people, a lot of people in the diaspora, instigating the local people, go out there and protest what is wrong. And so many of these things they brought online. Sometimes most of them are not true. Some of them are something that have happened several years ago. Like the one they are showing you right now. This one happened 4 years ago. But not
4 years ago now.
So many stuff that when you so a lot of lies are outside there. We are not saying.
I'm even talking about going back to the 40s, Awo and Zeke and everything. But on the island, I mean, they born me into that politics, you understand? Because, like I said, it's in my own neck of the wood on the island that we have the NCNC headquarters. And because they are Catholic and my own side is Catholic, so it kind of blend somehow, and a lot of victimization and things like that then. But Zeke and his people were very clever because they could speak the language very, very well. Very, very well. I think in our group, only Bola Ige can speak Igbo very well, while the rest speaks spoke Hausa language very well. But then the whole dragging started then, you understand, like Lagos or Yoruba land and contesting, and it's not today like Ogbeni said, but
so that Lucky Damajas, did he also speak? He can speak Hausa too, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, they are Lakijas and all of them. It just the thing tire me out at times when I just see
It's been there. That's why
it's been there.
nobody should shy away from the reality that thing has been there. They
And
can't
I
be.
think after this 2023 election, I'm
Mm.
telling you this, from my own point of view, I think the rivalry has been there. What pains them more is that they are losing to Yoruba people. They see Yoruba as their main competitor, which is good. At least we all grew up together. Some of my classmates are from Enugu and they were born in Yoruba land. They can even speak the language better than me. They also pass the Yoruba language in their WAEC or whatever. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, the person that also represent them in this last election does not also. I'm sorry to say it will look somehow. The way he campaigned, he used that sentiment too much. He goes to every the way where they reside, that is where he's going to campaign. Use the religion. Oh, it's just too much.
It
He's the
was,
one.
but you see, if you go back to history too, you know that I think Obi also learned this thing from some people. I don't know. I think is that I don't know why I just think all this historical thing. Because if you go back to House of Assembly in Ibadan, I'm not even talking of Lagos now. Let's come a bit now down to the Western region proper. If you go to House of Assembly in Ibadan, the Zik people, they had a very substantial numbers of seats in that House of Assembly. I hope you're aware.
Yeah,
Very substantial number.
Benkele Mess was
Yes,
NCUC.
in that House of Assembly, you know. So this,
Adegbinro.
yes, and this tribal thing started playing out again. Like, don't come and take up this space now. They created region
But
to sort.
Ogbeni, NCNC was a national party. True about Macaulay.
Yes.
Then when it got handed over, that's when this rivalry started.
Yeah, do you know why?
I know why. I know why. I just don't like talking about it. I know why.
Yeah, honestly.
So they look at leaders more. Okay, our leader you. And don't forget that the reason why Richard Constitution actually and Awolowo actually advocated this regionalism. If you go back to his speeches and papers that he delivered, but unfortunately it was an adrogated one they brought. Because Awolowo didn't really want 3 regions. Okay, he wanted some regions for the minorities, those that can relate. So if you go back to his paper, you see him proposing about in 16, so that the fear of minority will not be there. But the big 4 anyway, but the 2 collapsed. Fulani also collapsed. So the big 3 wanted that, and the guy Richard just give way for the big 3. But they still use Awolowo's idea and everything and brought everything up. So eventually, everybody they cut this thing along tribal line. So everybody felt, okay, if you're going to be the leader of a particular party, who will be the ruling party in a particular space, you must be from that place. So all these things also played out back then, schemed themselves out on business work and da. Well, so it's been on in our space over time, and so it will go down. Politics will bring it up again. So my issue is that don't heap it on Tinubu. People just come as like that you day now. I just listen to the guy, but is it that you can't even read history at all? And for you to even say in Obi space, I keep saying is there are about 11 major set of people collapse in that space. And let me say this last before I yield the space. For me, first, there are some people till today, they are angry about Goodluck Jonathan loss. And they believe that because Bat supported PNB into the governance was why they kick out Goodluck Jonathan. They've never forgiven Tinubu for that or PNB for that. So they are still in the fever of Goodluck Jonathan lost. If you go to Twitter, you still be seeing them flying around, still talking about Jonathan that has left government how many years back. Okay, that the space of the IPOP who just want to leave Nigeria and they think Obi can lead them out of Nigeria. There's another set of IPOP who just want, Nnamdi Kanu to be released, and they think if you have Obi there, it's going to release Nnamdi Kanu for them. So that some people in that space collapse into that issue in that area, whether you want it or not. That's the reality. And okay, so there's another set of people who are just, the Igbos who just think the only way to have social justice, which they call social justice, is to have Igbo presidency. They believe that is justice, that is equity, that is fairness. There are people like that. They just believe, why can't Nigeria produce Igbo presidency? Now that we have somebody who is good, who is formidable, who should be accepted by, why must you not accept that person by all means? So they must sell that person, but they will sell him under the disguise of it is because he's the best. But when argument now gets to there should be Igbo presidency, say yes, that's what we are saying now. There should be equity and fairness. So, but they will still pretend to you and say, it's because it's the best. That's why we are supporting you, not because it's Igbo, So we have people in that, and we now have some elites who just, just want a freshman, normal elitism, and that one cut across all tribe. Elite of let's have a fresh things and co. And now we now have the diasporans. Although the diasporans die, they can relate with Obese as like one of them. The guy has lived in UK before. He made his one billion, his first £1 billion in UK. All those they are bobo. They just give them bobo to drink and they say, diaspora, do. That's that set of people. Now there are some Christians, majorly Pentecostal Christian who doesn't believe in Muslim, don't like it. And there are some Catholic who believe, this knighthood and all this. There are some Catholic that did well in Anambra for the Catholic. Pam, in that space too. So a lot, there's some Lagosians that don't even like Tinubu at all. They believe that Tinubu mess up in Lagos, the created field that they've not been able to overturn. And a lot, comedians who are just looking for, bloggers who are just looking to create content and just get traffic on it and buy into the thing. So a lot of people in that space, and I pity Obi because he won't even be able to even if he becomes president, he won't be able to control them. After all, Ruto was like that. Ruto was like Obi in this thing. He went to court to go and fight his seat out. They were all rejoicing.
He rode on the back of the tiger. And where did he end up? In the stomach of the tiger.
Just like what Wale Soyinka said, he said, if you create a wind or something like that, so you reap a wind.
You reap wild wind.
Wild wind. He said the beast you are. Soyinka said the beast you are rearing today, you are nurturing today, will come and attack you tomorrow.
Ogbeni Kaiser was here yesterday, and I asked him a very good question. I said, were they able to justify their protest? The guy said no. He said most Kenyans, they don't want to pay tax, and that is why the guy withdrew the tax bill.
Guys, guess what happened after the protest? Fitch, the ratings agency, has downgraded Kenya. So that means any money Kenya is going to borrow, the interest rate is going to be sky high.
Yes, and the guy now said at the end of the day, the process does not achieve the aim, because at the end of the day,
the protest just injured them.
They are going to borrow money because the citizens don't want to pay tax, so they are going to borrow money at a high interest rate.
I said it before. First and foremost, I said, look, why is this man going? This man used to be their bride now. He used to be the hallmark of, in fact, Obi keeps referring to the guy everywhere. The guy has made the best fantastic speech in United Nations. The guy is now the leader. Nigeria is now a draft. We are not giant. We are not we are dead. We are da. They were still trolling Ruto like that now, just like Kagame. So all of a sudden, what has changed?
But don't you think Ruto is dumb to go and sit on Twitter and allow himself at the heat of the trouble to be heckled?
I think the reason why Ruto is doing that is Ruto is not. He doesn't. I don't think he cares much about whatever they are doing, because he's still arresting, and he believes his political opponents are the ones trolling all this thing. Because you see right now, Odinga coming out, even Uhuru Kenyatta are still talking. Okay, talk to the youth, da. You believe, but
we even asked the guy. We have Kaiser yesterday. Do you think Ruto has a chance? He said nobody's going to defeat him in the next election. He's going to win again.
He's thinking of next election.
And he said they are picking up people a lot because of the aftermath of what happened. So at the end of the day, you guys don't want to pay tax, but you are going to borrow money at high interest rate. And they said, Kenyans like it that way. Oh God. So at the end of the day, nothing was achieved at the end of the day.
That's the issue. So you don't want him to borrow. Then I don't even understand.
No, they don't want to pay tax. The citizen of the country, they don't like paying
and they
tax.
Don't want it. No, a lot they don't want to. They started without tax. The guy hacks it down. After they started picking more things, just like our NSAS.
Yes.
They started yielding. They said, okay, cut the budget. He cut it. Cut the first lady budget. If I abolish that one, abolish.
Benny, that's the funniest thing. They don't even know how government works. So on paper, visually, he told you, oh, office of first and second lady, I cancel it. Are they deceiving themselves that they will not fund those people, those offices? They will fund them. They have a way to do these things. I don't know. It's about appropriation from one place to the other.
Eventually, if you look at it, now, the man must find a way to finance the country because they are indebted. That's the issue.
Heavily.
And that's where I also have for Nigeria. They're indebted. And so if they are now protesting that don't do this, don't do that, don't raise tax. So it means don't raise tax within. Then where do you want the gentleman to get money from? So it's going just to be another president and just make things to just rest and go. You know? But Kenyans have already been like that. If you go back to the Mau Mau rebel and all those things, that Kenyans
in time of Jomo Kenyatta.
So those guys are not they are not smiling. Kenyans guys are on top. Okay, thank you everyone.
And I just want to use the opportunity, Ogbeni Kulata Remi. Yesterday, I made the rebuttal at the comment section, but I think when it was being propagated that Jimmy Agbaje was trashed in Lagos and things like that. I responded there, which I'm responding on that. No, what he was doing was bad because he was canvassing for the votes of the Southeasterners, and he went ahead to promise them commissionership. Rumor then was 16 commissionership, but nobody can really, we didn't see the paper or anything, but he had an agreement with them. And that was the beginning of his trouble. Boema Bino, because he's in mourning right now. His son died in Canada a few weeks back. I shouldn't be saying, but I just want to put in a proper perspective. Now, he was promising them to get the votes. And how could he do that? And from that moment on, nobody ever trusted him again in Lagos. And will never. Carry on, Benny. I just want to put that in. Because some people don't read at all.
Yeah, no, that's my last. That's the last topic I have.
But you never answer my question I asked you.
Oh, which one? Sorry.
So I asked you a question about the ministry. Are they going to? Is it a very good?
Oh, yeah. So what I'm aware of is that they don't. For now, they've not employed. Okay, generally they've not employed. But however, don't forget in Nigeria, beside the mass employment they do once in a while, they employ on the daily basis in Nigeria. Don't forget from the back door. So I'm not talking about that employment. So that tomorrow you don't see somebody and say, they just employed me yesterday. It's possible. In Nigeria, they employ every day. Okay, from back door. But massive recruitment that government will announce and people will come and write, all those things, write the aptitude test, write what they've not done. So what I learned they do is Blue Economy, for instance, now they said they're sharing former science and tech employees plus part of the agric back then. Because when you look at Blue Economy, what exactly is Blue Economy if not agric? If not a particular specialized place in agric? Because normally Blue Economy is just.
I read something about that Blue Economy. Actually, they are just what this guy is doing just about maritime economy.
It's maritime, yeah.
And they have generated more revenue since he came in. The guy
aquaculture too.
It's aquaculture, fishery.
They are bringing in more money, but the guy does not talk. It's not the one that I don't know whether he's camera shy or whatever. I think sometimes we have to dig into the ministry. I dig into it and I discovered that for the last 6 months,
he has a personality of a doorknob.
Yeah,
those guys should be. Those guys should be.
I've had that before.
And politics is not like that. You just have to be there every now and then on the front board.
Lata, that's not nice at all.
But it's the truth now.
Yeah,
governor state one.
I'm going to write. I'm going to write that thing down on my diary now. Personality of a dog. Abala. Human being now. Baba to the little lolo. Some
Nǹkan
fish.
tí ó ṣe win nìyẹn now. Because he has
ọlọ́gbọ́n ni
zero
o
personality.
ó ní nǹkan kan ikú owó ni.
But anyway, yeah, some people just have that kind of personality that they are jacky, they'll be walking silently, but they are not just probably they are not good as leader, because leader must have the charisma to be able to carry people along, talk, let people, sell your market, and things like that. Maybe minister of state in that place, so that the sometimes minister will be doing the talking and will be doing the action, and then
Another question before you go and
But Egbo any president now.
Yeah, of course.
Another question I want to ask you guys that you condemn that ministry, which I'm also not comfortable with. But what solution? Because this thing has been happening for more than 10 years now. We must find solution to that problem. So what if you are in that position in the government, what would you do and how are you going to go about it?
Okay, for me,
you can go about it without a ministry. That's my own point, and I stick to it.
So, same with me. For me, there are so many ways about it. Well, first of all, let me repeat the fact that I said I don't have access to the information and the intelligence that Tinubu have access to. So, whatever we are saying now will just be on assumption of what we see on what happens around and we see every day. We don't have access to it. What I know is that people coming from Sahel, they are marching down gradually by every means to get to the savannah and rainforest. That's the reality of our area. Whether anybody accepts it or not, that's the reality. Libya crisis has caused a lot of issue for us in West Africa, and we have to deal with it.
And Iran is in Niger now. Iran and Russia. The last Western nation there in Niger, Germany, will be leaving in August, finally. So France has left, America has left. So Germany will leave. It will now remain Iran and Russia. Two
And
bad
China.
combination.
Bad
combination.
And people are condemning. We don't want to.
And people are condemning Tinubu when he's trying to make attempt to nip that Iran, that Niger thing quickly. Sabotage. I don't know.
Even Kulaka said everybody of them here they condemn it. Now it's going to wallet. So
I still condemn it now. But only the first thing you will do, you pull all your weapons. And then you don't use it. You don't do things like that.
Do you think if such a thing happened in America, America will not march down and kick the person out?
You can't do it, especially with our northerners. You can't do it now. They are brothers.
So you are thinking of political you are reading political situations.
Yes, you cannot pull it off you can't pull it off like in Nigeria. It's not possible.
So that's the problem. Now Russians are there, Irans are there, so automatically that place will continue to escalate in terms of.
Then I'm really afraid.
Overrun you call in Russia, because Russia don't overrun.
It's Iran I'm afraid of. And the guys have formed a confederation, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali. They are thumbing their noses at ECOWAS right now. They don't want anything to do with ECOWAS.
Exactly.
Just watch out for them. I'm expecting something like that to happen in Chad very soon. I'm not a prophet of doom, but I'm looking at Chad and Central African Republic.
Chad might join one now.
And once they do that, they just form an umbrella on our head. What will you take them to overrun?
Full cover umbrella. Full cover.
So what option do we have?
See all those Trans-Sahara pipeline, those things. Tinubu has even abandoned all those things because with all these guys, it's not even possible.
It's not possible anymore.
They are working on it. So the pipeline that goes through Niger all the way to Morocco. That is the leverage.
No, the one going through Niger is going to Algeria. The other one there too. The one going to Morocco is going through the Omagba left law.
That one is too expensive. Even between Niger and Benin Republic, there is problem now because the $400 million pipeline
they run from their little oil field to Cotonou port. Benin opened their border. Niger refused to open their own border.
Of course.
And they said, okay, you cannot ship through us. Even though we are earning something, it doesn't matter. We can do with that money. Now they started accusing Benin Republic of stealing their oil.
Oh, haven't they resolved that? I thought
They've not resolved it. It's not been resolved. I know Benin too is not acting alone. I think it's with the backing of France. So Nigeria is in trouble if we are not very careful.
That is why I believe in True Niger. That's how I supported in that time. We have the might, kick them out. But you guys said, "Oh, stop play." Yeah, no
kick who out? Who are you going to kick out?
Those guys in Niger.
Those guys in Niger. We just have to kick them out.
I've told you guys, there's no way. If the Nigerian North will not support you,
they will not
look at what they did. They will not support you now.
Even the boy in Mali, the military boy in Mali, he has started locking up civil rights organization leaders who are opposed to military regime.
Baba, what do you expect?
2 weeks ago, he locked 12 of them up. 12.
Baba, what do you expect now?
What is going to happen? Should be they are jubilating now. They want military.
No, now we should not quickly forget Sudan now. Should be Sudan, he started locking them up now. To go rejoicing back today now. They started locking them up. So
this Iran thing, I don't like it at all. Honestly.
Iran they said border, you could imagine. And some people
they are worse than Libya.
Iran are going to start fermenting Sunni Shia
Benny, sir. Benny.
Even what is happening in Sokoto, the Sultanate, are you sure they are not behind it? Because Kusento Tower Sultan Lujuri.
Yeah, but Nigeria is heavily Sunni now. Heavily.
But the Shiite guys still should push back. Only God knows when now. Since the 80s. They are still pushing back. They're pushing back seriously. Yeah. Nigeria, we have to be very careful. I don't know, and unfortunately, we had our own internal. We are not unity.
You know the way they are going to call Aleppo. Niger is just going to damn Niger. What they want for Aleppo here?
Yeah, but the problem there is our hydro facilities are not contributing much to the national grid like it used to. So most of the thing is now gas.
Yeah, but if they damn Niger agriculture and there's so many things it's going to affect.
Okay, you have a point there.
Because presently they are trying to increase the megawatt to more than 5,000 megawatts. So it's the Chinese company that is working on that dam already. So they are bid to finish this year so that they can have improved generation of electricity. So when you look at the whole thing, it does not bid very well for Nigeria at all. When you look at the southern part, we have Benin. Benin is okay with Nigeria, no wahala. But when you look at other regions, Cameroon are in trouble. They have been fighting. Up in the north, all of them are fighting. They are ganging up against us. And
Brazilians in Cameroon, they are really fighting hard.
But even the Cameroon, no, Nigerians are contributing to that issue in Cameroon now.
The funniest thing is their leader, Osawasi Akwa Ibom, Buhari go administratively. Go the hand over some Cameroon official.
So we are contributing now because many of the, I don't want to mention, many of the Ogun that the ECN are using is coming from Dazis.
Yes, so
it's coming in from Dazis. So
also.
Yes, now, and that's why the Nigerian government is just trying to support the government of the day in that place, so that whatever about Nigeria, they just hand you over. You know? So that's the issue in that area. It's not looking good for us in the aspect of regional integration and then peace in our region.
I don't even know why one man didn't talk about this. Do you know that our car
They came into Niger State. They're in Niger State right now.
Ooh.
Alka.
Ah.
They're in Niger State. They came into Niger State last month. They chased them from Benin Republic. They've been chasing them from the Sahel side. Now they're in Niger State.
I'm just disturbed with
Don't fly
this.
dinner ni àgbọn rìn dé. Báwo lọ rí
Wọ́n rìn ni o. Wọ́n rìn ni o. Wọ́n rìn. Wọ́n gbé gbóná fún wọn. Wọ́n gbé gbóná fún wọn ní Benin Republic. Wọ́n wọ Nigeria because kò sí wàhálà Nigeria fún wọn. And wọ́n ti already ní cell ní Kogi. You remember àwọn tó ṣe hit yẹn ní ọ̀wọ̀?
Yes.
Okay.
Èmi fẹ́ lọ sùn.
All right, me go. It's 11:48 here. General Thomas, Kulata, Remi, Ogbeni, everyone. Good arrow.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Oh, Ekene is there, sir. Ekene, bye.
Oh, sorry.
What is soon? Ekene don't sleep now. Go Lagos, go
because this time is it's about almost 5:41 in Nigeria.
Yeah. Amen. It's 4:41 there. Yeah. All right. Good night, everyone.
All right. Good night, guys. Yeah.
All right. Good night.
Good night. Thomas, you are not there anymore.
Oh, my Shile Mojuni, General.
Good night, though.
Simba, how are you?
Dr. Alabere. Dr. Alabere.
Kò tún dáhùn.
Ẹyí èèyàn mi, ẹ mọ̀ káàárọ̀.
Àwọn ti sá lọ, wọ́n ti lọ sùn.
Ẹ káàárọ̀. Kadu, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Alabere. Tomasi.
I'm Bell.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just make I salute everybody before everybody disappeared.
Time will one be no alele ma wana.
No, it's 6:42 a.m.
6:42
a.m.
a.m.
We are using the same time. It's about 6:42 a.m. also here.
6:42 a.m.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm preparing to go to work now.
Go to work now. Oh yeah. Okay. That's all right. We are in 1:42 a.m. Wednesday afternoon. Oh my God!
I think another planet now. I think the luckiest people in this world is Australia and New Zealand.
Australia, yes.
What that one? What that Gino body? Very
far. They are isolated.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. You can't.
They don't have to bother about all these border things because they are bordered by the sea.
We are bordered by the sea, only by the sea, my brother. Do you know how much they spend on securing the sea? Because the only way you can invade this country is through the sea.
Yes.
There is a permanent submarine
submarine on
permanent in the water, permanent.
You know they've signed nuclear agreements for US to build nuclear subs for them now.
Yeah.
To protect.
I don't know why Nigerian government is also not signing nuclear power with all this superpower. Let us also have nuclear power now.
Let me. Sometimes the issue is this. The way we talk, we just look at governance the way as if we are running a family. Believe me, and that's the mistake, and that is why when we talk, you say, what is wrong with our leader? This thing is simple now. They just do it like this. That's so. No, and that's the way we talk. Let me tell you, you want to tell me that since we have been a country, how we are just wicked to ourselves not to be able to do certain good things for ourselves?
And if you look at it,
Simba, even some man with 2 kids, 1 wife, he can't even manage his family.
Mm-hmm.
3 kids,
let me
1
tell
wife.
you that there are a lot of forces that goes into governance. You understand? And we are starting from not zero level, from negative. A lot of countries have gone before we wake up.
Yeah.
And that is why
Yeah.
let me tell you, when I was in primary school, one of my class teachers used to say that I should mention one country that developed by virtue of their natural resources. I searched up to today. I can't mention one.
Not at all. It's not going to be like that.
And the question you have to ask yourself, why? What is the reason? But sometimes we just look at it as everybody in Nigeria can be president.
Will the US be an exception?
Which country?
Okay, let me ask you now, Kandu.
Yes, sir.
Does US rely on their natural resources?
Not at all.
No, you said developed, and the reason I say that, I had to, when you posed that question, I had to do some mental calculation. In the US, we produce about 10 million barrels of oil a day. We use 20 million. So in terms of what we eat, we're the biggest user in the world, way past anybody else. But in terms of food production and things like that, we're more than self-sufficient. We feed the world when it comes to certain food.
Which food? Wait, let's start from that. Let me tell you the concept that where you are looking at, you produce something for your consumption. Fine. You mentioned oil. Just wait now. If there is a fall in price of crude oil now, does it affect the economy of America?
If there's a fall in the price, it affects us differently. It affects.
That is what I'm saying. Okay, you want to look at it the way it will affect Libya, the way it will affect Saudi Arabia, the way it will affect Nigeria, the way it will affect Angola?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You see, when our economy is so,
let me tell you, agriculture is, I can't consider agriculture as the natural resources.
No, of course, it's not natural resources now, because agriculture is not something you get from the ground. Not that
you have to till the land, you have to make use of it before you can bring something out of it.
No, I was talking in terms of crude oil, in terms of gold, in terms of, we have a lot of, part of our problem.
The countries that rely on all these things for their development, tell me, what this thing that you are mentioning, the mainstay of the economy of US is not dependent on all these things that you are mentioning.
Yes.
No, you said develop. I was thinking in terms of how America developed over the last 230 or so years.
There was a time I was talking on this. I think you're on the platform that day. BT said, "Why am I always talking about you people in diaspora? I'm in diaspora." Yes, but it's like the mentality of you people in America is actually totally different from every other person in the world. Let me tell you, you are living in a no man's land. How many people can claim to be an indigenous America?
Almost none.
None. You understand? So your environment is different. Come and live in a place where you have indigenous people.
Yes, it's different.
Your mentality will be different. So the way people used to extrapolate US as the standard for the whole world is wrong.
No, I did not extrapolate. I just made this. It wasn't like I did some serious mental calculation in 2 seconds. Like, okay, US. You said a country that developed, utilizing the resources that it had. You see, I'm not one of
I didn't
those.
say resources. Let me tell you, Mike,
No,
my
no,
word.
but please,
Resources,
wait
there
one
are
second.
different resources.
Wait one
Let me
second.
clarify. Let me clarify
No,
so that
no.
maybe you have.
Before you do, let me say this real quickly. I am not one of those people that believe in the two Nigeria theory of you have to go nuclear. You see, the contract that Australia just signed with the US, I think is to produce 3 nuclear submarines, is 1.2 or 1.4 trillion dollars. Trillion. So as far as I'm concerned, our job right now and going forward is how we're going to have food security. I'm not saying that we should not put money into defense and defense infrastructure, but we need to be able to feed ourselves first. An hungry man, it's going to be hard for that person to be able to do a whole host of other things. And like I've said here, I'm not in the camp of blame Tinubu for the problems of Nigeria. I'm just saying we've been at this for at least the 70s, at least. And we have not done in my eyes, we're supposed to have been doing. But we're at a critical.
The question you're supposed to ask is that why? Why is this so difficult?
Somebody is
Yeah, but
snoring. Maybe someone should mute the person.
But you see, where I come
that
from.
I don't even know the person. At least 5 of us are on the platform, and 4 of us are active. The last person, I don't know the person. The name is not appearing.
No. The last person is muted, so I don't know where it's coming from.
I think it's okay now. I think it's from him.
Yes, okay now. Yeah.
So you see where this is the I know I don't know which one of the either Mr. Simba or Mr. Remy that thinks that I just think in my own worldview. It's not that. You see, this is the way I look at. This is the way I always look at things. I believe you look at how you got to where you are. You dust yourself off and you figure out a way to move forward. I'm not saying all these other wahala, the British people, the colonization. I'm not saying all those things didn't happen, but I just believe you have to get to a point because you see the things that I look at when I look at what other people are doing, just agriculture. Forget technology. People were talking here yesterday, day before yesterday, I think, about all the technology in China. I'm not even talking about that. Just food production. Where we are, like I said, me personally, even in America, I plant things because I love to see things grow. So I believe that those who have access to any piece of piece of land, I'm talking 12 by, maybe 20 by 8 feet plot of land, 8 feet, 8 feet by 20.
Can do.
Yes, sir.
Can do. In my house, before I left Nigeria, I used to have some guys living just in front of my house. In the morning, they will see me waking up in my compound. If I tell you what I have in my compound, even before Nigerians started crying being power, because that thing is nauseating. It's a being power. I was telling one of my colleagues here yesterday that I have let's say a 12 feet by 12 feet garden behind because in my compound I have fish pond. I have a mini putty behind my house. I have a garden where I used to plant vegetable. I have plantain within my compound. I think common fruits in Nigeria, tangerine, orange, guava, grape, pineapple. I have all those things in my compound. In fact, it was even my children that made me know that we can even plant what was the name of this one that these outside people used to sell? This watermelon. That we can plant watermelon. We bought watermelon one day and they just took the seed and plant and they just buried it. The thing germinated and it fruits.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
You understand? These guys, they will. I wake up. I'll be going to work. They will sit down there in front of that house. That is where they will gather from Monday to night.
I'm at Aludo.
You know one
And
thing.
you know, when we talk, some people they are listening to me now. They say, "Simba has come." He's always like bashing people. Me, I cannot. I will only tell me. I don't complain about problem. I only prefer solution. And I think the easiest way is to ginger people. There are certain things you can do for yourself. Stop crying every time. Cry does not solve problem.
Simba, what you are saying now. Just yesterday, I did something for somebody because I always give him money, but I slept overnight. Every time, give money, give money. This is not the right way. I just have to do something to make him stand on his feet. It's a lot of money from my part, but I'm glad I did it. And I warn him, this thing I did for you is to make your life better. No more complaint. And I don't send anybody to ask money from you. And he was quite happy. And I hope he makes good use of what he has.
Please, I beg, if you don't mind, I mean, not to go into the details of the amount, but like, is it like him buying and selling something?
No. What I did, I can share with you, no problem. I bought a grinding machine for him, and the total is about 300 and something thousand. I got in a shop. All the money I spent is about 500,000 naira. I got in a shop in the big market, very big market. So he can help you grind a lubo, a goosey, anything can be grinded, okay? And he will be making daily money. And even before he starts, there are some people who want to be his apprentice. So he's going to be making money 6 days. 6 days.
Ọlọ́run á di níbi tó ti wá.
So at the end of the day, I think that is a good cause. And I also like people to monitor him. So, but because at the end of the
day, that's what I've started doing since my visit to Nigeria in March.
I don't like people coming here lamenting.
Yeah. So I set people up. Iwo be selling rice. You be selling gari. That's what I'm not sending anybody any more money, but I'm willing to invest that 500,000 naira. Some people is over $1 million, you know, but once I have done it, there won't be a castle, you know, just those type of calls.
Although it's not easy for people, but at the same time,
I'm not saying it's easy.
They lament, and when people come to you asking money for you for school fees, for this, for that, they will keep on coming for you year in, year out, and you are also working here. It's also not easy. But when you set them up,
I mean, some people is this plastic water thing that I have them selling. You know, some people, I start them off with 500 packs, they call it, and some of them now they're selling 3,000 packs a month and doing very well for themselves. So I'm not, my belief is, to help somebody who is willing to help themselves. Some people they don't even know what to do.
Sorry, this idea, it is one lady that I knew. She started doing this, and she started with one shop. Today now, that girl has 4 shops. Is building her own house by herself. Sending is the one that is the provider. Is even much more better than the husband. Very hardworking. Have like 6 or 7 people working as apprentices under her. That's what we are talking about. Some people continue to come and lament and lament. Some people will make use of the opportunity and become a better person. What I know in life is when it is rough, the road that is rough and dusty, that's where the money is.
Opportunity is,
plain and polished, the money is not there anymore.
Absolutely.
So, Andrew, back to what I mentioned earlier about the natural resources. What I wanted to say is that when you talk about resources, there are different types of resources. Human resources is different from natural resources. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
United States of America has human resources that they tap all over the world, and it's actually working for them. You understand? And that is why everybody was given nearly equal opportunity to thrive. But when you live in an indigenous country where you have indigenous people, it's not like that though. You understand? Even giving you job, the kind of pay that you receive will be different from the people that are indigenous. The kind of right that you have is totally different. Now, let's go back to the natural resources. United States they consume their own natural resources for their own development. They are not relying it for foreign exchange. You understand?
Right.
So foreign policy of any country or whatever of the world does not affect them. You understand? But in a situation whereby you say you have gold in your backyard, you don't have the technology to exploit it. They will be the one that will come. Whatever they said they excavated, that's what you know. They will be the one that will determine the price. You understand? And if you are trying to be smarter, they have a way of dividing you. They will pay some people.
But please, you see this. I guess this is the aspect that I understand that in any environment, even in your local community, within your area, just your little area, people are different. It's just very hard for my own brain to understand that, okay, me, for example, now, somebody is going to come. I'm from Abeokuta. There's some natural resources, whatever, platinum, cobalt, and somebody is going to come and bribe me to come and take that take it through the back door. Because of whatever they're going to give me, I'm going to allow my people to suffer. I just wonder what type of human beings do that. I don't understand what somebody can bribe you.
And that is who we are. That is the kind of people that we have. That is who we are. It's unfortunate. And that's why usually, sometimes I used to get at you, I say, don't use yourself and extrapolate yourself. I say, no. You look at what you see, look at what is being practiced. But that is who we are. You understand? Let me tell you, even the present government that we have in Nigeria, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, the way we are, some people will be working, you understand, to make Nigerians suffer. You understand? To prove a point that this man said we don't want him and he's not capable of ruling the country. And that is how we have been sabotaging ourselves since the commencement of the democracy. Some people will be praying, whatever they have in their ammunition, whether prayer, whether gun, whatever they have, they will use it to make sure that the country is ungovernable. There's no patriotism. And that's why when we are talking about protest, you look at it. Who is going to lead it? Is it going to be normal protest that it's genuine? It can't be genuine. If you look at people that are talking about protest, look at the people that say, okay, we have to protest. Where are they from? What is actually the motive behind the protest? Well, nobody is against protest, but that is if it is genuine. Is it possible to have protests in a place where people can be bribed for election and cannot be bribed for protest? Can do?
I said something earlier today. You see, the way my brain works, and I get it, we're all different. It's really difficult for me to understand, how anybody, I don't really know who it could be, can say something and me, I will say because that person said something, and I'll go and do what that person said. Even if they put juju for mouth, it wouldn't work. So it's difficult for me to understand how anybody would do that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I understand.
If ordinary somebody in the name of God can say people should be eating grasses and they are eating it. What is?
No, I've seen the video. I've seen the video. So, but what I'm saying again, I study people very well. I study world history. I study how leaders get people to go and do stuff. No one will have believed in 35 that Germany will have gone to that war. But all it takes is the persuasion of one or a few people to get people moving. Look at Rwanda. Look at that 1990. Neighbors macheting, not shooting with a gun, no, machete, cutting up the head of their neighbors and holding the head in their hand.
We have recent examples in Nigeria. Let me give you 2 examples. Though this one did not lead to bloodshed. Look at when we were saying that Wari has been cloned. There is one Jubilee from Sudan. And you look at the even intellectuals, educated people, they believe that story.
Sir,
Even
sir,
we have pastors.
there is no way in the world anybody can even make such a statement that I will even listen to. I won't even listen to such a
I said don't be always be looking at yourself. But you saw it now. It happens and people believe, not you.
Jesus.
Okay, then there was during the COVID. We also have this thing in Nigeria that some pastors are saying that COVID is 5G.
Yeah, I heard okay, Yakilome, whatever that. You see, Jesus.
Well, so all these things, let me tell you, you have to get out. You have to be face reality.
No,
Don't
I face
say
reality, but I will
you
never
don't face it. If you
become
face
them.
it, then you will not be talking the way you are talking.
I cannot become. You see, me not talking the way I'm talking means I'm becoming them or accepting of their delusion. I know it's a delusion. So if they don't want to come to my side, that's fine. But there is no way I can go to their side because what they believe is nonsensical in any way. It's nonsensical. So
Whether you like it or not, now you live in the same society with these people, and whatever they do, it affects you.
Well, it does affect me indirectly,
No, there's no way you can't isolate yourself indirectly or indirectly. It will affect you.
Yeah.
You can't isolate yourself.
At the end of the day, I'm about solution. I'm not saying that solutions are easy.
The issue is that can we really come together and speak in one voice? The answer is no. Because everybody has an agenda. Which is selfish.
My own agenda is solution. That's the only agenda I have. I don't have any personal. I'm not interested in gaining anything. Just like you said with this person with the aerology. I'm not doing any of the things I'm doing. Even 90 something percent of the people that I do these things with, we're not related. We're not related. I'm not asking you to come and bring me to Kobo back. But this is only one chance. There's not going to be any other chance. And it's things that we sat down, we went over the numbers, how it's going to go. If you mess it up, as nice as I am, it's as cold as I can be. I will pretend like you don't exist. I will be looking at you and you don't exist in my book. So at least I'm not saying any of these things are easy, but wherever we can and whoever can should do in your own little way.
Can you
Yes,
look
sir.
at this scenario? They are recruiting Nigerians into the police force, into the Nigerian military, whether by officer or no officer. The Southwest or the Southern people, they say they don't want to join the police. They don't want to join the military. And you are a graduate or you are not a graduate and you have nothing to do, but still you don't want to join. And then after about some few years and all the leaders are from the northern part of Nigeria, you are the first one to complain. So when there is opportunity, our people will say, why me, police of all police, I don't want to join. Then what do you want to do? You have been sitting down for 3 or 4 years, nothing to do.
You know what? You know what they want to do? They want to join custom, where they will be getting money. They want to join
It's
road
all about
safety.
it's all about where to get rich quickly. Okay, nobody want to put in the hard work at all.
wọ́n fẹ́ lówó bí Àtìkù ni, bí
Yeah.
Àtìkù custom Joe Lasisi. Oh boy. I know Rome was not built in a day, and I know government is continuance, but I just think we're at a crossroad, and I don't know how we're going to cross that crossroad.
If you look at South Africa,
Yes, sir.
the little thing that you see that South Africans are doing presently is by virtue of the white people among them. They are.
It is that is a very, very. It's a very, very interesting situation, because the reality is, since Botha left, that country has actually gone down.
Yes, so you know what? Some of them I work with them. They are from South Africa. When they complain about their country, you will see that you in Nigeria you have freedom. Hey, their own country is like the whites are up there, and the blacks are low there. And when they started talking, I was like, well, your country is well developed, well structured than Nigeria. Why is all this problem in your country?
Remy, if you want, go and check. Let's use electricity, for example. The electricity that they used to have, because that time it was predominantly to supply the white areas.
Population, yeah.
You understand? So by the time the apartheid was abolished and the Mandela came in, they did not really added any appreciable generation to what the existing one. So they spread it across, and that is why presently they are having serious issues.
Blackouts all over the place.
All over the place. 2 days ago, I was discussing with a colleague of mine who's an Egyptian. He said that when he was in Egypt before he moved to Saudi Arabia, that at least he was from birth till like 35 years of age, that he never experienced any outage. That we should go to Egypt now, that they are suffering with epileptic power supply. So the question I'm asking is that, why are we like this? What is we have to just sit down and address what is the issue.
You know, both of you have had that conversation on here before. That is there something wrong with the black man brain?
So some of them that want to go on process, you know what they're asking for? EFCC should be reorganized. That should be. I just look at this is just unnecessary. They never say, okay, you want a pattern for your legislator. The two houses are too big, make them one. You never talk about control of resources by state. You never mention all of this. What you are just mentioning, and you want election to be transmitted by live or something like that. These are just unnecessary. How do you call it? Unnecessary. What you are asking
issues.
for. Yeah. Thank you. You are not. What you should be talking about is that government declare emergency on the electricity. Government legislation should be part-time. State control of resources. Talk about
you know what I used to laugh when people are saying APC. I was just laughing. I said, this APC of 18 that just came how many years, just barely 8 years ago, is now the problem of Nigeria. PDP, it's like people, the way people talk, I just don't know. The APC that you are talking about, half of them or more than half of them are actually former PDP.
Yeah, I saw a video. I don't know if it's the one that one man played yesterday.
PDP, Labour Party, all of them, they are crossing over to APC already. Most of them.
It's not You even, know, let me tell you, it's not even about party. It's not, our problem is not about party. We all experienced PDP era. We were crying, Nigeria was bad, everything, and somebody would just come and be painting as if that era was Andrew.
Yes, sir.
You said something some days ago that okay, in the late 70s, early 80s, you can buy a car for 3,000 naira.
No,
Okay, let's extrapolate it.
I didn't say it. My dad had a car franchise. He was selling 505.
No, I'm aware because one of my uncle in 1984 bought a Peugeot 504 SR for 5,000 naira. 5 SR, you know they used to have grades SR, GR, GL.
Yeah.
You understand? The Gen Z, they might not know all those things. All these Gen Z that used to come and discuss, they don't know all those. Now, can you tell me now that is it possible to get any new car, whatever how small it may be, for $5,000 these days?
No, do you know the cheapest car in Nigeria?
Not.
What does that one tell you? No, just let me. I'm just saying. What does that one tell you? Can do.
And there's been there's inflation, but there's been a price shift, even all around the world.
Exactly, all over the world.
Yeah.
In the late 90s, 2000, whenever I want to buy my shirt, I used to order my shirt from UK, TM shirt, TM, and it's £400. How much is it today?
Yeah.
Initially, they decreased it to £300. I don't even know how much they are selling it again.
Yeah.
You understand? So we have to just, if we want to really analyze, and we have to leave sentiment out of the problem. It's not about because he's not he's a Yoruba person, or because it's about Igbo person. It's our problem. We are just all these things. We are just using all these things to distract us from the main issue. And those are the things that we face. We didn't face the real issue.
Yeah, I mean, like it's been said here many times, we let go of a lot of things. Our palm, all of our palm oil, palm kernel, all of it.
The major problem, do you know what the southern people always think our problem is the northerner? That is not true. Even we the south, we became so lazy, so docile. We don't want to do nothing, and we want good things of life without putting in any hard work at all. That is why you see that everybody is rushing to Lagos or Port Harcourt or something like that, leaving. They don't want to do anything. But this
let us be realistic to ourselves. The kind of work we do when we go abroad, the kind of energy that we put to succeed, do we put the same thing when we're in Nigeria?
Not at all now. Not even 50% of it. What are you talking about?
Not at all.
So that's the issue. In diaspora, you see people doing 3 jobs together, doing 12-hour shifts. In Nigeria, everybody just. And let me tell you, if you look at, apart from the Asians, which naturally I think they have a very good work ethics, you can't take that one away from them, the Asians. But if you look at other people, it's just everybody
even the Europeans. How many hours do they work a week on the average?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You understand? They because they attracted other people to come and work for them. Those are the people that are actually making their country to work. But in a situation whereby a country does not have the capacity to attract foreigners to come and do the work.
But in our own case, you see, our economy, our society is not structured to where people can readily go and do 2 jobs. Because number one, if you go to a job at 9 o'clock in the morning, by the time you leave there, between the traffic going from one job to the other, ilẹ̀ ti ṣú, kò sí iná.
You are just looking at Lagos. You are looking at Lagos, Abi. You are looking at Lagos. Apart from Lagos, which other town do you need to be doing that?
Even Ibadan or Abeokuta, where will you go and do
that one, even before we start experiencing this traffic, whatever. You can't give that one. We are not. It's not. Don't give excuse. It's not in our DNA.
I don't do excuses. I'm just looking at it like okay, like
it's
over
not,
here.
It's not because of that. Because even before this problem that you are mentioning comes, we have not been doing it.
No, but what I'm saying is,
let me tell you. I grew up. Let me tell you this. I grew up to my father was a businessman in Ghana before they sent them back to Nigeria in 1969 by Busia. When he came back to Nigeria, all the little money that I brought from Ghana, he invested it in stock. Then he started doing business. My father did not do only one business. I could remember that time he was selling cement, he was selling soft drink, we were selling soft drink, and we were also doing farming.
Yes.
You understand? Okay, if those people those days know that you can't do one thing, it's not enough. Even you that you are, can somebody just go for 8 hours work every day with minimum wage and you think can survive in US?
No.
So what are we talking about? Let me tell you my own situation. I can use my own situation. I work with a government and at the time they stop paying us salary. I have to look inward. I said no, I have to have plan B and I have to have another source of income. And that was what pushed me to what I'm still doing up to today. And I don't have any regret for it. I didn't stop that time as I crying and complaining.
But what I'm trying to say is, number one, I don't make excuses for myself, so I don't make excuses for other people. And I think I've said it here before. Personally, just the nature that I have. From age 15, my very good friend Aji, we used to go to Cotonou and buy jeans. After jeans pa Leko. All the major boys' school, major girls' school, Cosenta as 15. I remember my dad had a Danfo. Me and the next guy neighbor Onyeka, we would take the Danfo, go and do, go and. I mean, we'll come back.
Can do. You can see the spirit in us that our own generation.
Yes.
If you don't do all those things, your parents are rich enough to give you everything that you need. But we take pride. Yeah. We take pride in saying this thing. I was one that worked for it. I brought this shoe with my money. I do this with my money. You are not. Is that not?
Yeah.
Is that not what you want to prove? Do you really need to say this before you survive?
No, at all.
But I mean, it's not like that again. I remember on campus.
We go and run these runs. We'll come back with 100 and something naira.
Imagine.
That was a lot of money.
And when I was on campus in university, a lot of students were doing business. They are the ones sponsoring themselves. If those days that people, all these Gen Z will now come and say they used to feed them in school, they used to wash their clothes. Some people will do barbing, some people do washing. There are so many things that people are doing on campus to make money.
Yeah, that's true.
Some people are doing buying and selling. Even these jeans that you are talking about, some people will go and buy and come and sell to their fellow students.
Oh, that's what we were doing. That's what we were doing.
No, they will sit down and say, now this government that's supposed to be doing all those things, and they're supposed to, the people are suffering. What are you doing for yourself?
I don't know if it was one man that showed a video in Lagos or something I just saw in the last couple of days. I think it was in Lagos. They were talking about selling. Oh no, people were passing under a bridge, but they have to pay 100 naira to pass through. And the lady that was videoing the thing, she said, Tinubu. I was like, wait a minute, what does Tinubu have to do with this? these guys, they just, is a waterway. They just put some cement block or something so that people can pass through, and they were charging people 100 naira just to be able to pass through. But the thing was, the lady was saying, Tinubu, Tinubu. I was like, wait a minute, what is Tinubu? Why
They
you
want to they want to
why don't
link
you
that
call your
one to
local government?
you
Why don't you call
understand?
your councillor? He's not even your governor. You call your councillor. I mean, it's like you have to put things in the right perspective. You cannot be calling the wrong people for the wrong thing, you know. So, but like I said, I mean, we are at a place. This 60 something thousand to pay maybe a million or 1 point something million government workers is not it. I don't know what is going to be it. Things are going to get, hopefully some of these state governors that are bringing in farming equipments into their state and going into all this mega food production will help maybe 6 months, 9 months, a year and a half from now. But we are at a crossroad. We really are. And
We
it's something
earlier on, I heard the Remy and Kulata, they were talking about River Niger.
yeah. If they if Nigeria dams it.
Are we really making use of that River Niger? Apart from the little less than 1,000 megawatts, I don't even know whether it's reached 500 megawatts that they generated from Kanji Dam.
I don't know that space. I don't know that space well
You know,
enough to.
let me what I went to. There was a time, I think I mentioned it on this platform before. I was traveling from Ilorin to Bida in Niger State. So we were going, and that day they now said that there was a lot of accidents at the Jeba Bridge. So the road completely blocked. So we have to go and take another route. And if you look at River Niger, the only two bridges that we have is that the one in Lokoja and the one in Jeba. The next one is the one in the Niger Bridge in Onisha. You understand? So if you want to cross it, you have to cross it in other places by use of ferry.
Wow.
So and this time was around February, at the peak of the dry season. So we went through so we went through a town called what's the name? Patigi in Kwara State. So we have to. So our bus was ferrying across the Niger. At that period of the year, come and see the water. It took us more than 30 minutes before we can cross that River Niger with the ferry. What I'm saying is that I look both sides of the river. I didn't see any farming activities
Okay.
going on.
Yeah.
So it's to me, whether they dam it or not, we are not even using the something in the first place.
You remember when there was when they said
So if that volume of water can still be passing through in the dry season.
Yeah.
So how much of it can they dam?
Like I said, I don't really know that space that well, but I know we have transmission and distribution issues, but there is no way anybody can make it make sense to me that we only have 5,000 megawatts. I mean, I've been on this megawatt conversation for more than 16 years, maybe 20 years. I mean, we like Fela said, we turn electricity into candle. We make it seem like electricity is this.
I think what they're supposed to do, I don't know why it's taking them. Let them privatize. You cannot tell me that it's 5 mega. Let me tell you what we consume, the megawatts. The amount of energy that we consume in Nigeria. I can boldly say it's more than 30 megawatts. You understand? Believe me, whether it's not, I'm not talking about the one that the government is generating. No. Individuals are generating electricity. All those ones are not captured.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
So
know.
the problem we are having
In my house, let me tell you, in my house, I have on my roof alone, I have about close to like, I think I have 500 watts panel, solar panel.
Wow.
You understand? The one I'm using currently to pump water in my farm, I have 500 watts that I'm using for my pumping machine alone. Believe me, can do 54 panels. That was what I installed.
You should be supplying electricity to the you should be supplying electricity to the whole neighborhood. I say you should be supplying electricity to the whole neighborhood.
No, and I'm telling you this, it's not only me. I have my co-farmers that also have their own like that. Do you understand?
Jesus, that's a lot.
Let me tell you, you know, we don't know what, and so we just use all those things. All those things, who knows? Okay, if I look at how much I generated on my own now, in my poultry farm, I don't use whatever. I don't use petrol. I don't use diesel. My borehole is solar panel powered. My borehole in my house is solar panel. I've been using that one since 2017. You understand? Virtually, me, I'm just like I'm off grid. Whether diesel is expensive, whether
you're NEPA like
you understand. So I don't depend on the price of diesel or depend on the price of.
Can you ask you a question? Because they always say others is giving farmers problem in Nigeria. Are they giving you problem in your farm?
I've never seen any other problem.
I don't know. Any little thing they will say is other.
I said this maybe 2-3 months ago. I said, how many are all these people put together?
I don't know.
All of them. So I mean, and when I was in Lagos, I saw food everywhere. And I'm not saying that Lagos is the end of the world, but you see, we cannot say, even if they're 200,000, we cannot say because of 200,000 shut down the whole country. I mean, whoever needs to go and deal with them needs to go and deal with them however they need to deal with them.
Can do. The problem of Nigeria, because I also asked my people, there is food on the plentiful, but maybe this purchasing power now because of so many other factors. That is the problem. There is food, and I always ask question. Most of the food,
Kandu has said it before. Now, when you went to Nigeria, is there any time you get to market in Nigeria that they will say, okay, this food is not available?
No, I didn't have to go to the market. On the side of the road. Yeah, everybody low market on town, yeah, everywhere.
People just
but you see, this is but let me tell you what the problem is. You see, those food are there, okay? But even somebody making 80,000, right? That used to buy, whatever food, whichever one of those food, that used to pay 500 naira for it. Now they have to pay 2,500 or 3,500 for the same thing. I'm not talking about 30,000. I'm talking about 80,000.
I agree with you.
Kandu, is there any way you think we can bring the price down?
The ways that I have talked about here, and Kolata, spoke about them a year ago. Nipe, number one, there should be massive farming being done. But yeah, if they were going to give people incentive, farmers that can do big farm, I'm talking about a year ago, not in the last 3 months. And the other thing that I believe we both proposed then, Ipe, to remove the levy on the importation of certain food, not everything. So that number one, you flood the market.
The issue is this. Just hold on, Remy. Okay. The issue is that, is it possible to isolate Nigeria?
No, because you have so many neighboring states.
Okay, and if the neighboring states have higher purchasing power than Nigeria, do you think that we can produce food in Nigeria and that food will not be sold at the price of the neighboring countries.
Yeah, that's where the draconian law has to come in. I know we're in a
If you look at
democracy.
most of the things that we have subsidized, because the only way that one can be, government will buy it from the farmer and sell at a lower price to the people.
Yeah, we've said that here before. We've said that. I said when I was in
Is it
Lagos.
going to work? The question is that is it going to work?
No. When I was in Lagos, there was this market they took me to at Moko. They said it's government market. And in fairness, things were cheaper at that market than right outside the gate.
The question I want to ask you is very simple.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that Nigerians should go to extensive farming. So who are you use? Is it those youths from Nigeria, from the southern part of Nigeria, that are not interested in farming? Are you going to force?
It will have to be not somebody who has never farmed. You will. I'm not talking about the federal government. The state government, at least this is the way I envisioned it. The state government have to have people who are interested, who are already farming, and let's get them to become mechanized farmers. I'm not saying it's going to happen overnight, but you have to start this process, because if we don't start, I have to believe there are so many people that are doing this.
Those people, they will need enough manpower to expand the farming land or something like that.
Yes, sir.
Where are they going to get the labor? When
The labor is everywhere. They're everywhere. You remember there was a time Buhari was sharing money, giving people money every month, whether it was 10,000 or whatever amount. You don't give people those type of money. You have to put an incentive behind it.
I have a friend that is planting palm kernel. You know that guy brought in people from Togo to come and till the land for him. Look for our Yoruba people. Those ones that are interested, they cannot work 6 days. And they're asking for more money. And they don't even know what to do.
You are talking about farming alone. All the artisans that we use now, are they not from Togo and Benin Republic?
So that is the problem we are having.
Tyler, bricklayer, carpenter, all those things. They are not, the Nigerians don't do all those things again.
Yeah, what do they want to do?
You're asking me? You're asking me?
You have to do something.
They want Nigeria is rich, so they want their largest.
Simba, can you hear me?
You have to do something.
Yes.
Can you guys? I don't know. Maybe you always notice this. Do you think our food pricing? Will people just price food? I mean, the seller just price food anyhow. I've said it on this platform before. Some years ago, when I was in Nigeria, I've said it. My mom have a missionary along Abeokuta, Adoawaye, going to Iseyin. We went to a market, the Adoawaye market. They are selling yam. We got there 7 a.m. in the morning. Do you know what they told us? 2 bags of yam on floor on the ground there. They said everything has been sold. I said, how come? They said Lagos people has came 3 a.m., 4 a.m. and bought all the yam. And they were telling me right there, that if I want to buy any yam here, I have to pay how much they are going to sell it in Lagos.
In Lagos.
Right there in my face, there are 2 bags.
Thomas, that was what I was trying to tell Kandu earlier. It's now not Lagos now. It's now beyond Nigeria. You understand what I'm saying? It's not beyond Nigeria. Everybody is aware of what is happening globally. So if I can sell my yam better in Benin Republic, in Ghana,
that's where it's gonna go.
Then what will I sell it to Nigerians that cannot afford my price?
Simba, it's not only food.
That's what I'm telling Kandu, that even we produce massively.
Cameroonians are coming to Onitsha by car, by bus, buy a lot of stuff, go and sell it in there because it's much cheaper here because of the currency devaluation.
and that's why
all over. When you go to
why
Nigeria,
it's not about, it's not, let me tell you, it's not about currency devaluation. It's not because of currency devaluation. It's
no,
cheaper.
that's not what I but that is why
No,
I
I'm just
said
trying to correct Remy. It's not currency devaluation. Everything now has a global price.
Do you know I
but
was shocked when I know that a liter of petrol in Ghana is about 1,600, 3,000 naira per liter. Sorry, 3,000 naira per liter. I was shocked, my God. And in Benin Republic, it's about 1,500 naira per liter.
They are not even, if you, people don't buy in Benin Republic, people don't buy, they don't buy petrol in filling station. They buy barrel. But the Nigerians, the smuggled Nigerian petrol, that's what they buy because it's cheaper.
I've seen documentaries of those.
Every person, the aim and objective of a seller is to make profit.
To make profit, yes. Now, why should I be great business? Do you think that if I get market even in Europe for my fish, you think I will sell my fish for Nigerians? Let them go and die for hunger.
You want to die? Which one be die? Our entrepreneurs.
I have something like that. I went to Obasanjo farm to buy something. Exactly. That time I was working in a hotel in the battle. But when I got there, they told me, sorry, we don't sell to Nigerian market. I was like, are you crazy? Are you not producing this thing in Nigeria? Then later, I talked to somebody, said, no, all those eggs you are seeing, they are on their way to Denmark and Sweden. I said, the thing produced, how come did not take it to that place? We can, at the end of the day, I have to go to Zatek. If you know Zatek, is that Arab guy that have a big farm and also have, so I bought the chickens and the egg there every time. But Obasanjo farm is zero. They are not going to sell to you. I don't know why. Maybe they are selling to people now, but that time they are exporting it out. So, in fact,
but things like that.
I think what we need to do is, I don't know how we can, Nigerian government can make more money, improve the purchasing power of the people. I think that's the only way.
How much do you think they can pay? Because it's just only 5.3 million people that are
not paying salary. He said increase the ordinary person's purchasing power. I don't know what the solution to that is going to be.
The workers are going to increase. Are they going to give money to people that are not working in private sector? Private sector cannot pay a lot of money. Just more companies going to get the money. What is the profit they are making?
They cannot pay 100. They cannot. Private sector cannot pay 100,000. They can't.
How much is the money? So the labor union,
the economy will collapse. The economy will collapse.
What I learned is that federal government is trying to push to 90,000. But the problem we are having is that some states are still paying 18,000. How do you want that state to jump from 18,000 to 90,000? I don't know. It's so
many.
But
you see, the problem is even the state that can afford to pay 90,000, right? Once they start paying 90,000.
No, the only state that want to pay 80,000 is only River State. Lagos is paying 75.
But this is what I'm saying. Whether it's 80 or whether it's 100, wherever that is increased, everything else will increase accordingly. Rent will increase, transportation costs will increase, everything. So it's almost like a catch-22. You cannot win for losing.
Yes, anything, because, and that is why if you look at it relatively, if you compare country, what people will be asking that, okay, if you earn so, how much of it do you spend, or what percentage of your salary do you spend on transportation? What percentage of your salary do you spend on food? What percent, you understand? And that is what will make people say, okay, you can afford those things. Things are relatively higher in price in majority of the countries where we live than our country. If you look at it, we compare. But because the people earn more, they can. It doesn't take much of the percentage of what they earn, and that's why people are comfortable. You know, and that's why I'm talking about improving the.
I don't know what they do in the Middle. I don't know what they do. I don't know what they do in the Middle East or in Europe.
I will
But
tell you what
over
they're doing.
no, but let me say this real quickly. Only until the last 5 years, the average America per capita income was 28,000 a year. It has changed now drastically in the last 5 years. But for many years, it was 28,000.
28,000 per annum.
No, yeah,
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 but
it was
yeah.
28,000 for many years. It
But
has,
how much
you see,
now?
I think they say for the average, well, now they have to group it by race. For the average white person is about 48,000. For the average black person is about 42,000. That's where the numbers happens to be.
And
But
they
this
have
is
to
what
do that because let me tell you, do you think that if the thing is still at 28, people will not be crying of hunger also?
Yeah.
but this but
Yeah.
this is the
If
but
I
this
use
is the
this
problem
example,
over here. This is the problem over here. The federal minimum wage is still the same thing that it was 20 years ago.
but the minimum wage are differ from state to
Oh,
state.
so
Some
how
of
did they now? How did the average income now increase to 20
No,
from 28
is the
times two?
market. Is the market. You know, we had a lot of protests all over the United States. The average per hour income used to be around 12. No, used to be around $8, $10. Some states like California, Washington State, people were protesting on the street for weeks and weeks and weeks that it needs to be
yeah,
increased to 15.
yeah, the average minimum is from 10 to 12 point something euro per hour. And when you
Yeah,
cut it into annually, it's about 20,000 euro to
yeah.
even to about 35,000 euro. The more you make here, if your money is already going to about 45, or you are going to pay a lot of tax. They will slash you.
Ẹ̀yin can do wọ́n ṣépè fún wa ní torí Ọlọ́run. You look at even in our own domain, the white people they earn more than us, they live better than us. We go to their domain, the same thing. Kí ni problem
Yeah.
wa náà torí Ọlọ́run?
Àwa náà ní problem ara wa fúnra wa náà.
But let me say this.
You
So
go
in
that
America,
if you look at the countries in Africa that has higher per capita income, you look at country like Seychelles,
Namibia
Mauritius, and all those things. If you look at the minimum wage, maybe it's $300, $400 per month. You understand? The people that actually earn more there, they are still the white people.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, àwọn iná hold economy gbogbo àwọn Namibia.
In America though, Nigerians in particular actually on the average earn more than most other people, maybe except the Asians. Because our average Nigerians in America, you know, they're in the nursing, they're medical field, a lot of them, and tech. So their income per, averagely, the average Nigerian makes more than most other people, even more than white
I
people.
also say that they are putting more hours.
Yes, they do, and a lot of them are in tech. Yeah, a lot of them are in tech, especially the nurses. You know, they can do 80 hours like there's no tomorrow.
That nurses, you are right. There's one Nigerian girl. She used to be a nurse in
Oh,
UK.
I know a number of them. I know a lot of them.
She used to earn about when she used to earn about £2,400 after tax. But in America, our money is close to about $6,000 before tax. So, and she also have a better working condition than UK. I think actually, to say the truth, the best country for black people is America. We can't take it.
I mean, the average nurse don't share 60, 70 hours in America clocks over $130,000 a year easily.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah. That's why a lot of this. That's why
one thing I will give to the Europeans is that they are well structured and organized. For example, food here is food not so expensive compared to, but it's expensive because at the end of the day, most of the food here is imported here. Only some small do. Like for example, now maybe if you want to buy a small box of milk, you can get as low as 1.20 euro 20 cent. Some can be as high as €2 plus. But when I now ask for the one in UK, food is relatively cheaper in UK than here because they have more population. I don't know why. But I know that my friend that lives in Las Vegas, if this guy tell me that he just continue to kill goat, like goat, a big goat, $100, he cannot eat it in 1 month. He just continue to tell me how he's living life in America. Food is more cheaper in America than this place. I don't know.
Yes, it is. It is.
Also, yeah, we stop buying from the market. What we do, we go to the farmer that is
The
rearing
farm.
it.
You know the difference. The difference is that both Australia, they do a lot of farming in Australia, especially animal production.
Yeah.
There's no
Right.
farming here.
They do a lot of farming, and their weather is also very much conducive. You that you are living another in the Scandinavia where you have cold everywhere. You have to import most of your food now, and that's why it's more expensive.
But to be frank with you, if you now compare the standard of living or the benefit, I think is better than America. And because here, if you have a kid here from age 0 towards to your PhD and everything, you are paying nothing school fees.
But how many countries are you protecting, providing protection for around the world?
Okay, so free education is it from primary to university or from to secondary school?
Let me tell you how it works. Let me tell you, if you have, for example, if you have a kid under the 18 years old, or let's say just the kid was born here, whatever, go to the kindergarten. They will look at the income of both family. If your income passed like 4,000 or 5,000 euro, then they will ask you to pay like 20 euro a month for your kid. Any food, breakfast and lunch is served to your kid from kindergarten. You don't need to pay. But if your income is not up to 4,000 euro, you don't need to pay nothing. From kindergarten to university is free totally. Primary school, secondary school, university, masters, PhD, if you are here, is free. Like I study here, if I want to go for another master or whatever, it's free for me. If I want to go for PhD, it's free for me. I don't need to pay nothing anymore. So when you look at it from that angle, and when your kid is born here, they also pay child support up to age of 17 or 18 years old every month. So it favors people that want, if you want a relative.
Because what is the fertility rate in Finland?
Ọmọ ó lò àwọn eléyìí òbí mo fi tayé àtijọ́ mọ̀ náà, so ó yẹ gbogbo Europe.
Even in America,
they are using all those things. They are using all those things to encourage people to.
They need future taxpayers. They need future taxpayers.
Even going to Germany, one encourage more Latin man, want them from low. These people, they don't see, because for them it's about individual life. Why should I come to this to work? It's not easy to cater for one child from 0 to 20 or 20 something years like we are doing in Nigeria. When people don't like that while they just want to enjoy their life, go for their vacation, sit in their gardens, or coffee. To buy the baby, one Maria yellow duty couldn't start for that black sparrow, you know that sparrow, come on, I want the man like baby, you go to bad one, when what to throw for or chatty.
Nigeria ọbẹ no ní Nigeria ọbẹ nìyẹn. You can imagine people that have incentives and they still refuse to have kids. Just go and give that kind of thing in Nigeria. Within 1 year, the whole board will be 10 billion.
1 year, I was driving. It's about 12 midnight.
You can see how poverty can influence Even the mentality of the animal, the mentality of the animal there is different.
Simba, ó máa surprise ẹ sẹ tó bá lọ síbi McDonald wípé o kò gbé french fries ẹ jáde ó ti jábọ́ àwọn yẹn ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń fò wọ́n ti fò wá bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n ti fẹ́ máa yọ gan wọ́n ti fẹ́ máa jẹ́ lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀ ó dẹ̀ lè lé wọn tó bá lé wọn gan àwọn ibi tó wá lè dé tó bá lé wọn gbà mí wọn ní sá fún ẹ wọ́n á tún máa rìn
wọ́n máa láìtì wọn wọ́n máa láìtì wọn.
All right.
Well, àwọn kan bíi ti wọn lọ́wọ́ bá ń bọ̀.
All right. Ó wà ní constitution. Àwọn olú ẹ̀ pé kí ló ń ṣe òwò ẹ̀ kó wọlé right ni.
Ìjàmbálẹ̀ ó ní àkọsílẹ̀ tó bá ní license ó lè lọ sínú.
Ó sì máa kó máa lo ẹ̀wọ̀n tó bá lè jẹ́ ní ti fò.
Ariwo ni kan tó yẹ kó deliberate ló wà wà. Ìgbà láàyè gan wọ́n lè dídẹ̀ kó máa lọ ọdún ẹ̀ kó deported am. So
yes, so
maybe
where animals right. If you not to human being go, you're right.
You're right.
Put us in that. So we shut it down. Yeah, I think we can discuss much better. Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. Yeah. It has been in section. Simba came in and elongated the section.
Yeah, extended
almost
it.
shut it down.
Okay.
When you came in. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy, and we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up, take back your country. God bless you.